We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Okay, as you know, my name is Babatunde Jala Epega. I shortened it. That was part of my journey to Baba Jala Epega. I was born here in Lagos, just a stone throw away from here in actually Lagos Hospital here. And I was expelled from school. I went to Corona Ikoyi at the age of 6. My teacher, who I found to be quite unjust at the time, made us all stand, and I remember this, even though it's like almost 45 years ago, but I remember standing outside Corona School in the heat with all the students in my class because one boy had done something and no one owned up. So I found that quite unjust that all of us had to suffer. So I picked up a stone and I threw that stone at my headmistress's glass and it broke her window. She told my parents, and my parents weren't very happy, of course, but they realized that I wasn't meant to be in school like that here. So the teacher actually asked me to leave, and my parents took me to England. They said, take this child to England. We can't control this child here. He's a wild fellow. So as soon as I got to England, I went to Tunbridge Wells in Kent. I went to school there, and it was the most cold experience I've ever had in my life. I was 6.5 going to 7, and I went to boarding school at that age. And I think that woke me up in life straight away, that even in comfort, you still have steel. And by that I mean that everyone would think, oh, you are lucky, you went to England at 6, 7. But I was very young. I was put in a dormitory with children from England, from Japan, from Saudi Arabia. We were all very young. There was a lot of crying in the dormitory, 12 boys, 6 on each side. And the room was very cold. I remember the cold. But one other thing I got to learn was rugby. And through my life, rugby and learning to deal with my condition and environment has instilled a strength in me. And as we know in Nigeria, you have a lot of things that happen that are out of your control, but you have to find a way to evolve and adapt. And I think from the age of 6, 7, I was very lucky to have that. I went to the oldest school in the world called King's Canterbury, started by St. Augustine in 598 AD. This was the secondary school I went to. And my life seemed pretty, what they say, gold-leafed at the time. Everyone's like, you enjoy, you're in Nigeria, you're in London. I learned to speak Spanish. Unfortunately, I lost my Yoruba, but I'm trying to get that back. I learned to speak Spanish and French. But at the age of 17, my father had a stroke. And he was working too hard, obviously. And sadly, my mom and dad had split up by that time. So my whole life that seemed so rosy stopped because my father's business partners, all of them somehow took the business and it went away. And from that going away, we were left destitute. My dad was in a coma for 3 months, and my mother, who wasn't working, because my sisters and I have 2 lovely older sisters, Yewande and Gigi, we were still in school. So much so that my last year's school fees were not paid. But one of my uncles kindly paid for my school fees, and my mother had to go to work. She started her own business. She too was a journalist, Mrs. Ibiene Epega, but she started a chauffeur driving company and started using cars to drive people with her staff. So from that age where I thought a university was going to be given, I was left floating in the abyss, because we didn't have financials. So for 1 year, I had to work in a post office in London. And it was quite an eye-opener for me, but it didn't stop me from adapting. And again, adaptation helped me grow. So from being in a very wealthy family as a young man, coming to the age of 17 to become an adolescent, a grown-up, I realized that nothing is given. My father sadly was in a stroke, and when he had that stroke, he became semi-paralyzed. For another 30 years, he was semi-paralyzed. But my mother died quite soon after that time in a car crash on the road to Warri, because my Okrika side and Warri side is where my mom was from, even though my father was Ijebu. So my mother died at the age of, when I was 21, which was 20 actually, when I was starting university. And my father was semi-paralyzed. So I became the father of the family, even though my sisters were older and far more intelligent than me. But being the man, I had to take control of a lot of things. And I think that's what really gave me the tenacity to understand that I really need to be someone who doesn't just walk in one field. I need to spread my risk. From my university, I did mathematical economics and Spanish. I was able to go to University, Queen Mary College, London University. And from there I finished, as I said, I worked again. So I worked before I went to uni, and then I worked afterwards. And for me, life is about collaboration, communication, and tenacity. And I think those were my first 21 years. There were less people in Lagos in those days. I won't lie. I grew up every summer and even Christmas where we could afford it. Back in my day, 1978, 79, Naira was 0.8 to £1. So you can understand that people were very wealthy. I think in those days there was like 40 million people. It wasn't that much of it because my dad was an estate surveyor. So we used to go to Abuja a lot. And he was one of the surveyors that gridded Abuja when it was being built during the late 70s, 80s with Obasanjo, and even before Murtala Mohammed. They were gridding it. And Lagos, or should I say Abuja, was made the capital. And Abuja is a model city of Milton Keynes, which is a model city of Paris. Just like Brasilia in Brazil was changed from Rio de Janeiro as a capital. So for me, coming back to Lagos was a joy. I enjoyed it because I was young. We used to just walk, run the streets on our bicycles and cycling, just exploring. Everything was open. There weren't as many cars. It was no big apartments, and there weren't as many people. So I had a beautiful time. There were a lot of lizards on the ground, and we used to throw stones at them. But that was my own youth. We used to go to the beach a lot. Bar Beach was around. It's not around now. Sadly, my dad used to take me to Bar Beach to see the capital punishment killings of armed robbers, and even Dimka, who was one of the leaders of the coup d'etat against Murtala Mohammed. We saw him shot there. Saturdays was a big day, and NTE used to have a channel. I think they still have their studio there. So one of our aunties, Ms. Julie Coker, was there. So we saw a different side of Nigeria. We would go to Ibadan. We'll go to Ijebu, we'll go to Benin, we'll go to Port Harcourt by road. In those days, you could travel, and along the way, we go to Akure, you pick up mangoes, you pick up coconuts, my dad will pick up palm wine, all these things on the road that I don't know if you get it now because security is an issue. So for me, it was a romantic time. I think fashion, evolving through Nigeria, has started as a siloed industry. By that I mean every individual was doing their own thing, whether they were a seamstress, a tailor, a designer, a stitcher, they were doing their own thing. But we are realizing that with the 200 plus million people we have in Nigeria, you can't be an individual alone doing your own thing. So the evolution of fashion that I've seen in my own small way, as someone who's worked in the industry, is that there's more collaboration. The designers are looking for hire specialist artisans to help with their stitching, the styling, and the putting together of clothes and accessories. So I'm also seeing small grassroots shoots, very small at the moment, of the government playing a part in bringing together some kind of foundation so people can articulate their fashion designs to the world, because we have seen it in a lot of music. Obviously, Afrobeat is one of our biggest exports in this country. Obviously, there's oil and all the others, but I'm talking about within this entertainment, luxury, lifestyle industries. So we're trying to learn from that how private sector can play a part to enhance this fashion sector. So now we're seeing a lot of vibrant colors, a lot of styles. Men's fashion is big. It's not just women's fashion. Men's grooming is massive, hair and beauty as well. So men are taking care of ourselves more and more. And accessories. Accessories, I think, is fundamentally the quick fix of fashion, where we can enhance and create jobs and hyper growth in GDP by focusing on this. And this is where I implore the government with, working in mineral resources, our precious metals, semi-precious metals, help those industries to grow. There's a great lady, Janet Adeyemi, who works in Women in Business, and she is working within that. Let's help our fairer sex or the female gender to grow in business as well, because there's a fundamental knowledge that if half your population are women, as ours is roughly, or maybe 51%, 52%, you have to educate the women so they too can add to GDP. It's a simple economist theory. You can't leave them out of it because it's very important. And these industries in fashion are enhanced by women, and we need to push that forward. I think the banking system needs to be augmented. And I'm saying this from the government's perspective. The ease of doing business in Nigeria, as an investor myself, a foreign investor, as well as being an indigent in Nigeria, the problem is not getting your money to Nigeria, it's getting your money out of Nigeria. Not that you want to suck all the money out of the country, but what can help is the floating exchange rates, the flow and liquidity of money that can come in and out of the country. A lot of investors are worried about how they get their money out of Nigeria. So I think our banking system, going back to the central bank, which they're working on, needs to be much more fluid. So people feel they can invest and take money out. But also, we need to articulate what is on offer. We need to start some kind of documentation of who is available to have investment with, where they can be found, because it's because we are quite an opaque economy, meaning that people can't see the end of where they're putting their money. Once we do that basis and open up the lights within which kind of businesses are available to be invested in, I think a lot of investors, domestic and international, will be more willing to put money to it. I think content creation for me has been an evolution. I started as an ex-banker, as I said. I used to trade futures and options in Barclays Bank. I was on the Life Exchange, trading bonds, and I found that wasn't my life. I wanted to be more closer to people. Some people can be bankers on the trading desk or trading floor, but not for me. So I started doing events. I was very lucky enough to show that I was quite adept at doing events. So a big company called Richemont, they owned Cartier, Dunhill, Hackett. They were part of British American Tobacco. They took me on to do their events. So I was doing a lot of polo matches, a lot of Christmas parties, a lot of brand activation events in England. So for me, I got a lot of content knowledge from that. Different styles, people, different countries. But in the last 10 years, I felt that helping companies like LinkedIn, Google, all kinds of big banks in Europe and America was not my remit. My business, EMC3, was going very strongly in America. But as a Nigerian man, I didn't feel love in America. I know that everyone says it's the land of opportunity, but being someone of my own African descent, I didn't like the mentality there. People are good, but the infrastructure is racist institutionally, as we know. So I felt I wanted to give something back to Nigeria. And with all the 20 years of, at that time, about 17 years of knowledge I'd gained from doing some of the best Grand Prix parties in the world, Formula One, around Monza, Silverstone, Abu Dhabi, I was doing a lot of events. I thought, let me take this back to Nigeria. I didn't have to come back to Nigeria. I wanted to. And I know with all our grievances with Nigeria, if you ask many Africans about Nigeria, they'll say, they look up to us. You guys, you have Chinua Achebe, you have Wole Soyinka, you have Fela Kuti. What's your problem? You have Chimamanda Adichie. What's your problem? So we have to take ownership and say, yeah, we do have all these people. We have Afrobeats, whether it's Burna Boy, Davido, the Venus Bushfires, all these different people that are exported. Let us look inside and say, wow, we do have a lot. So I wanted, as a content creator, to show Nigeria in all the different sectors that we do have a lot. And that's why with the marketing and communications company that I've started, my own company, I felt I could touch so many sectors. And finance, as I mentioned, I work with banks. Also government, Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, a very great entity. I work in fashion, with brand labels and people across the board. There are great shops like Alara here that also promote African fashion and African business. And did you know even Leventis does a lot of research, Nigerian bottling company, to help this country. And do you know Nigeria was blowing glass 1,000 years, almost 1,000 years before Europe knew glass blowing. And it's been found in Oyo State only recently. So it's very important that architecturally, we take ownership of our country. The Nok civilization that has been in the mid to, I think it's above Abuja, near Benue, and even Niger River, above those basins, that has a lot of artifacts and a lot of archaeological excavation potential. But we've allowed that just to linger. People have stolen a lot of our artifacts. Nigeria was known for Benin bronzes. We were the best smelters of iron before people were smelting iron. So these are things we have to take stock of. And me as a content creator, I bring all that information together and I make sure that people acknowledge it and are aware of it. So then that will uplift us all. Now, this is a political question, but I believe with our background of the last 20, 30 years, we've had, sadly, leaders who have been militarily inclined, let's just call it that. And as we know, military people, they don't like educated people because educated people will ask questions. So we have had what we call a dismemberment of education in Nigeria for the last 35 years. And that has played an endemic part in retarding the gross domestic productivity of our country because our youths and even people up to my age and older have not had the infrastructure, middle-class education that is needed for a country to grow. You look at the Industrial Revolution in the 19th century in Europe, especially in Britain, and you look how they were expanded by merchants and artisans and specific skilled workers. Apprenticeships were big, education was huge. There was what they call a noblesse obligée, a nobility obligation that people who are rich give back to institutions, not to church, to institutions that will help education. And that is where I think we've had a disconnect. Education was lacking. So for me, the way that we can help, it takes time. This new government is in. They are trying to implement the 8-point agenda, which is a good agenda. But everyone's looking for results now. Nigeria has been in a very bad state. There's global downturn. Obviously, cost of living is so high as it has been for a while. Nigeria is exacerbated, but in Europe, cost of living is high. There are some stupid wars going on around the world that has meant oil prices have skyrocketed. And with the rocketing of oil, everything goes up price-wise. So Nigeria needs to reevaluate education and apprenticeship. I believe even in fashion industry especially, apprenticeship is very important. Whether it's weaving, designing, marketing, online, whatever it is, factories, you need apprenticeship. And that's the quick fix of education. But education is fundamental to everything. Education of men and women, or girls and boys, both. Let's be honest, we need both sides of our genders to work together. Yoruba, we've always been what we call a dual binary kind of culture. We've always thought of male and female as one, and it's very important. Even in our names, Taiwo and Kehinde, we won't know if it's male or female. So we have to really educate ourselves that we can work together. And I think our women are our future. I can't even emphasize that more. And education is key. But it takes time. I think Japa syndrome is very real. Everyone wants a better life. Let's not lie. You want a better life for yourselves, but for your family, your parents, your children. And the opportunities in Nigeria, even when you have been educated and you finish graduate here, to find jobs is not easy. The infrastructure is very bad for job creation. And this is being worked on, and the last 8 years has been fundamentally broken. But we know this new government is changing that. But specifically, Japa in Canada, they need our brains. You go across the world and you ask any nation, especially America, who are the best educated, the best, integrated, and the most proficient people, Nigerians. So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't have the infrastructure at home. And America, Canada, Europe, they're giving us the infrastructure. So getting out of Nigeria is not easy. There are opportunities and policies that allow it, but going across the border to Libya is not the way. You spend $5,000, $4,000, which is almost 4 or 5 million naira to try and get to Europe, and then you are treated like a dog when you get there. That's not the way. But, there are certain policies that can take you to these countries. And in Britain, for instance, it's not all, the streets aren't paved in gold, but if you earn £1 in Britain, you send that home, that £1 is 1,300 naira. So, and the minimum wage is £14 an hour now in Britain. So you can do the maths of that. So someone who is earning £14 an hour, if they work 10 hours in a day, they've earned over £100, which is 100,000 naira. So the mass, of course, is what makes people want to go there, because even if you are working there, obviously you're paying British rates, so your rent, your cost of utilities, your food and drink, your transport comes into play. It's not cheap there. But the money you send, even if you're only sending £100 a month back to your mom, that's 100,000 naira. So, or 130,000 naira in today's rate. So you can do the maths. That's why people are going. And the security in these countries and the education, to be quite frank, is better. But it doesn't mean they are better. We have to build a house, you must thatch the roof from within, so your roof doesn't cave in. And I think that's very important. Not that people shouldn't go home. Go out of the country, but they should always come home as they can. Because you see the Pakistanis doing it, you see the Indians doing it, you see the Arabs, they go home and they build their own countries. It's not good to just japa and live. You have to come home small. I think my success is down to, as much as I can say a success, because it's still a book that is not finished and the stories are still unwritten, is a tenacity of hard work. It's very important that people understand that it takes a lifetime to look like an overnight success. It doesn't just come. What I'm still doing, I'm not the most successful in my business, but I love my business. And if you can find something that you love and you can make money out of, then you're in heaven on earth, to be quite frank. I think my spirituality and my faith is very important, as is my wife's. My wife, Helen Epega, she wrote the world's first Pidgin English opera. And we've been staging it here in London. We played in Cape Town, in Nairobi, and in Lagos, And we've staged it in London. We're at the Royal Albert Hall next year. I'm executive producer of that. So I think my success, to add to that, is that I put all my eggs in one basket. And I work very hard to make sure I research and obtain knowledge of the next thing, or what was the last thing. I'm a historian as well. And I put things in perspective. And I try to add value as I can. But as my mom used to say, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I like to listen as well. And from children you can learn, from grandpapa you can learn. So humility is very important. I'm not arrogant with it. And I think that's the most important part. Collaboration, humility, and shared drive. But also knowing that for me, Saturday and Sunday, I'm off. That's my time for the family. I take a break. Sunday, even God rested on the 7th day. Me too, I rest. I'm not 24/7, even though this weekend we have a big fashion event, but that's work. But when I take my tools down, it's tools down. No one can call me on Sunday morning. So you can't be BOing to people. Never let anyone own you like that. That's what I say. Someone calling you on Sunday morning, obviously in journalism, in film, it's a different from projects. I'm not saying every time, but just be aware of yourself and your mental health. That's the most important. Sure. The world's first pidgin English opera is a show about a Nigerian fabled people. It's almost like Orisha, but it's not. There are people who are Mami Waters as well as they are spiritual people. They are the guardians of the galaxy, to use an expression. There is God, the all-faithful God, and the all-knowing God, omniscient, omnipotent. But below that, there are all these almost demigods that look after, let's say, this sector of the universe. And these people are singers. They sing opera. But they sing it with pidgin English. And you know, pidgin is a language that is known by most Nigerians, but it's a language that people shun and say, it's a bad language. But they speak pidgin in Hawaii. They speak pidgin in China. They speak pidgin, Old English Cockney is pidgin. American even is a form of pidgin because they Yankified English. So what my wife has done, Helen Epega, she's also known as the Venus Bushfires. She's an Afrofuturist musician. She composes songs. So she put together this compilation, which is a pidgin English opera musical. And it's a show that lasts for about 45 minutes or an hour and a half. It depends if you're doing the short version or long version. So we have tenors, we have sopranos, we have violinists, we have kura player, and my wife plays something called the hang, which is like 2 tortoise shells, steel drums that sound like a harp. And she plays that and she sings. She's the main protagonist in this. And it's a drama about all these people that have come, the many people who are meant to look after the planet, but they lose their voice. So Earth is, because God is angry with them, the Earth, and says these people are rubbish. But the many people say to God, please, give them one more chance. They're not that bad. I know they're fighting, there's lots of wars, but give them another chance. So the lead Kanate of these many people has to go to the Venus Bushfire, which is the heavenly celestial place, to bring the voice back, to sing Earth back into harmony. So it's a drama, and it kind of plays on our old cultural awareness in Africa and heritage of Nigeria of there are other beings. And you must have faith in your ancestors as well as in the God. And the deities, as we know in Yoruba, I think there are 7 deities. And these are very important cultural awareness that we try to give to children as well. I think the filmmaking in Nigeria is burgeoning. AFRIF, the African Film Festival, International Film Festival, is on now, which is a great show. I helped incept in 2010, many years ago. We had it in Port Harcourt. It was Governor Rotimi Amici that started that campaign, but it's going on very strongly now. Nollywood, as we call it, is being noticed by the international market, whether it's Netflix or Hollywood. I would like to tell you something, actually, which is, I haven't divulged this for many years. My great uncle, whose name is Orlando Martins, God rest his soul, was one of the first African actors in Hollywood. He acted in the 30s with people like Ronald Reagan, Katharine Hepburn, and Bob Hope. And he always played a part as an African prince or chief. He was never like denigrated or made into a lower African slave or anything. And I think that instilled something in my mind with this film industry. I think it's very important that Nigeria, as it is, we have some great actors like Wale Ojo and Ramsey Noah. They are playing part in producing their own shows. And it's very important. Like in America, you obviously have people like Mel Gibson, Robert De Niro, who have produced their own films as well. That Nigerians are not just actors or technicians, they are also producers and directors. It's very important that we have that link within our industry. And we make friends and we forge relationships, not just with Hollywood. There's Bollywood, the Indian industry, and there's also China, because China's film industry is massive. Technically, I think that just as big as Hollywood. So we must look to ourselves in Africa as well. There's some great film makers from Zimbabwe, South Africa, Ghana, and I think collaboration I always use collaboration because I would not be here without collaboration. Obviously, my wife, you collaborate with your spouse, but also my businesses. I have a very good English business partner. He's really a business partner. I've started a new business. I collaborate with all kinds of industries and different sectors. So for film industry, I think it's important that we push our heritage forward because people want to know about Nigeria. In Africa, they love Nollywood stories, and that's a fact. And we can expand by using distribution. Distribution is key. Netflix, all the Hollywood film houses, negotiate with them. Even if you don't get the best price for this show, make sure you check your contract, make sure you get it for your next film. So I think that's important, distribution. While I'm still alive, that's a very good question. Hope springs eternal with me, and I am optimistic about Nigeria. I think Nigeria is not what we all will think it will be. It's it's a country that needs to be more fluid. We have in diaspora a lot of powerful individuals and groups. I think we need to connect even more with those individuals and groups who need to invest in Nigeria. Our youth is very talented and is very able, but it's also very abundant. So we need to find a way to link up education, apprenticeship to these youth to give them something that is productive to work in. And that means expanding your mind as parents. It's not just doctors, lawyers, bankers that we need. We need artisans, we need creatives. And that's the most important point. It's a mind block. So for me, if we can work on Nigeria's mind psyche, and the taboos of we don't want our child to marry a musician. You know, even as a musician, you don't just have to be a rapper. You could be a music engineer. You could be a filmmaker. You could be an engineer that works with the technical aspects of editing. You could be a designer. There's so many aspects. So I say to my utopian Nigeria, learn from your brothers and sisters. International research online is very important. And for me, the dream is to see Nigeria as a fluid country of strength in Africa, where we're trading with African countries and we're using what we have as our asset. Technically, of course, we need Europe and America and everything, but we have it in Africa. We have it in Nigeria. So my beauty of Nigeria would be if we become our own Wakanda, working with other African states and enhancing our own GDP as well as our region and our continent's GDP working together. Gosh, my favorite, what's the first one? Food. As you can see, I like my food. I like a mixture actually. I like amala. I like yams. I swallow very well. Whether it's with ogbono soup, that's very good. But also, from my mother's river side, there's one seafood okra that my mom used to make. And I still strive to find that. I go and find that whenever I go away. In London, you have some nice Nigerian restaurants, and in Lagos, of course, as across Nigeria. But nothing like home cooking. When my wife makes me a nice, I suppose she makes a goosey for me, eba, and that's my staple. My best music, I love Afrobeats, of course, but predominantly I'm a Fela man. Ebenezer Obey. I like the old styles. And I also like Zaire music. There's high life that comes across Africa. But to be light to say I don't like Jimi Hendrix. I like Jimi Hendrix. He's a guitarist, a Native American, African American guitarist. I love his kind of music. So those are my mainstays. And Gorillaz and De La Soul are still very great music of mine. Those are my Spotify at the moment. What was the other question? I like wrestling. They used to call it Gidigbo back in the day, Yoruba wrestling. I used to love that. I haven't seen that much lately, but I like Nigerian wrestling. Obviously, we play good football. We're great footballers as well, globally. But you said Nigerian sports. Polo. Nigeria. I like Nigerian polo as well. To my young brethren and children of Nigeria, I say it's important hard work. Hard work, research, and belief in yourself. Obviously, times are very tough at the moment, and money is tight. But with your own creativity, you can build your empire from there. I always believe that from one's mind, you can make wealth, and you shouldn't give up. Obviously, if you're not very great at one thing, you find what you are great at. But always be honest with yourself and treat others how you want to be treated. And remember, collaboration is the key or the little sister of success. And always have a smile. Very important. That's what I say.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of art. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masque and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died, Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrosely University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
A very cold morning to you and welcome to the news. We are reaching live from our studios on Souq News Television. I am Oyepriye Krumale. The federal government is set to forfeit $4 million from a World Bank loan due to audit report on revenue reforms that did not meet international standards. The funds were tied to the Fiscal Governance and Institutions Project, a $103 million initiative aimed at improving public financial management through reforms at the Federal Inland Revenue Service and Nigerian Customs Service. According to the World Bank's June 2025 restructuring paper, 10 performance-based conditions were not completed before the project June 30th closing date. This led to a formal request to cancel $10.4 million, including allocations for technical assistance, a national budget portal, and a revenue assurance system. Despite this, the project recorded gains in non-oil revenue growth, budget transparency, and data publication. Now, Lagos State now generates over 19 gigawatts of off-grid electricity, surpassing Nigeria's entire grid-connected capacity of 4 to 5 gigawatts, according to the State of Africa's Infrastructure Report 2025 by the Africa Finance Corporation. The report noted that power generation is shifting outside national grids in Nigeria and South Africa, with industries and households relying on petrol and diesel generators due to unreliable supply chain. It stated that without urgent grid investment, the number of Africans without electricity could remain unchanged by 2030, despite a $40 billion commitment by the World Bank and Africa Development Bank to connect 300 million people. The report added that self-generated power common in industrial zones and commercial hubs remain costly and poorly tracked in official data. Moving on, Nigerian Railway Corporation has reassured the public that the Warri-Itakpe train service remains safe and fully operational. This follows a viral social media video claiming sabotage on the rail line. In a statement on Monday, the acting deputy director of public relations, Mr. Callistus Onyemadu described the video as misleading. He confirmed that a minor reel clip issue was discovered during routine inspection and swiftly fixed by the NRC maintenance team. Onyemadu emphasized that the affected train passed safely through the section and all safety protocols were upheld. He stated that the NRC's track and rolling stock are under constant monitoring and the public should rely only on the official communication. He called on Nigerians to ignore the viral message, noting that attempts to incite fear undermine development in the transport sector. And now, the National Identity Management Commission has enrolled 59,786 inmates across Nigeria's correctional centers and issued them national identification numbers. This achievement, made possible in partnership with the Nigerian Correctional Service, aligns with the federal government's renewed hope agenda to ensure no Nigerian is excluded from identity registration and access to digital and economic services. According to the Director General of the Commission, Abisoye Koka Udusote, 74% of inmates have been captured, with ongoing plans to reach the remaining population. The Commission also disclosed plans to begin ward-level enrollment nationwide while pushing to register 95% of the Nigerian population before the end of 2025. Moving on, the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria has introduced a new regulatory structure to drive business growth and professionalism in the pest control industry. During a stakeholder forum in Lagos, the Registrar and Chief Executive Officer, Dr. Yakubu Baba, stated that the 2025 regulatory work will clearly separate regulators from service providers to prevent conflict of interest and strengthen private sector investment in environmental health services. The new guideline positions the Environmental Health Council of Nigeria as the federal authority for licensing and professional standards, while state and local governments will handle operational permits and enforcement. Stakeholders, including the Pest Control Association of Nigeria, described the policy shift as a major step toward a more structured, competitive, and investment-friendly pest control industry in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. I am Oyepriye Krumale. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
The bank was totally gone, so there was nothing to say they had. But we still approached them and said we would like to take over this bank. The journey since 1997 has been one thing or the other, and I'm happy that many years down the line we look back and we're happy that we're audacious and bold to make them move at the time. That's why today in UBA, perseverance, resilience is a core virtue, a core attribute, a core value of ours, because we apply that early on in this journey. So that's how it all started.
Leadership, according to some Peters, entails vision, enthusiasm, trust, verve, passion, and consistency. If there's one man who graciously combines these virtues, the name Tony Elumelu comes to mind.
They say that success to a large extent is dependent on being at the right place at the right time. I say to people, my elder brother, who is 7 years older than me, he don't have gray hair. I have gray hair. My gray hair started from the merger because making it work, serving your customers, making sure that everyone in the universe of the institution, which was we have 428 branches at the time, that it was same level of service across board. Customers of Standard Trust Bank that were used to a certain level of service delivery, you will not want them to come to the new institution and have a drop.
From the womb of time, Tony Elumelu has been an embodiment of nobility and excellence. He remains one of the flying eagles and shining eggheads of the banking industry. The life and times of Tony is an inspiring tale. He is one Nigeria who is unmoved by material wealth and self-aggrandizement. Tony's noble qualities were on from his humble background. Growing up with 4 siblings in Jos Plateau State, the cowboy of the banking industry who hails from Anocha North local government area of Delta State, believed in the democratization of law combined with hard work. He began his career as a copier salesman. The Ambrose Ali University graduate of economics also bagged a master's degree in economics from the University of Lagos. In 2019, he received an honorary Doctor of Business degree from Bayero University, Kano.
Going to university, I just thought I wanted to be a businessman because my mom's brother, my mom and his brother were just 2 of them. So my uncle was a businessman, in Nigeria, and was quite successful at the time. And I was influenced. I thought he was very rich, and also I wanted to be a businessman, but not knowing whether just a businessman, you know what I mean? Because he was described then as a businessman. And but in the university, that was why I read economics, just to see. But in university, I got more enlightened because I knew more how things operated. And first degree, I was saying I just wanted a good job that would give me the start. But when I came to do my master's at Unilag, being in urban or Unilag, a lot happening at the time. And that was the era of new generation banks, a lot happening. Our friends, in banking, our friends, some got jobs in some banks. And so that's all of us who were doing masters at the time. I did masters in economics. Who were doing masters at the time, we just became interested and fascinated. We were interested in working in a bank. New generation bank, not old generation bank, not. And so that was how it all started. And we started applying for jobs in our banks. And I got, yes, at the master's level, it was clear I wanted to work in a bank. And yes, that was started. As in then, Santana was a posh guy. So they oppressed us in school, I must say. And then we too wanted to become the big boys in future with the brochures, suspenders, white shirt, dark suits, etc.
The growth and development of any institution is determined by the quality of its leadership. For Tony Elumelu, his sterling performance and leadership scorecard in the banking industry remains a reference point. He rose quickly to become the youngest bank branch manager at Allstate Trust Bank at the age of 36. He formed a coalition to acquire a distressed financial institution, Crystal Bank, and became its CEO, an action that earned him and his circle of peers the nickname the Cowboys of Banking.
In 1997, some of us came together and acquired a distressed financial institution. We acquired this financial institution, we turned it around, we set targets for ourselves, strategic plans, targets, if you have first year strategic intent, we want to make it a viable financial services company. Second year intent, we want to become a leading financial services group on the continent. And third financial intent, strategic intent to become a player in the global financial arena. As we all know, there's so much private global capital seeking the right investment destination. All it takes is for a leadership to show that this country is set for business and people come there. We want to move into an economy where they can invest freely as well as move their monies out when it comes for time for dividend and remittances and repatriation of a dividend. So I will continue to invest because of the signal that we see in the market, because of certain fundamentals that are right.
He audaciously led the largest merger in Africa between United Bank of Africa and Standard Trust Bank. Tony's fancy for red tie remains emblem of his appearance. He retired as CEO of United Bank for Africa in 2010. He is presently the chairman of Heirs Holdings, the United Bank for Africa, Transcorp, and founder of the Tony Elumelu Foundation.
I can't express how excited I am in words to be here and to be selected among the 1,000.
It's the opportunity for me to realize my dreams. So I go into business and start to make my way.
It challenges you to do things you never thought you could do.
Maybe if you'd have gone to a private school or an MBA, you must have paid a lot to get this kind of, enlightenment.
Ça me fait plaisir de voir des frères et sœurs qui veulent se rencontrer, se connaître, les partager et créer un réseau, peut-être le plus grand réseau africain.
Venho de Cabo Verde.
Je suis tunisien.
Je viens de la République du Bénin.
I'm from Edo State, Nigeria.
I'm from Ghana.
Zimbabwe.
Sudan.
From Rwanda. Gabon.
Uganda.
Senegal.
Niger. I'm from the Gambia.
Welcome and thank you for coming to Lagos. I'd like to start by congratulating all of you. You have done well. Most entrepreneurs are creative people. They have creative mindset. They're innovative. Those who dare to dream and who dare to innovate in Africa should have the opportunity to prove their innovation. And that is why we have $10,000 for these 10,000 Africans to help prove their concept and prepare them for bigger scale financial support. We don't give because we see it as a moral burden to just give charity. But we want to give people because we want to uplift them. We want them to be self-reliant. We want them to be fishermen. We want them to do what we are doing. We want them to prosper in life, become successful.
Tony made a tremendous contribution to giving back to the society. His selfless efforts and huge investment into humanity through the Tony Elumelu Foundation is widely adjured as the leading philanthropy empowering a new generation of African entrepreneurs, driving poverty eradication, catalyzing job creation across all 54 African countries, and increasing women economic empowerment. Since the launch of the entrepreneurship program in 2015, the foundation has trained over 1.5 million young Africans on its digital hub. Tony, the Nigerian economist, entrepreneur, and philanthropist, holds the Nigerian National Honors, the Commander of the Order of Nigeria, CON, a member of the Order of the Federal Republic, MFR. He has been responsible for creating business that are critical to Africa's economic development. He is a proponent of Africa capitalism, an economic philosophy which advocates for the private sector's commitment to Africa's development through long-term investment in strategic sectors of the economy that drive economic prosperity and social wealth award. He was awarded the Daily Times the Nigerian Man of the Year in 2016. He was honored with the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2019. He is also on the list of Time magazine's 100 most influential people of 2020. On October 11, 2022, Elumelu received the National Honor of Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Tony, as a staunch professional and chairman of Foremost Bank, may understandably runs a busy daily schedule like that of a bee, but he balances the equation with creating time for sports. His love for lawn tennis and football stands undeniable.
My good workout favorite, I think I would say that I like to jump on the sport. I love yoga, as you said. Yeah. But these days I'm trying to get in the group of planting.
Tony is not just a champion in the bank here. He equally balances the equation when it comes to family life.
For me, as a family man, though, I try to make sure I balance things. I try to make sure my family side does not suffer. In that process, I was also growing a family, having my kids and co. So, but everything came together.
Tony is happily married to Awele Vivian Elumelu, who is the chairperson of Harvey Medical Practice Limited. Vivian also oversees the healthcare investment of US Holdings. She holds a Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery degree from the University of Benin. The marriage was consummated in 1993 and blessed with 7 children. According to Forbes' list, Tony is among the top 10 richest entrepreneurs in Nigeria with a net worth estimated at $1 billion.
We don't just preach. We don't just theorize, we practice.
Tony has stooped to conquer not just in the banking industry, but in life. The strides of this living legend, popularly referred to as the Lion of Africa's financial industry, remains iconic.
So entrepreneurs who are listening, quick one, short one, straight to the point. Entrepreneurship is a long-term journey. Stop seeing it as a short-term goal. Long-term journey. Great companies, great and accomplished entrepreneurs did not make it in 1 year. They didn't make it in 3 years. It's a long-term journey. So move in, dare to dream, implement your dream, and stay focused.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilegbunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Lawyers are concerned about several issues when it comes to artificial intelligence, AI, including data, privacy, compliance, and job displacement. Will AI really take jobs away from lawyers? In this special report, Bayo Olaoye addresses one of those concerns, job displacement for lawyers, as a result of the introduction of artificial intelligence. Will artificial intelligence make lawyers jobless? The short answer to that question is no. There are 3 reasons why AI will not take away jobs from lawyers, according to experts. First, AI systems being developed for the legal industry are primarily co-pilots. Secondly, there are numerous tasks AI simply won't do because legal implications prevent it. For example, litigation. AI cannot make court appearances unless, of course, nations radically change their constitutions to allow robot lawyers to stand in court, which is highly unlikely. Additionally, for lawyers involved in strategic work, such as security, meeting new clients and existing ones, or serving on boards, AI cannot replicate the human touch. AI lacks the commercial acumen required to build relationship with clients and navigate complex problem-solving tasks. AI cannot engage in the strategic aspects of legal work that require understanding human behavior, negotiating, and making judgment calls. According to experts, AI systems built for the legal industry are designed to function as co-pilots, helping lawyers become more efficient but still requiring human oversight. For instance, AI can draft a clause for you, but as a lawyer, you must ensure that the clause makes sense. AI can assist with tasks like legal research, drafting legal documents, contract review, and identifying red flags. However, human involvement and judgment remain essential, as all systems, particularly large language models, can sometimes be confidently wrong. Despite its potential to assist in many areas, there are numerous tasks AI will not do for lawyers, either because it lacks the necessary capabilities or because it is unnecessary. Some might argue that AI makes lawyers more efficient. A law firm that would typically hire, say, 8 legal associates annually might now only need 5, using AI to assist those remaining associates. While that may be true in some cases, it does not necessarily mean lawyers are losing jobs, as AI will create new roles and open up career paths for lawyers, according to AI industry experts. For instance, AI companies build products for lawyers, require legal professionals just as much as they need AI researchers and engineers. Lawyers are domain experts who know the pinpoints and can guide the development of legal AI tools. In addition, there is the need for lawyers who will build a career in AI governance, working on AI policy auditing, AI existential skills, and AI enlightenment. In fact, lawyers will play a bigger role in AI governance than we can ever imagine. For instance, the AI alignment problem is one of the biggest challenges in the industry. There is ongoing research on whether we can solve the alignment problem using the law. As it is known, Law is the most democratic aggregation of human values. How do we evaluate the ability of AI systems to follow the law? Or how do we ensure that AI systems do not misinterpret the law in case of unforeseen contingencies? Humans have the Supreme Court to interpret laws when faced with complex scenarios. What will be the Supreme Court for AI systems? These are questions that require both lawyers and AI engineers alike to ensure compliance. In fact, universities are recognizing the growing need for lawyers to build careers in AI. Many institutions are now offering master's programs that focus on intersection of artificial intelligence and law, preparing the next generation of legal professionals for the evolving job market. To wrap up, while the rise of AI will undoubtedly transform the legal profession, it will not cause the widespread job loss that many fear. Instead, AI will make legal teams more efficient and open up new career paths for lawyers. Bayo Olaoye for Souq News.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas.
A very good morning to you. Many thanks for joining us today. I am Oyin Krumale. Welcome to another edition of Just Africa on Souq News Television, the program where we spotlight transformative solutions shaping the future of the African continent. Today, we turn our attention to a silent revolution that's redefining financial inclusion across the rural Africa. Mobile banking solutions. Now, from the remote villages of Kenya to the farmlands of Ghana, from Nigeria's informal market to the savannas of Uganda, millions who were once excluded from the conventional financial system are now participating in digital economies thanks to mobile banking innovations, pioneering platforms like M-Pesa in Kenya, MTN Mobile Money in Ghana and Uganda, Paga and OPay, including MoneyPoint in Nigeria, and EcoCash in Zimbabwe, have bridged the gap between the banked and the unbanked. But how sustainable are these platforms in driving rural empowerment, reducing poverty, and promoting economic resilience? Today on Just Africa, we're unpacking how mobile banking is more than a tech trend. It's a tool for inclusive growth. Stay with us as we explore these challenges, the breakthroughs, and the policy frameworks that can scale these solutions, not just only in the continent where we're beaming our line, but specifically in key individual countries. We need to assess their work, their functionalities, their operations to see if this tech trend is really as a wildfire as it's painted. I'm not the only one on the show this morning. Good morning to you, Lumide.
Good morning, Onyipri. How are you doing?
I'm fine.
A great topic we're talking about.
Looking at today.
I remember when I was in secondary school, yes, we had the conventional bank, but you had to actually go into the bank, stay in the queue, long queues, just to withdraw something as low as 2,000, 3,000. It was quite hectic that time, but over time, we brought the ATM came in, and then the mobile money and all that, and it made transactions seamlessly. I think one of the benefits of mobile money is financial inclusion, bringing the unbanked, creating a solution whereby the unbanked can have access, to money, especially in the rural areas. It saves cost, it saves traveling. Some rural areas, even some places in Ibadan, because I stayed in Ibadan when I was in school. So the area where I was, there was no bank there and all that. So you had to take a bike and all that. And there was a time I remember way back also when I was in Abuja, I went to a particular place, church, and they didn't have cash, so I had to take bike. Now, it was on a Sunday and all that, so ATMs were not opened. I was just roaming the whole area on a bike trying to get an ATM. But thanks to mobile money now, I also told you when I went to Ghana, when I found out that when I got to Ghana, you can't access more than $100, internationally. So what we had to do was send money to someone who would now give us cash.
Yes.
You send Nigerian naira to that man, he's an Alaji.
Okay, in Ghana.
In Ghana.
Okay.
Then he will now,
send Ghanaian cedi.
No, he will now send the CD to your phone, your mobile. I think this MTN mobile. Momo, they call it Momo.
Momo, MTN mobile money app.
So he will send it to my younger brothers.
Momo app on
wallet.
App.
Then he will now take it to the vendor and we get the cash. That was how we did it.
But it looks like it is a different situation in Nigeria. It looks like one mobile money platform is dominating Kenya, and that is M-Pesa.
Yes.
It looks like one mobile money platform is dominating Ghana,
yes,
which is the MTN mobile money app. But when it comes to Nigeria, the market is just
booming.
Open and it's booming. In fact, it's a competition.
Yes.
It's a very high-stake competition. And we could also notice and see that in Nigeria, we see where these mobile money apps, they do not only dominate the sector, but they've equally put the conventional banking system on their toes.
Yes.
In terms of competition and competitiveness, to the extent that even among themselves, we can see very few of them that are not as performing as the ones you find. If you can name a few, you can name Money Point.
Yes,
Opay,
Palmpay, Paga.
But there are others like Kuda.
Kuda, yes.
And there are others like First Money. So I'm thinking maybe like First Money is owned by First Bank of Nigeria. No, because I like to think that way. Maybe I need to make some more research to ascertain that because they name First Money. In Zimbabwe, they use Eco Cash. That's ECO, that sounds like Eco, like Eco Cash or Eco. So I was wondering, maybe it was opened by Eco Bank. Over there in Zimbabwe.
Because the name sounds similar.
Yes, it sounded that way, not just that, but because some Nigerian banks, have really gone outside the shores of Nigeria into other African countries. Because I'm sure if you go to some African countries, you're going to see First Bank there. You're even going to see some of these eco banks that we talked about. And they are very, very much widespread. But the thing is, if the conventional banking systems are having a tough time, or they are being put, on the edge because the mobile apps or the mobile money platforms are, very, very competitive.
Yes.
If that's the case, I think it would be reasonable for them equally to have such platforms that could attend to people in the rural areas, most especially during this inclusive drive for banking and for cash. One advantage that I see in this is that it reduces the use of the physical cash, which is...
Has it really?
I think it has. I think it has to an extent, because even though the government is using Lagos State, in Nigeria, it was using Lagos State, Abuja, Rivers State, Kano, as the pioneer about maybe 7, if not 10 years ago, as the pioneer phase for bringing in the no cash policy. It was using these states as the frontier states to do an experiment for the no cash policy. And if it's in Lagos, I can say to an extent we have moved far. But there are some other places in Nigeria you go to, they just can't accept that you needed to transfer money. They only believe it, and when they see physical cash, and not just that, because they believe sometimes some of the challenges that they are faced with is lack of access to a mobile phone or lack of access to internet, and of course infrastructure, telecommunications infrastructure that need to be sited in strategic locations across the country to make the mobile money system and reform more applicable, and so that it can really, like a river, overflow the whole Nigeria. But that's not only in Nigeria, but it looks as if we are making huge strides in Nigeria more than other African countries.
You know, one of the things that made these mobile money platforms more acceptable is that the efficiency. If you go to the market and you want to pay for something, I think they would rather tell you, send it to my OP. And I've asked so many times, and they say it's faster. They get their alert faster than when you send it to the conventional banks. I don't know how true that is, but that has always been the case. Most people prefer you send it to these mobile money apps because they feel they receive it faster. But you know, when we get our guest, I would also like to ask, how reliable is this mobile money
platform?
How reliable? I remember there was an allegation back then that people were saying, "Oh, remove your money from a particular app that they are about to close down." Then there was a report that said, "No, they are not closing that." But these rumors filter. It filters the society and all that, and we really need to know how reliable are they. Then again, I think one of the things that even made it more acceptable was when we had the introduction of soft loans, where these loan sharks, when they came in, they had this enticing, offers that borrow so amount, and in 7 days you pay, and people went in, but we all saw the downside of it, unsolicited messages were being sent to their contacts and all that. And the FCCPC had to step in at a point to really put a stop to that and restrict these people from doing this. So, it has its ups and downs, but so far, I think the advantages outweighs the disadvantages.
Okay, so something very critical that you referenced is this, that where there was, if the mobile banking, we're going to speak to our guests concerned, if they are reliable or they are not reliable. Do remember that there was this clash between the mobile money platforms and the conventional banking system. And the conventional banking systems, they were, playing the card to paint the mobile apps or the mobile banking platform as unreliable, that your monies are not safe if you put your money there. And that's because, I think, the mobile banking apps, really put the conventional banking platforms to the test. That
put them on their toes.
On their toes, that look, we will take this industry from you. And we could see the bickering here and there. Legislations were being thrown out here and there, and they were saying, if you put your money here, you are going to lose it. Stop doing that. And but you know what? The more they came out with that, what will I call it, conspiracy, the more people keep finding the mobile money platforms reliable. So now I think it is incumbent, if not, the CBN is already doing that, where they have put rules and regulation in place to make sure that this mobile money platforms are equally regulated, so that we will not hear cases of bankruptcy and people cutting away with other person's money. Well, you're still watching Just Africa, and we are reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. We'll have our guest join us after this break. Do join us again.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
When you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home to the Nigerian arts and the culture at large. From annual big shows like the Lagos Theatre Festival, Celebration at the Lagos Poetry Festival, to local festivals that celebrate literature, music and arts, Freedom Park is one of the most visited recreational sites in Lagos, for both local and tourist people alike. A place to mingle, unwind, or simply just have fun. Freedom Park, however, hasn't always been a place of fun and games. It has a history that dates to 1861, when Lagos was made a British colony. In 1885, Freedom Park was built as a fortified prison from imported bricks. It was referred to as Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison. Some prominent political prisoners were held in the prison, people such as Herbert Macaulay, Michael Imodu, and Obafemi Awolowo. In 1979, Her Majesty's Broad Street Prison was destroyed, reduced to a dumping ground. It was later rebuilt in the 1990s, celebrated in 2010, Nigeria's 50th Independence Day. Freedom Park still holds a bit of its history within its walls. In the museum, where there are pictures and artifacts. Some of the old prison facilities have been converted into leisure facilities that people visit and enjoy today.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Very good morning to you once again and welcome to Just Africa. We are reaching you live from our studios. And now we move to the second aspect of our conversation where we have a guest joining us on the program in Just Africa. We are talking about rural mobile banking in the continent of Africa and its developmental phase. We're looking at different phases and how it has impacted the economy. We welcome Mr. Sam Orowoje, who's an international public affairs analyst.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome to the program.
My pleasure to be here.
Yes, please. So we're looking at the conversation, the topic. I'm sure you're aware of the topic we're conversing or talking about, rural banking in the continent of Africa and how this must have impacted development in different phases, and most especially in the banking sector or in the financial inclusive aspect of it. What's your perspective? First of all, when you look at rural banking or inclusive banking, using mobile banking as an instrument for inclusiveness.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. We have to make a distinction between the two concepts that you just mentioned, rural banking and rural mobile banking. There's a distinction between the two. Okay. When you talk about rural banking, most of the rural area across Africa are underbanked. That means most banking facilities are not domiciled in the rural areas. But thankfully, with rural mobile banking facility in terms of new apps that have been developed in most recent time, then banking penetration into the rural communities has improved, what you call financial inclusion services, where rural communities can have access to some facility online where they can do their banking transaction. But when you talk about rural banking in particular, the penetration of banks into rural community is still a far cry in terms of developmental effort in Africa. But with innovation in terms of financial inclusion, using online mobile application, this has gotten into the rural community where transactions can be made. By the same token, with this improvement, that will improve on the economic prosperity. On the long run, it will increase on economic growth. Therefore, the rural online banking facility has come to stay, and there are great improvement across Africa. But maybe as we progress the conversation, be able to speak to specific part of Africa where we have a kind of penetration when you talk about rural banking, particularly from an online perspective.
Okay. So why, could you please, from your perspective, how would you look at the way the inclusive banking in rural, let's just say, yes, inclusiveness in the financial sector, most especially with banking. They are using the non-conventional system, which is the Kuda, the Money Point, the OPACE that we know about, and the conventional banks. It looks like the conventional banks were asleep. And these inventions or innovations that you spoke about, when they came in, that was when the rural bank, the conventional banks woke up and they had to copy the technology that was used by these fintechs. So how would you describe that penetration, most especially in Nigeria, that you can make comparisons with Rwanda or Kenya?
No, I think the point here is that the traditional banking institutions, when you look at the cost of putting a branch in a rural environment, it was very, very high. So they couldn't penetrate to some of those rural communities across Africa because the cost of entry into those rural was expensive for the bank, because if you look at the customer profile and the kind of transaction that take place in those rural areas, cannot justify the investment in the branch network. So that's on the one hand. On the other hand, with regulatory framework that has been put in place across various countries in Africa in terms of financial inclusion, and with the outcome of telecom that has improved transactions, whether traditional or not traditional bank, these online facilities has been able to bring to speed the level of financial inclusion or service in rural communities. Therefore, whether the traditional banks or the financial tech industry that are using online penetration strategy to get into the rural community, the banks or the traditional banks have equally imbibed those elements. But they still have their niche in the market, because where some of the traditional banks can get into, some apps have been developed in a way that it can benefit the rural communities. And some of the greatest examples in Africa, number one, come from Kenya. There's a conventional system that has been developed over the years in Kenya that has over 80% penetration into the rural community. It's called M-Pesa. M-Pesa means you can have a code and you can get into a bus, you can get into a motorcycle, what they call boda in East Africa, and you're able to pay with a code with M-Pesa without necessarily having any issue. Whether you have a basic phone, not necessarily a high-tech phone, you're able to render service. In Uganda, you have what they call a savings. Then in Rwanda, you have the Momo, which is being powered by one of the telecom company. I don't want to mention particular names because I will not be responsible for the payments of advert for those companies. Well, I'm not their spokesperson. So the point I'm making is that there's a greater penetration, particularly in East Africa, in terms of banking getting into the rural community. Produce and commodities are paid for using this mechanism, and they're able to bring their produce to the city center from the farm gate, which in effect improve productivity, or what you might call national productivity or a continental productivity. So the online banking mechanism in terms of rural penetration has really done well, thereby even reducing to a very large extent a multidimensional poverty. So, and there's a relationship between lack of financial penetration and the level of poverty in some communities in Africa. In that regard, therefore, rural banking, there's improvement. We're not there yet, but we need to put more investment so that rural communities can be integrated. But then the challenge here is the challenge of infrastructure in terms of telecommunication penetration, in terms of electricity penetration. We need to improve on power supply, telecom, so that we can improve on rural banking, particularly from online perspective.
Thank you very much. I would like you to shed light more on digital literacy. You know, some of these rural dwellers, they don't have they need basic training on mobile financial tools. And so how do we bridge this gap, basically? And secondly, you also mentioned telecommunications. We also have connectivity issues. How do we resolve this in the rural areas?
Yeah, to a very large extent, some of the financial tech industry and the regulatory framework in terms of financial inclusion provide basic education in terms of rural community able to use just a basic phone. I talked about M-Pesa a little while ago, which is a huge success in terms of rural banking in Africa. So the rural community has been trained on how to use a basic phone to access financial services. And those operators have gone from community to community where they train people in terms of how to use that. But then a follow-up to your question, government just need to improve in terms of penetration of power and telecom into those areas. For example, in Rwanda, the basic means of communication in some rural community is a motorcycle, where even an average rider would not even want to take cash from you. He just gives you his Momo number, and before you strike your buttons, the guy is already on the move. That shows the high level of, to a large extent, the digital literacy that is involved to a limit when it comes to transactions. So basic transactions, rural communities are just trained on how to use those codes. The complexity of what you do with your online banking in the city may not be as complex as what happens in terms of financial inclusion. But in terms of basic education on how to drive those processes of financial inclusion, the education is in place, and the rural communities are able to use that to effect payment, and where even their commodities or products leave the farm gate, as it were, some of the major agents that take those products for them equally pay them, and they receive their financial transaction online, and they acknowledge the receipts. So, but what we just need to do as a continent is to scale up this process in order to impart productivity in terms of financial and improving on the poverty level, and that can translate to economic growth, which will, in the long run, improve on economic prosperity of an average African.
Okay, so when we mention names of African countries, whether we're mentioning Kenya or we are mentioning Ghana, what we most times look at, we just mentioned one name, Momo, which is championed by one of the telecommunication companies in Africa. When we mention M-Pesa, we know it is championed by some subsidiary from Safaricom, which is the major telecom service provider in Kenya and some East African nations, including South African countries. But when you come to Nigeria, we have plethora of names. We have so many names of this mobile. So how would you, if you make comparison, would you say Nigeria is belling the cat? Or just why is it like that, that maybe Nigeria is a market for as many of these companies that can find operationalization here?
No, the point here is that if you look at the population size of Nigeria vis-a-vis some other African country, we're over 200 and something million people. From that perspective, therefore, a number of operators are in line with the size of the population. So we have a plethora of online banking system, but your question initially was focused on rural mobile banking, and that's why I made example of some of those strong financial inclusion service provider. But Nigeria is an open heaven, so to speak, in terms of online banking. The African Union has attested to that in the last 2 months in terms of digital illiteracy, financial inclusion. Nigeria is way up there. But when you talk about rural penetration, to a very large extent, we need to improve on the infrastructure network to be able to get more of rural banking. But there's a plethora of online infrastructure that support financial inclusion. But for marketing purposes, I may not be able to mention specific names. There are many. Some are run by the traditional banking institutions who have made investment in that sector. I remember somebody speaking sometime in the past that any traditional bank that do not embrace some of this financial inclusion may do that at its own peril. So there's a congruence of both traditional banking system and this online banking system to reach the banking public. Therefore, we need to improve on the infrastructure. The regulatory framework is already there. The control mechanism in terms of banking supervision by Central Bank of Nigeria in particular, and other central banks in Africa have put processes in place to regulate the practice, particularly the credit regime, which is unwholesome from those institutions. When you take money, there are canons of lending, and there are ways you recover money. But many use sharp practices in terms of how to recover this money by reaching out to people who are in your domain. And I think the Financial Intelligence Agency has come in that regulatory framework to be able to control the way they do their recovery mechanism to get their loans back. But we are not there yet as a continent. We'll continue to improve. Those who are in charge of advocacy for financial service inclusion must up their game so that we can increase the percentage in terms of inclusion from 80 to 90 and getting to the peak of that financial inclusion services, which, like I mentioned earlier, will improve on economic growth, economic prosperity, particularly from the rural community where most of the commodity, that we consume in the city centers are produced in the rural areas. So they need to get in here, and everybody will be happy at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Now, about 60% of African population live in rural areas. So my question now is, do you see a situation whereby the conventional banks and the mobile money banks come together in collaboration? Or do you feel that this competition or the race to get unbanked customers, do you see it as a healthy one that might, in the long term, bring about some change on both sides?
First and foremost, banking is a business. That's what you call bank viability. For a bank to go into a rural community, must look at the viability of putting the infrastructure in the rural community. And the bank has an average, maybe 5 to 10 years payback period of that rural bank that has been put in place. But more often than not, with technology, you may not need the physical infrastructure, as it were, to be able to go into the rural area. So more investment will be made in terms of online banking facility. But then, to what extent can we penetrate the rural area is dependent on how government can create an enabling environment in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of incentive for banks to be able to go into those areas by investing in telecom infrastructure in those rural communities. So you don't need to put a big branch network in a particular place to be used to access banking. Then we need to dovetail into what we call the cooperative and microfinance banking sector, which are closest to rural community. To what extent can some of the traditional invest in microfinance bank, put up some incentive for cooperative collectors, what we call the thrift man who goes from one market to the other on a market day to collect money. How do we galvanize these processes into a core banking sector with a regulatory framework where both rural communities and the urban community can benefit from financial services? Because financial services is a hub of all transactions. So once you are able to penetrate everywhere, whether they are traditional, whether they are online, then we improve on the economic growth and everybody will be happy, like I mentioned earlier.
Okay, so one thing I want to consider is the fact that the traditional banking system, first of all, they didn't engage. Now they have the apps, even in their bank apps, now they are all the services that the non-conventional platforms are using to extend to the unbanked community is being adopted. Before the non-conventional system came up with this before they came up with this innovation, the traditional platforms had, stood back. They've been relaxed and complacent to an extent. Now, now we are talking about. You just said that government will need to make infrastructure available to those unbanked communities, to the rural areas. But recently, for Nigeria as an example, we just increased telecom's tariff by 50%. And for what these non-conventional banking networks, what they want to exist in the rural areas is just a mast that provides internet access and telecommunication access for the telecoms to be able to have phones, to have phone services in those unbanked areas. That's just all they need. And they would drive that inclusiveness bring to the unbanked. So now that the government has increased or give NCC has given the leverage to service providers, telecom service providers, to increase their charges by 50%. We should be seeing more of this inclusive banking, really having it spread in the rural areas. Do you share that perspective?
Why not speaking for the telecom industry? They are in business to stay. We just talked about the challenge of infrastructure. The massive investment made by the telecom sector to be able to drive the process of telecom penetration in terms of cost structure to those businesses is so high. So those tariffs are increased in line with the current reality of those operating in the sector, because the infrastructure deficit and the kind of investment they make in terms of buying diesel to run their infrastructures across various communities is very high. Therefore, from an economic point of view, a business point of view, that increment was in line with their business reality. So what is more important is that the federal government of Nigeria in particular and some other African country has rural electrification schemes targeting rural development. So from that point of view, the government needs to make a massive investment in those sectors to be able to reduce the cost of operation in those areas. So in other words, once there's an improvement in the infrastructure, particularly in those rural communities, the cost of operation within the sectors will come down. That's on the one hand. Number two, the traditional banks did not really sit back. Technology is an evolving element. So when new technologies come, banks need to sit back at the boardroom to make new investments into those sectors. So constantly they are making investment in terms of digital penetration on the one hand. And most banks too, because of the universal banking license they have equally invested in microfinance banks. Some financial inclusion service providers are owned by some of these conventional banks in order to be able to get to those catchment area where traditional banking services can't get into. So they are evolving, they are embracing financial inclusion. Some of them have departments that deals with that. So from a regulatory perspective, the government need to get an investment in terms of rural electrification, in terms of rural telephony, so that people can have access to digital services, which will enable the financial inclusion. I think, in my view, I think it's work in progress. And I think in another 2 or 3 years from now, we'll get to a level where that service delivery in terms of financial service inclusion will be up there in Africa. A lot of countries are making massive investment. 10 years ago, when we talk about financial inclusion, it looks like as if we are daydreaming, but we're there, and the penetration is improving day by day.
Great. Okay.
All right, just one more question before we go on a break. In your own opinion, how can mobile banking services be integrated into something like cross-border payments in the ECOWAS or East African regions?
I think some major service provider, I'm careful because of marketing issues. I don't want to mention specific names because I'm not the publicist who is here to speak on their behalf. The African Free Trade Agreement has made some framework that enable people to trade across Africa without necessarily using the traditional banking institutions system, where your goods can be paid for in your local currency. But then the question would be, to what extent can we scale up these processes? So people are doing trade across region, across the continent, based on new imperative of financial inclusion, where people can, whose services, so you buy some clothing material shipped from here to possibly Cairo in Egypt, and somebody is paying you from Egypt with the Egyptian pounds, and you get your money in Nigerian naira. So those kind of schemes are already there, where the rate of conversion based on the financial element, on the daily trading, whether in the commodity, whether in the FX, whether in the stock market, you're able to convert your earnings at the speed of time based on the actual day calculations, and you get your money in local currency. But then, follow up to your question, we need to scale more so that we can improve on intra-African trade We are over 1.4 billion people. So if we're able to improve on this, that will enhance economic growth and a greater prosperity for a greater majority of Africans.
All right. You're still watching Just Africa, rather. We're going to break. When we return, we'll look at some of the challenges, peculiar challenges. We could see credit facilities being extended to rural women and how, if this has worked well or has worked against it, the whole system. We're going to break. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Elon Musk is a visionary entrepreneur leading innovative ventures in technology, space exploration, electric vehicles, and renewable energy. Musk was born on June 28, 1971 to a South African engineer and his mother, a Canadian model and nutritionist in Pretoria, South Africa. His talents for computers and entrepreneurship emerged early, and at age 12, he created and sold a video game. Musk studied physics and economics at Queen's University and the University of Pennsylvania. In 1995, Musk founded Zip2, sold to Compaq for $307 million. He also co-founded X.com, which became PayPal, acquired by eBay for $1.5 million in 2002. Driven by a vision for humanity's multiplanetary future, Musk founded SpaceX in 2002, developing affordable rockets to support International Space Station mission and NASA's Artemis program. He became a major investor in Tesla 2004, launching electric vehicles like Roadster, Model X, and Model 3. Tesla unveiled the Cybertruck, beginning deliveries in 2023. Musk acquired X, formerly known as Twitter, in 2022, aiming to enhance future and transparency. Musk has at least 12 children from multiple relationships, including Justin Wilson, Tallulah Riley, Grimes, and Siobhan Zilis. Through SpaceX, Tesla, and other ventures, Musk shapes technology and innovation globally, and his influence extends beyond business into politics and culture.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. We are looking at financial inclusiveness, penetrating the rural areas using mobile banking platforms. We still have Sam Oroje who joins us in the program. Now, before the break, I said we are going to, when we are back from the break, we'll be looking at issues that have to do with some form of challenges. I know during the course of your speaking, you had addressed some of the challenges that have to do with a low level of infrastructure and internet services. But let's look at providing credit facilities to some of the rural, let's say rural women who carry out subsistence farming, and to an extent they need to move some of their products, the one they need to sell, back to the urban areas, and they need to be paid. Do you think that this mobile banking system has solved issues of credit facility and easy payment system?
I think when it's credit repayment or credit facilities, the level of integrity of the rural women in particular from research in Africa is wholesome. Women in particular have a high level of repayment of credit that has been extended to them for farming, for little production at the rural community. So in terms of credit history repayment, rural communities are better than the rural people who have access to credit. But I think, if I understand your question correctly, is that to what extent with financial inclusion or financial penetration impact on the rural women in terms of having access to cash to improve on their businesses? If that is a question, I think a lot of microfinance banks, the reports are all over the place, that once credit facilities are extended to women via cooperative trade society, the repayments are always very quick. So what we should be thinking about is the level of credit that should be given to rural women to upscale whatever they are doing at the rural level so that their return on investment will increase as well. What comes into the urban area will equally increase based on their economic activity. Mind you, the informal sector, even particularly the rural community, are the major driver of the economy. So if you target them in terms of financial inclusion, it will improve on national productivity, economic growth, economic development, and economic prosperity for an average African. So, like we mentioned, the challenge is for government to constantly open up the rural areas. They have policy framework. To what extent can we benefit from this policy framework? And the government from time to time need to do monitoring and evaluation to see to the extent to which this policy work for the rural community. The challenges are there, but we are human first and foremost to tackle challenges. So to what extent are we able to tackle those challenges? And I do know about 20 years back where we are in terms of financial service delivery, that's not where we are. So in another 10 years, with the advent of artificial intelligence, machine tools, and all kinds of technology coming into play, we need to innovate to be able to get to that levels of financial inclusion, particularly providing credit schemes. Some development banks equally have rural credit, like Bank of Industry, that's a government agency, so we can mention the name, have various schemes. You have the Agricultural Development Credit Bank. You have the Agricultural Trust Fund that makes kind of credit or guarantee credits on behalf of cooperatives, even some individual nano enterprise. They're able to assess some of those. And even from perspective of association, you have Association of Small and Medium Business Owner that equally package some credit facilities for their members.
Okay. All right, thank you very much. Just out of my own thoughts, I would like to give your opinion. Looking at mobile money banks, services and all that, are there any risk of fraud or data theft? Do you see how secured are these mobile money banking services?
I think it will be the responsibility of the mobile money banking service provider to protect their ecosystem. So there's nowhere, even the traditional banking, where you can eliminate fraud. So I think what we should be talking about, what are the kind of fireworks that the IT department have to protect, first and foremost, the data of those who borrow from them. That's very critical. And that's what the Financial Service Intelligence was able to do in the last 2 years, where you collect maybe a 10,000, a 20,000 naira from a money loan app, and maybe there's a default, maybe there's a mismatch with what you're expecting, a mismatch. Maybe you're expecting a revenue to pay when it's due, and the money did come through within 1 week. If it's a normal banking practice, you just need to write to your creditor that there's a mismatch and that it should be repackaged in line with the interest element. But then everybody within your network is aggregated, and they send messages that are unwholesome. And I think that's going into the privacy of people, open people's data to all kinds of persons. So we need to protect data from the point of regulatory framework that is being done, and the bank to secure their risk portfolio is to see how they can control their ecosystem so people don't get in there. So you can only minimize fraud. You cannot eradicate fraud. Even the most controlled institutions across the group equally have fraud. So you can only minimize it because you have what we call insider abuse, where people have kind of information they take advantage of and they are involved in fraud. But all the agencies that are involved will be able to do. I think to a very large extent, they have what it takes to control their risk in terms of theft, in terms of data theft, and in terms of guaranteeing their asset, that's the loans that they give out.
Okay, so finally, in wrapping up, there are still some people who feel putting your money in the bank, either in the traditional banking platforms or in the online or mobile banking platforms, their orientation has been tailored to feel that their monies are not safe. So they are still keeping back their money under their pillows at home or one box, then they push it under their beds. And they've given several excuses to that. And to that effect, the Central Bank of Nigeria said that the money in circulation in the country, they are still trying to cut down about the amount of money in circulation, the physical cash in circulation in the country. So, and they said most of the monies are in the hands of these persons who keep back physical cash in their houses. Finally, what would be your advice to that?
I think from the perspective of central bank, education, from the perspective of commercial bank, education, microfinance bank, other fintech that operate in that industry, just need to put more education in the marketplace that when you put your money back at home, it does not improve on the entire banking system. So we need to educate more people that when they put their money into the formal channel of financial services, their money are secured. But mind you, some people have made some decision putting their money somewhere where they don't have sufficient knowledge, and those money went down the drain. And there's a particular company that's under investigation, I won't mention the name, that is being investigated by the Central Bank, Security and Exchange Commission, in terms of a lot of money that went through the systems, they were fraudulent in practice. So what you need financial advice to be able to ask questions. Where do I keep my money? The monies are saved, whether in fintech, people will make deposits. If we don't make deposits into those places, there will be no money to be given out as credit. So constantly, education will help to bring the monies that people put in their tank, in their underground tank, under their bed, under their pillow. Just education will help that.
Thank you so much. It's Just Africa. We've been having conversation about mobile banking platforms across Africa, and we're glad we had the presence of Mr. Samaru Wojie, who is both a public and international affairs analyst, joining us this morning to do justice to the conversation. Thank you so much for your time, Mr. Sam.
Thank you.
Well, on that note, we have come to the end of the show, and we're drawing the curtain right here on the program. It's Just Africa, and we are signing out, but we are not leaving you alone. We leave you in the hands of our, I call them, North Africans from Egypt, and they are bringing you uniqueness of Africa. Do have yourself a great day.
It's been a pleasure staying with us on Just Africa. I am Olumide Shokoya. Do you have yourself a lovely day.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody everybody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Egypt is a living museum where the past and present come together in a remarkable dance, and it is more than simply a nation. Egypt, which is well known around the world for its pyramids, pharaohs, and the magnificent Nile, is still transforming its rich historical legacy into a vital source of economic expansion and pride in the country. Egypt is a vibrant African country that is leveraging its historical heritage, tourism, the Suez Canal, agriculture, and a growing digital economy to drive its future. Let's start with tourism, which continues to be Egypt's most valuable economic driver. Egypt is home to more than 1/3 of the world's antiquities, and Cairo, Luxor, Aswan, and Alexandria welcome millions of visitors each year. Beyond its aesthetic value, the Great Pyramids of Giza, the Valley of Kings, and the soon-to-open Grand Egyptian Museum serve as economic hubs that support employment, foreign exchange, and Egypt's place on the world cultural map. Egypt has recovered quickly despite international disturbances like the COVID-19 epidemic, with current tourism receipts surpassing $13 billion. However, as visitors all at history, international trade passes via Egypt's Suez Canal, one of the most important sea lanes in the world. The canal is a vital bypass for international commerce, connecting the Mediterranean Sea to the Red Sea across a distance of 193 kilometers. Suez Canal tolls brings in billions of dollars for Egypt each year, more than $9 billion in 2023 alone, making the canal more than simply a historical site. It is a vital component of international trade. The Suez Canal Economic Zone, a center for commerce, logistics, and industry, was likewise fueled by the canal. Agriculture comes next, especially near the Nile. Important products including wheat, rice, cotton, and dates are grown in the lush Nile Valley and Delta. Citrus fruits, particularly oranges, which are highly sought after in Europe and the Middle East, are among Egypt's biggest exports worldwide. Innovations in irrigation and climate-smart farming are growing, and agriculture still contributes to national food security and rural lives. Infrastructure and energy are also changing quickly. By exporting liquefied natural gas to Europe and other countries, Egypt has established itself as a new energy center in Africa and the Mediterranean. This change includes the Zohr gas field, one of the biggest in the Mediterranean. In addition, Egypt is developing smart cities, high-speed rail, and new administrative capitals, while investing in solar energy through initiatives like the Bendon Solar Park, Africa's largest. Not to be overlooked is Egypt's creative economy. The film industry in Cairo is sometimes referred to as the Hollywood of the Arab world, and pop culture in North Africa and the Middle East has long been influenced by the Egyptian literature, music, and television. Young Egyptian creatives are already establishing new industries, such as tech companies and fashion. Thanks to the growth of social media and digital storytelling, Egypt has geopolitical weight due to the advantageous location at the intersection of Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. Its position as a continental power is further supported by its participation in peacekeeping missions, commercial agreements such as COMESCA and the African Continental Free Commercial Area, AFCFTA, and regional diplomacy. However, the way Egypt skillfully combines innovation with tradition is what really makes it stand out. It is one of the few African countries where a more than 5,000-year-old civilization still shapes its economy and reputation outside. Egypt continues to leverage its history to forge a strong and aspirational future, whether it's a software entrepreneur in Cairo, or a relic in a museum, or a ship across the Suez. This is Just Africa, and I am Chike Okolo.
Directors, President, Nigerian Guild of Editors, distinguished editors, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Chairman, as part of your engagement to engage with various stakeholders, you have met with various groups, and another critical group that you are meeting today are members of the Nigerian Guild of Editors. Of course, you had a meeting with NUG, where they selected journalists from states of the Federation, where you share your vision and also seek for their support. It's the same thing we are here to do. Editors, before you is the chairman of the ICPC. Before becoming the chairman of ICPC, he was the Commissioner of Justice in Jigawa State. And he has a vision that he intends to unveil, or he wants you to help him so that he achieve this vision. Dr. Musa Ali San is currently pursuing a vigorous restructuring of the ICPC that requires your support, your understanding. And that is why I came to Lagos purposely to meet with you and to seek for that support. Distinguished editors, I present you as one of you. I present you the chairman of ICPC and Dr. Musa Ali San. Mr. Chairman, you are welcome, sir.
The management staff of ICPC, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm really happy and delighted to be in the midst of these distinguished Nigerians. And I have to say that we at ICPC, we really cherishes and greatly values the partnership with you all, because we know that you are really great and valuable because of the role which our Grand Norm has given to the media. And there is no doubt that your dedication to exposing corruption and enhancing our efforts has been crucial in fostering a more transparent society. And our decision to come here today is part of our determination to strengthen our partnership. That's why this breakfast meeting is not merely an event, but a reaffirmation of our shared mission to combat corruption and uphold integrity in Nigeria. And your support for the ICPC in delivering its statutory mandate, including its robust activities and initiatives in fighting corrupt practices and other related offenses in Nigeria, is really commendable, because you have been really helpful in enlightening Nigerians about the problem of corruption. And I'm personally filled with gratitude that the media has continued to positively boost the ICPC's anti-corruption public communication efforts. Your investigative reports, analysis, and overall dedication to truth have helped in exposing corrupt practices, because there are a lot of stories that you published which help us in our investigation. And most of these stories, they have led us to discovering some massive challenges that is facing, or that are facing our public sector. And if I may recall, there is one whereby it has to do with our youth. The contract is supposed to be executed for the benefit of our youth, but the humongous amount of money was diverted. And it was as a result of one of you we discovered the challenge. So I thank you for the contribution. As we salute your commitment to the crusade against corruption, ICPC under my leadership is really serious to ensure that sustenance and heightening of our collaboration with you. And the media is not merely an observer, you are a frontline partner in the fight. And over the years, ICPC has adopted a strategic communication approach in line with Section 36 of the 1999 Constitution as amended and Section 27, Sub 4 of the ICPC Act. And these laws ensure the protection of suspects' rights while remaining strict, diligent, and stern in our actions. And ICPC will remain resolute in propagating the rule of law and protecting human dignity. And also, ICPC under my leadership prioritizes the protection of whistleblowers and the integrity of investigations. And transparency is a cornerstone of our work, and we will continue to provide verified information through official channels, which include press releases, newsletters, and our digital platforms. May I quickly review some of our engagement last year? Last year, because I was the Attorney General, and I rallied my former colleagues, we had a meeting in Abuja whereby we look at the challenge of corruption at subnational. We reviewed the problems and also agree that we need to work together. As a former Attorney General, I know that they are critical because they are the chief law officers of the states. That is why I engaged them, and after the meeting we had in Abuja, we started the zonal engagement. We had one in Kano for the Northwest, where we discussed challenges around corruption within the zone. And also this year we are going to the other geopolitical zones to have similar deliberations. And also in September this year we are going to sit down and review what we have done to see how can we partner. Because I feel the attorneys general are critical. And as chief law officers, they need to work together with us, because by Section 15 of the Constitution, all of us are supposed to put hand on deck in order to fight corruption and also to see how can we tackle abuse of office. And also, I had an engagement with Nigerian Institute of the NIPR, the Nigerian Union of Journalists, ICANN, Nigerian Bar Association, and various stakeholders on how can we partner in the fight against corruption. Because no single entity can fight corruption. We need to work together. So that is why I reach out to various stakeholders to ensure that we are on the same page. And last year, we were able to reach out fiscally 1,458,000 individuals through our 579 sensitization exercise conducted under our community engagement programs. And we issued about 188 press releases. And also the Commission experienced increased followership in our social media platforms. And also we introduced what we call ethics pods, a podcast, whereby we are sensitizing Nigerians around the issue of corruption. And also, there is no way we can succeed without having planning. Our strategic action plan 2024 to 2028 was unveiled last year, whereby we gathered stakeholders and discussed it, because that will be our focus on how we can work. And our strategic action plan is in line with the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, which has 5 pillars: corruption prevention, issue of enforcement and punishment, ethical orientation, and also enlisting public support of Nigerians, so that, and also recovery of proceeds of crime and management. And this is the area whereby we have upscaled our activities to see that we trace, recover, and manage the process of crime, and also to remit it back to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, so that we won't allow those allegedly took away what did not belong to them to go away with it. Because if you allow them, once they accumulate the process of crime, no doubt they will use it and also to fight back. And also they will deprive Nigerians with what they are supposed to have in the issue of infrastructure. So that's why we focus seriously in that area of recovery of process of crime. And also ICPC, as you know, that it has laudable programs. And one of the key issues which I focus is that I ensure that I consolidate all what the previous chairman of ICPC have done, from late Justice Mustafa Akambi to Professor Wasoni. I ensure that all their programs are intact, and I'm building up, so that I want to ensure that we maintain that organizational culture of ICPC, and also for me to enhance what they did, most especially to focus on digital transformation, because this is an area whereby we need to use technology in the fight against corruption, most especially in the area of analytics, artificial intelligence, that we'll be able to analyze huge data. And I'm sure you are aware of the constituency and executive project tracking, which ICPC is well known about it. And I know last year we were able to track over 1,500 projects, which has value of over 600 billion naira. And so that at least Nigerians can get good quality projects that is in the budget. And also the Ethic and Integrity Compliance Scorecard, which is an initiative of ICPC, which measure institutions' adherence to ethical standards. We released the results, and I have seen the impact, because most of head of agencies that have not done well, they reach out. Chairman, why? What are our challenges? Can you help us to see that we overcome these problems? Which is really good, because I have never thought that it will have that impact. And why? Because of you here. You have gave it wide publicity. So because of that, most of the head of agencies now, they reach out. Please, how can we do well next year? So I thank you for the assistance. And also our sexual harassment prevention program, which is tackling corruption linked to abuse of power. Last year, I know that we had engagement with the one civil society, where the ministers of the Minister of Education, then Professor Tahir Mamman, and the State Minister Yusuf Tanko Sununu, they were there. The former Minister of Affairs was there, and also over 20 commissioners of education across the country, they attended, because we discussed the challenge around the problem of sexual harassment, most especially in our tertiary institutions, because our students are victims of this challenge. So that's why ICPC has been doing its greats in that area, so that we ensure that we help our students, we protect them from sexual harassment. And I'm sure that you are aware that currently there is one of the senior academics that is facing trial at Abuja Federal High Court. on this issue of sexual harassment. So, and we are determined to ensure that where there is credible evidence, any sexual harassment complaint tabled before us, we will make our efforts to ensure that we investigate it and also take the matter to court where there is evidence. Then there is our Anti-Corruption and Transparency Unit, Act 2, that they have been doing well in the various MDAs in order to help in ensuring that there is transparency and accountability in MDAs in this country. Then, when I came in, I tried to bring up my policy, which I call it Care for Impact, to ensure that ICPs as an agency, I consolidate the good culture of that agency, and also an agency which is unaccountable, responsible, and efficient in approaching all issues that are tabled before us. So that one too is something that I unveiled last year, and we have been using it. Now, recently, we are aware of the decision of the Supreme Court about the local government autonomy. So we have looked at the decision, and also we have been having various engagement with civil society to see how can we give our quota, how can we contribute our quota in ensuring that the local government autonomy operates the way it's supposed to, and also how can we follow what are happening in the local government councils. And we are trying to bring up what we call corruption prevention program for local governments, whereby we will monitor activities at all the 774 local government areas in this country. One problem we notice is that in this era of technology, there are only 7 local government areas in this country that have functional websites. So we feel that is not right. So we will now try to see how can we use technology to force the local government council to make information available to Nigerians so that Nigerians can follow what they are doing. You, also the editors and other media stakeholders, can be able to follow what are they doing so that we will monitor if there are issues, questions can be asked. We too, we can follow because we don't have the enough manpower to go over all the 774 local government areas. But we feel technology can help us. And we know that practically, I don't think there are procurement processes in our local government councils. This is an area where we need to look at. And also we will ensure that there are mechanisms around control of corruption, around the issue of finances of local government councils. So we will team up with the media, with the civil society to ensure that information are available. Nigerians know what is happening so that at least it will reduce the challenge of corruption at local government level. Last 2 weeks, we are in Gombe, myself and Ola, the chairman of the EFCC, and we discussed around the challenges at local government level. So, and we are determined to ensure that we focus there so that Nigerians at the local level can get the dividend of democracy. And even recently, we have been facing challenges around the issue of this local government autonomy because there is even one caretaker local government chairman whom we charged to court because after the decision of the Supreme Court, he continued to spend government money to award contracts despite the fact that the Supreme Court said, look, stop. And also we know how challenging this issue of local autonomy has been since 1999. But ICPs as an agency, we will ensure that by virtue of Section 387 of the Constitution, we have the power to ensure that the decision of the Supreme Court is implemented fully. And also, I'm appealing to those who are making attempts not to comply with the decision of the African Court to please desist. Because Supreme Court is the last court. Once it delivers a judgment, we must comply. That's what is rule of law. Because ICPC will continue to monitor and investigate, because any caretaker local government chairman from 11th of July 2024 who spent public funds, who award contract, that is corruption, because you don't have the mandate. And also the Apex Court has already spoken, so we must comply. Now, in my 1 year in office, there are a lot of international engagements which ICPC engage in. And in one of the engagements is that last year in September, we had an event in Beijing, China, whereby there is Global Network. Global Network is a coalition of over 200 anti-corruption agencies across the globe from 124 countries. And I had the privilege of leading ICPC delegation and Nigeria, whereby Nigeria participated in an election of steering committee member, and Nigeria was elected as one of the top steering committee member of that global network. And also, one area which I made mention that we have been focusing is the issue of asset recovery. Asset recovery is really area whereby we in Africa, we must focus on it, because we have seen how our own resources have been taken outside the continent, going to the global north. So that was why at the African Union level, if you may recall, in 2015, there is Thabo Mbeki high-level committee, whereby the heads of state of African countries agree that there is need for a forum of asset recovery practitioners in Africa. And the processes of bringing up the forum, it was last year that the forum was established in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, and I was elected as one of the representatives of West Africa, whereby we met in Arusha, Tanzania in November, whereby I was elected as the interim chair of that forum to try to galvanize the 55 African countries and corruption agencies to ensure that we come together to see how can we help Africa to recover and repatriate stolen assets that are kept somewhere else. And we agree that, look, apart from slavery, which is our own human resources that was taken to other continents, there are a lot of stolen assets of Africa outside the shore of Africa. And we know what is happening. Whenever you want to trace and recover, the experts outside Africa will charge you huge amount of money to recover all professional fee to recover those stolen assets. So that was why we say, no, we need to come together as Africans. Let us identify our experts within the continent. If we need somebody to trace, Nigeria doesn't have the expert. It can look for Ghana, Kenya, or any other African country. Do you have the expert? Yes. So that's why we are coming together to see that we trace, recover, and repatriate the stolen assets. Also, we'll keep on raising this issue of stolen assets at various fora, because the United Nations Convention Against Corruption has already backed the issue of stolen assets that we need to recover it. So this is an area whereby that I'm chairing now, and we are trying to see how we will make efforts to see that it has seen the light of the day. And distinguished editors, we know that corruption thrives where there is silence, or in silence. But your voices are the ones that can shatter that silence. Your role in shaping public perception and holding institutions accountable cannot be overstated. The more Nigerians see what you write, what your opinion, about this issue of corruption, the better for us. Because they will be enlightened, they will know what is happening, they will ask questions, and that will put us on our toes. That will minimize the challenge of corruption. Because we at ICPC, we are trying to see how can we use our mission to diminish corrupt practices through our public mobilization, our own doggedness in investigation, and also to ensure that we follow rule of law. We will be patient in investigation. No matter how long it will take, we will do it slowly but surely. We will reach our destination. And also, we at ICPC will ensure that we deepen our own relationship with you, the media. And I'm appealing to you to come to our, try to understand the terrain we are working. It's not easy terrain. Whoever worked within the corruption cycle will know that it is not easy, because it is an area whereby you are fighting those who are already determined to continue to pilfer our resources. It's an area whereby those who engage in corrupt practices are really determined to peddle information that are not correct in order to try to bring controversies so that to divert the attention of the main issue. So fairness, hearing from the other side, is what will help us to discharge our mandate. And ICPC for the past 25 years has consistently maintained ensuring that there is fairness and the fair hearing, and also we do not engage in anything that will bring damage to people because of allegation against them. We will continue to ensure that we will be fair. If you ask questions, we will answer. And like I said, we are appealing to you to reason with us because of the terrain we are operating, which I know I don't need to elaborate. So that is why there is no way we will not come close to you. There is no way, because we need you, because Nigerians need to know what is happening. That will project the good image of our country. That will make foreign direct investment to come into our country. That will make our youth to have job. We know what is happening in this country. We know that a lot of youth are roaming on the streets looking for job. And the youth are the future leaders of this country. So, and it is through you, by helping us to propagate our activities and also to bring issues that will project the good image of this country. By doing that, we will make Nigeria great, and also will tackle the challenge of our corruption. And conclusively, I want to emphasize that you mean a lot to us, and that we count on you as dependable partners in ensuring that Nigeria is corrupt-free, and also I'm sure that partnering with you will continue to help ICPC to move forward, and also ICPC will continue to record achievements, and we hope that the aspiration of Section 15 of the Constitution will be realized, where Nigeria will be a country free from corrupt practices and abuse of office. Thank you so much. Money and property last year, and I even know even this year too, we recovered some amount of money and also property. Even currently, we are tracing and marking some assets in one of the states where some people diverted public funds. Even this morning, I know that there is an amount of money which we recovered from the diversion of public funds. So we are talking about both the fixed and movable property. That's if you are talking within Nigeria. Even abroad, it is the same thing. Although during my time, ICPC did not recover any assets from taken outside the shores of Nigeria. But I know that we are collaborating with one of the African countries about money that was brought into Nigeria from that country. We are tracking and to trace the money so that we'll see how the money can be taken back to where it was brought in here. So this is what I can say. And some of the issues you raise are part of the problem. Like I said somewhere else, and I kept on saying, I will say it here. My first contact with public office is when I was Attorney General. That was when I now realized that all what I was thinking, when I came into contact with the reality, then I now realize that we Nigerians are part of the problem. One of the issues you raised about societal pressure. I'm not saying that it's a justification for any public officer to engage in corruption. But if you, I'm sure you have had one or two discussions with those who are holding public office. The kind of stress and pressure that public officers are undergoing in this country is too much. Because the family, the friends, associates expect you to give them money. And this is one of the factors that is now pushing those in public office to go into that. And I noticed that any public officer who resists, you are considered as awkward, very difficult, and they will keep on pressurizing you that if only people that are strong that can stand that pressure. And also some people too, they are even daring, will tell you, I was a victim when I was Attorney General. And I want to say it here, maybe the person who did it will hear an issue which I say, look, AG, we want you to do this thing. I say, sir, it's not even in public office, it's not even a public officer. I say, sir, I can't do this thing because my conscience will not allow me to do it. After they put pressure from different angles, okay, you are a young man. How? I don't want to destroy your career. And I say, sir, my career is not in your hand. It's in the hand of God, my Creator. And I left. What followed, it wasn't pleasant. I had to battle for more than 1 year of series of blackmail, from one blackmail to another, just because somebody wants to get money. And you can only get that money through me. And I was put under intense pressure to succumb, which I did not. What followed was I was put under serious stress. Now, the second problem is there is this theory. Whenever the corruption, if you look at it, if the benefit is high, the risk is low, people will keep on to engage. If people know that if you engage in corruption, it is really highly risky. You will lose your reputation in public. People will never consider you as somebody who has reputation in the society. People will be careful. If you know that the punishment is going to be very harsh, people will be careful. But if the risk is very low, the benefit is high, so people will continue to engage. So that is why we need to look how can we strengthen our laws to ensure that those who engage are punished seriously. And also, you, the media, you have the role to play in sensitizing Nigerians that those who are trying, please try to support them. And distinguished aides, I want to tell you that there are good people in this country. Every part of this country, there is no part of this country that I did not come across people that detest corruption, people that are serious, people that help me. I met a lot of people that are trying to see how can we help this thing, how can we fight this corruption, Chairman. But the problem is that the support from the public, sometimes people are not willing to support because they feel, you know, what you are doing is not worth it. And also because of the pressure, so people feel like, okay, let us leave you, go and do what. So this is second problem. And also, we need to see how can we fasten the judicial process. Because it's law. It is not the law that is the problem, but rather some of us within the system, we try to put stumbling block in the judicial processes, bring in series of applications, truncate, so that you will see one case will take many years. Even the witness will be frustrated. You call a witness today, the matter is adjourned, and I'm not saying that it is the fault of the judges, no. It is all of us, the lawyers, and also other stakeholders, that we know if your client has an issue, as a lawyer, you know, because once you look at the facts and the proof of evidence, you'll be able to know that my client has an issue. Okay, how can we help him to face justice so that all the process of justice, the court and the system should be fair to him? But you will see that that slowing down is also another factor. That you will see somebody engage in corruption, when you take him to court, it will take many years. And before you know it, you will see another corruption case. And also another problem, especially in the public sector, I now notice, is that our public service rules also has a problem, because it has given a leeway that people engaging in corruption, there is no specific provision which provides that, look, once you are engaged in corruption, you should automatically be dismissed. But some, you will find that after ICPC are investigating an issue, it has taken somebody to court, even if you secure conviction, you will not realize that the agencies are not willing to edge out those people. They will leave them to continue working. Because I feel any public officer that is convicted, he is not supposed to continue working in public agency. He should go. If the Constitution will say that conviction of embezzlement and fraud attracts disqualification for a certain period of time, I think there is need any convict should not be allowed to work within the public service. It should just be aged out. And that is why now, as chairman of ICPC, we are now going to exploit the Code of Conduct, Bureau and Tribunal. Any public officer with secure conviction and the agency refuses to edge him out, we will send him to Code of Conduct because they have the power to edge him out. So there is another way so that we don't allow people to continue. So these and other issues are part of the problem why the problem of corruption will keep on coming and coming and coming. And also the institutions are really weak because there are a lot of vulnerabilities where people are exploiting in order to commit corrupt practices. That is why we need to focus on technology. Technology will be able to give you the trend. You will be able to know some of the things that are happening, most especially around procurement. This is an area whereby there is serious problem because of the laxity and the challenge around that. So that's why you will see that almost you will be seeing issues around procurement be raised in public sector. So this is also another factor that is bringing this issue of corruption to keep on going. And also there is international dimension too. Because if those who are taking or stealing the humongous amount of money, they don't have a place to hide it, then it will reduce. But they know that they can wear it somewhere else. And those countries, I keep on saying, when you say that we have challenge of corruption, why are you keeping the process of crime in your country? Why can't you turn them back? This is process of crime. Please take it back to your country because there is United Nations Convention Against Corruption. And it is a global legal instrument. But you will find out that when they wear the money outside the country, there are a lot of technicalities. MLA, other things that will be frustrated because the legal mechanisms are made in such a way that it's even very, very difficult for you to recover. So if they know that they cannot take it somewhere else, I think the problem might reduce. Okay, the constituency project, like I said, we have been investigating the issue because it's a challenge that has been with us for a long period of time. And from what I notice of why the challenge keep on coming is one of the issues you made mention. Because there was a time when member of National Assembly told me, say, Chairman, I have concern. I say, what is your concern? He said, it's about this executive project tracking. You people are doing well. But I know why this issue will keep on coming. On that day, he was telling me the challenge he was facing. There was burial in his hometown. You need to contribute. He said, look, somebody had domestic accident. He called me. And so he kept on mentioning, he said, I'm not justifying, but the societal pressure on us is too much. That's why only those who are strong will resist. And I don't know whether that is part of the reason why we are having this challenge. And to be frank with you, we have noticed areas whereby some of them did not execute the projects. We have noticed whereby some of them, they did shoddy job. We have noticed whereby some of you noticed that, like I keep on saying, a well is supposed to be digged in one place and somebody will just take it to his home farmland. We will see whereby street lights, instead of to be installed on the streets, somebody will put in his house. So these are challenges that are keep coming. And I know that there is one of the newspapers last year, they made a front page story that ICPC has failed to tackle this challenge. And I know that we have been doing our best. And we did a lot because we have recovered a lot. And even currently, I know that there is somebody who is facing trial. A child will file a charge against one of the former members of National Assembly. A former member is facing trial because of diversion. And also, we know that we have been going to ensure that if you do not execute the contract, you must go and do it. I know that there is a state whereby an ambulance was diverted. We ensure that it was taken to the hospital. I know where a lot of things, and that's why the strategy is good, in the sense that let us recover the proceeds of crime and put it into use. Because if you keep on filing charges and all these things, you will spend many years in court while the actual project will not be executed. And to be fair to them, if you confront them, you show them the proof. Honorable or distinguished, this is a project you're supposed to execute, you do not. Please direct the contractor to go back to site, or contractor go back to site. They go back. And recently, those who are being used, the contractors, I have been hard on them. If you allow money to be diverted through you, you are going to charge you now. You want to refund that money because you allow yourself to be used as conduit pipe. So we have been doing that and we have recovered a lot. And if I may say that the societal pressure, in my view, is one of the challenges, and also the weakness of the institutions. Because, to be frank, some of the heads of agencies, they allow themselves to be used in these challenges of constituency projects. Because if the head of agencies insists, once there is a contract awarded, that contract must be executed to the latter. Or you insist that you are not going to allow anything to be inserted in your budget, which is not out of your mandate. So if we will do that, then this thing will minimize. But if the head of agencies allow themselves to be used, then this thing will keep on happening. And ICPC, all the corruption agencies, we don't have the capacity to follow all the projects. That's why you, as the media, you can expose. The public too, they need to follow their project, all your projects. If there's a project which is supposed to be done in your constituency or in your sector district, it was not done, raise it. And I don't think there is any public officer that you confront him with evidence that this amount of money was appropriated for a particular project and you don't execute, please go back and execute. You will not say, no, I'm not going to do that. I hope I have answered. We are doing it in such a way that we don't disrupt the financial system. So we do it in such a way that we don't allow you to continue with illegality and committing crime, so that we will save the banking system and also the public sector fund. Then on issue of Dubai, like you made mention, in my speech I made mention of proceeds of crime. And I alluded to the fact that the international legal regimes, the various laws of countries are the problem. Because for me, I kept on saying in various fora on corruption that look, if somebody steals our money and take it to your own country and you keep it, why are you telling me that we should come together and fight corruption? Why? Because you know, because your own, there is no your money in my country. So that's why you are saying we should join hands. Why I have traced and point out to you, this is the public funds taken to your own country. Why can't you give us our own? But because of the legal regimes, sometimes it's tedious, it takes a lot of time, and there are a lot of, it's not even law alone, there are politics, there are diplomacy, so it is something which is even outside the realm of anti-corruption agencies alone, because you need a lot of stakeholders. I know recently there are countries that I am the one who have been following that, look, let us sign an MOU with you, because we have noticed our funds are being taken to your own countries. And they agree. There are some 1 or 2 countries that I know that we are about to complete sign an MOU because of what we have noticed.
Also here, as a media owner, I here with my team, we have a radio station and also a television station. I want to commend your efforts. For you to meet with the media shows you are transparent. It shows you are accountable. I don't have any question to ask you because I'm part of the team. It is not cheap to fight corruption. It's very, very expensive. Fighting corruption is also very, very complex. It's not as easy as we used to say it. It is only the person that is wearing the shoe that will know where it pinches. So I commend your efforts and I pray for more grace that God should color your efforts. Everything is in your favor, the age, the energy, you have the capacity, and you have the right team to help you to drive it. Thank you. You have the right team to drive it. Finally, you have this advice. You can't do it alone. You need to also rely on the outside team to help you to drive your dreams, your plans and goals, especially in the area of the media. I suggest maybe you could have something like a strategic media public enlightenment committee. Comprises, of course, the media team as well, stakeholders. You have a committee who also help you spread your good news. Also help you spread your good news either in the public sector, in the private sectors, and all that. Because if you say you want to work with media like you would like to work to, it's very, very expensive. But when you have the committees, selected committee, media team, editors, and also for the private sector and public sector, they will help you to achieve your dreams and goals. So you have our support, and like I said, God will color your efforts. God bless you, sir.
Thank you.
Angry ones and the pastors. Let me just add to your to-do list. I had 2 questions written down, but after Ikechukwu gave his lecture, I decided to calm down. You talked about, before I round up, and thank you for coming, judges advising you to go settle out of court. The biggest problem, one of the biggest problems with corruption in Nigeria are those judges. Recently, I think it was the Chief Justice of Nigeria who said election cases constitute about 70 or 80% of the cases they have in their docket, which suggests that election cases are very lucrative for them. So you have to put your searchlight on the judiciary. Then number 2, your constituency, the legal profession. Please, MBA has, from all accounts, a vibrant lawyer, Afam Osigwe. Engage him, collaborate with him. MBA too has to deliver. Plea bargaining takes place and judges advise you to go settle out of court. It's because the judges too are corrupt. The appointment and promotion mechanism on the bench is also corrupt. Search the NJC to Today, the type of, what's the word now? Corruption in terms of judicial promotion in Abuja is huge and impacts on the quality of judgment delivered. So, Mr. Chairman, the biggest thing you have done is to come here to show transparency. You said corruption thrives when there's. I also say this, I'll add to that corruption thrives when there's darkness, when it's hidden. So your coming out here suggests that you really want to fight corruption in partnership with my colleagues. And it's a brilliant thing you have done. I know you met some of my colleagues in Abuja, and that's why the Secretary of the Guild and the Deputy President of the Guild are here. You have to continue, because if you want to work with the media, honestly, the way you have shown, the media will work with you, and Nigeria will be better for it. Thank you for coming. God bless you.
And I will do my best to discharge my duty to the best of my ability, together with the officers of the ICPC. That is why, if people are raising the issue of bias, the issue of all this lie, you cannot prevent people from raising those kind of issues. But one thing I know, that if I satisfy my conscience, I'll go to sleep. And like I said, there is somewhere else that we are going to account somewhere. And that is why I try as much as possible to be fair in what I'm doing. And also God knows what I'm doing, and also know my ability, because the anti-corruption is a very complex and difficult thing. Sometimes getting evidence, getting things is difficult. Even if you're investigating issues, somebody will look like you are targeting you are targeting somebody, or you have a motive, or this thing. So on my own part, I will do my best, and also posterity will judge. Because that's the only thing I can say. On the other issue, which like the president said, that the lecture you gave us, and some of the things you raised, I quite agree with you that those are the challenges, and we need to work on them. And in my view, that is why the Constitution is structured in such a way that the Chapter 2, it is left in such a way that it's you, the leader, that should strive to ensure that Chapter 2 is realizable. You attain that aspiration: education, healthcare, good environment, all other social amenities. You as a leader, you must think outside the box to ensure that you reduce the poverty level, which I agree with you. The level of poverty is really high, and we need to tackle it, because without tackling the poverty, we will continue to face this challenge of corruption that keeps on coming. And also, we are not justifying or depending the public office holders or the politicians, like you said, that we are saying that there is societal pressure. Like you said, it's a fact. We can't deny it. Myself as ICPC chairman, if I show you the number of text messages people are sending to me every day, you'll be shocked. In fact, I am even thinking that some they have even forgotten that I am the ICPC chairman. Maybe they are thinking that I am chairman of one local government or a state government, because they will keep on sending. So, and also they will keep on calling, because the number of calls are such that they are unbearable. And we are part of the society. Even if we deny, there is such a thing that even if you deny, is a reality. And I agree that poverty is one of the factors. But also we have to keep on telling people that they need to consider public holders. And also, we, the public office holders, also, we need to live a simple life. Because some of us, the way we are living a very larger life, that's why people will keep on pressurizing you. But unfortunately, it is also us, the Nigerians, that are pushing people. Like that member I started the example, he told me that my constituents were telling me that, look at this man. He has finished house order, he has an old car. Up to now. So people are even looking at you, there are certain things that even if you exhibit as a public officer, people will look at you that is strange. So why? Because it is the society that are pushing people to adopt a life that will put you in trouble. And once you resist, like I said, they will say you are awkward, you are difficult, you know, all these things. And we are all human beings. And that is why we need that support from you, the media, in your own writings, articles, and opinions, and also the public too. They need to support public officers that are transparent, that try to live within their means and within the ambit of the law. But without that, you will find one or two people that because of that, they will derail. Because of that prejudice. That's why always I will raise this issue of prejudice. Last week when I was in Gombe, and I told the chairman, don't allow anybody to put pressure on you to dip your hand in public purse. Let them say whatever they want to say. Because one day you are going to leave. It's better for you to leave, you go home and sleep well, than for you to leave and something to follow up which will not be nice.
AME, the Chief Executive Officer, Field Foundation. Please recognize that she's presently present. Please let the thanks get up for her. Thank you so much. Ushers, now need to be on standby to see many of my guests and not seated where they should be, so that they can let me do that. All right. I think we have, I don't know if we have the founder of the Builders Transact yet. Okay. The Legal State Manager for Small and Medium Enterprise Development Agency of Nigeria, SMEDA, Dr. Olumi Odetaudu, still on his way. Mr. Twiji, co-founder of Get Funded Africa Technologies, still on his way. Dr. Itausa of Souq, that's the General Manager of Souq News. You are recognized as well. Mr. Shino Badikeshi is here with us, the Managing Director of Gozi Micro Insurance Bank. You're welcome. So, round of applause. Can you wave your hands so that we will hear each other? Thank you so much. Please, ushers. Yes. Can you help me move into its appropriate seat? Thank you so much. Mrs. Tino Ola Thompson, actually, Asborn Ambassador, former President, Association of Professional Women Bankers. Alright, still on our way. Mr. Richard E. Monige, Regional Manager, Bank of Industry. Almost welcome. A round of applause for him. Thank you so much. Right, so still expecting a representative from SON, NAFDAC, and the Raw Materials Center Development Council of Nigeria. If you have the representative, please let us know. Alright. Okay. I think it's safe to move on while we await other guests that need to take their seats here today. But meanwhile, while we do that, please let me at this point in time announce to us that this event once again is put together by ASBON, Association of Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Trade, Industry, Cooperating and Investment. And we are here today. It's going to be a record-breaking event for you. This is your first time. Please, this is your first time. Please, can you wave your hand? This is your first time. Oh, wow, we have first time here. Wow. Well, don't worry, we'll start a drink now. That's the first time. Don't worry. And that's what we do in churches. Yes or yes. And first time honors, don't worry. Because not because you hear drink, you're not raising your hand. You didn't raise it before. Because you have to be entertained, there's no problem. Alright, every one of us will be entertained here today. We have our sponsors and brand. Many of them. We have Souq Bank, which is the lead sponsor, the platinum category. And of course, 7-Up will be company makers of Pepsi. And that's why you see Pepsi outside there. So please don't worry. We will be duly entertained. Bank of Industry, Adosa, Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, Souq News, Girls American Insurance Company, the CRC Credit Bureau Limited, and of course, yes, these are some of our sponsors. And at this point in time, I think it's important that we know why we are doing this. For 5 consecutive years, this organization have ensured that this event is put together to celebrate stakeholders who are adding value to the small and medium enterprises in Nigeria, and to shed more light, to give us more insight as to why they've been consistent with this event. Please, I would like to invite no other person than the lead convener, the president of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, a great visionary, a great pathfinder. Please, let's celebrate Dr. Femi Egbesola. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocols for the special mention of the Executive Board of Lagos State, Mr. Banky Sowori, the Executive Board of State Prince Dapò Abiodun CON, the Commissioner for Commerce, Cooperative Trade and Investment, Mrs. Olashade Amosun-Bidebe, the Honorable Commissioner for Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, State, Mr. Shofela and Bola, and other heads of ministries, departments, and agencies representing our shoulders. I am aware that the DG of FIDRO being represented here. Can we please have this stand up for recognition? Okay, thank you very much. I will think if I want to mention everybody that's ought to be mentioned. Everyone was involved. I also like to thank very seriously the team of speaker for today. Daily, thank you for coming out times to here. And of course, our panelists, quite a number of them are already around. Thank you so much for being here today. The commissioner will soon be here to give a speech. But before then, we're going to go down to my speech, which is to give the opening address. So, on behalf of the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, in collaboration with the Lagos State Ministry of Commerce, Cooperative industry and investments. I want to welcome you to the Nigerian National MSME Business Awards. This is the 5th edition, and it is designed to celebrate, appreciate, and name the supporters of the MSME system. We have created a platform to say thank you for supporting us on all institutions, governments, development partners, and the rest. And it is our desire to find a way to create a platform to recognize and appreciate. That's the essence of this award event. And at the same time, too, it's not just about appreciating them, it's about pushing them to do more. The award program is designed to say, please, we want you to do more. So today, it's not just about appreciating, it's about also encouraging them to support us to more. We are kids, the MSMs, we are kids, we need a push, we need a support. Everyone in the ecosystem can give to us. We also want to thank our sponsors that we are today all constituents, all of us without the sponsors. We also thank the media today, and of course every other person, including my own immediate community, has won many and we.
Once again, members of Osborne, I think we are by this side, right? Please, everybody celebrate them. Let's put our hands together for them. The drivers of the economy, yes or yes. I think you guys have a slogan. Osborne starts from wow. Is that it? Can you get that? You know it. Wow. Amazing. Osborne starts from see, it's very important, especially the last one. You want to start now. Many ideas are probably died in the heads of the conceivers, like, I will start tomorrow. I have this idea, and yet you never had the opportunity to start. So it's very important. Start now. God bless you for consistently putting this together. You are indeed the drivers of the economy, and we celebrate what you are doing under the able leadership of the President, Dr. Femi Ekmeshola, very energetic man. I don't know where he gets energy from. See, yesterday he was still reaching out, putting the dots on the I's, crossing the T's, ensuring everything is, on point. God bless you. I love your meticulousness. There's so much I'm learning from you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you so much. All right, on this note, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's the 5th SME Business Awards, National SME Business Awards, put together by Osborne. We'll be inviting our key note speakers to speak for us at this point in time. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our keynote speaker is all the basic the Executive Director of Faith Foundation, Mrs. Adeyemi Adeyemi. She will be speaking to us on sustainable business practices, the new competitive advantage for SMEs. A round of applause for her one more time.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Abby. Great, thank you once again. I'm really delighted to be here at the 5th Nigerian National SME Business Awards. Very honored to be giving the keynote address. All protocols to be observed and I stand on the existing protocols that were earlier on outlined, and hopefully our special guests coming, and I know definitely time to acknowledge them once they come. I also would like to, I love the Osborne Start Small, Start Now. It's a very inspiring, but also very strategic slogan, and I think it speaks to the essence of what Osborne is, but also what Osborne should be, and the role that you play within the ecosystem. For me, whenever I come to events like this, the people who are very important to me as our VIPs those who are building businesses of different forms. You are my VIPs, you are the champions of our work in so many ways. You are the ones that hold our economies, nationally, community-wise, locally. Nobody gets present like people that run businesses. And I know recently we're talking a lot about emotional and mental health for business owners because they need it. Maybe even more than other people can do it. And I'm also happy to see that we have quite a lot of women here. No prejudice to our men, but to you're home builders, you're community builders, you're vision builders. So I want to especially acknowledge our MSMEs who are here in the room. So good morning once again, everyone.
Decision and MSME can actually take view of the affordability of microinsurance for them to adopt affordable microinsurance for them to be valued as a means of risk management to protect themselves in the event that they experience shock. And of course, with as little as 1,500 naira, an MSME can actually be able to access to protect their means of livelihood. Or a minimum of 500 naira monthly premium payment. They will actually buy an health coverage, that will, of course, protect themselves, protect their staff, and member of household against issue of out-of-pocket, health services. And of course, an MSME with that same little amount of money could also be able to access, some kind of insurance protection that will support the education of their children. All of these are very essential in terms of support that MSME needs. What we found mostly is that MSME are not able to adopt, the old mechanisms that MSME adopt are always very challenging. And most of the time, quite often than not, erodes their, small saving by having to de-manage their, already existing asset or saving for them to actually meet some of these challenges. Thank you.
You'll be shocked to see that a lot of small businesses do not have access to data or do not make data-driven decisions that help their businesses perform, right? So to achieve continued success in a growing economy like Nigeria, small businesses need to focus on solutions that help them stay efficient.
We are very focused on sustainability because we understand that SMEs are the engines and the main focus of any economy in any nation. So why do we talk about sustainability? There are different ways of ensuring that there's sustainability through strategic programs that it does. In SMEDA, we have various programs that are focused towards the whole MSMEs. Then we are also gender-centric and we focus on those that are mainly meant for women and youths. Some of the programs, we have about 15 programs off the top of my head. We have some that are focused on those in agriculture, the textile and the likes of them. For example, we have the YSP, which is Women in Self-Employment Program, which is focusing on women that are working for themselves and trying to thrive. So we always try to identify all these businesses and look at how we can have a strategic partnership within the ecosystem and building sustainability. Thank you.
Some time ago, I was in Kigali and we were having a conversation and somebody said something that was quite very traumatic for me as a person. And he said there are two nations that are very passionate about telling how bad they are, and those nations are Nigeria and South Africa. So we tell it very serious energy. And what picture does this paint out there is that nothing good is happening here. And so people are not even willing to come around to say want to do business with us because the way the media is structured in Nigeria only tells the bad news. We have data about things that are not working. We have data about things that are so bad. But on the good side of the country, nobody is telling it. And this is the challenge that, of course, the country is facing. So when people are thinking about Nigeria, the things that they can easily think about are the things that are not working. And this was a challenge for us. And so in 2022, we were in the UAE, and we saw the way the environment was working. It's not as if the things that are happening there, we don't have them here. But the way they are positioned in the media makes everybody want to do business with them. So we decided to also come back home and see how we can position media differently in Nigeria. Now, we're not just going to be talking about politicians and how much money is embezzled, but we also need to talk about the good things that are happening within the business environment. There are a lot of people who are doing excellently well. There's one woman selling amala there, is training their children overseas. Nobody is giving them the platform to talk. So Souq News came into existence to give platform to businesses, small and medium-scale businesses, voices in Africa, so that people all over the world can see what we're doing, see your visibility, support your project, and then of course you can also become a global champion.
Walk around, you see people doing things, doing business, and if you ask them if they have their business registration, you discover that some of them business for a long time, for some of them 10, 15 years, and they don't have business registration. Some of them, they don't even have business accounts registered in the business name, or they operate these businesses practically in their own name, and this is part of the challenges that they face in accessing finance as another challenge. Because as part of the challenges that will occur when you don't have a business properly structured, access to finance also becomes a challenge for you, as you do not have credit history developed over time for people to make informed decisions on whether they want to partner with you or not. So these are part of the challenges that small businesses face in developing their businesses. Thank you.
What we have done is to actually connect financial access to digital inclusion, right? By providing the opportunity for SMEs based on, like Mr. Henry mentioned, something about credit score and sensitive myself, based on their credit score, their record keeping, and their transaction history, to be able to access some type of funding, right? So what about what the account mentioned? Right, so there's money that is accessible single digits, ranging from about 7% to 3%, starting from as low as 100,000 up to 5 million. And the best part about it is that this product initially is free to the SME. All they need to do is to register. It's called the Provide. They're able to establish their online presence. Photographers, barbers, small shop owners. There's no reason why they can't use technology, right, to actually formalize their business and be able to create that history to be able to access funding that is available to them. By becoming more organized, more productive, and also more effective. So, as people in finance know, it's about following the money. Usually there is criteria that is set out, and this criteria, just like he said as well, it requires certain things like coming to the formal economy, right? Taxes, business name, having a bank account. I used to have a tailor that started from absolutely zero, right? He built his business such that he had like a bungalow in front and back, several staff. When you want to pay money in business private account, doesn't make any sense. And it's actually better spoken than I am. So until SMEs can actually understand that it's about criteria, right? And it's not free money. They have to follow a process to meet these criteria. Then they continue to laugh. I've been in a session with the director here at the stakeholders meeting where some of the SME associations are complaining to, I won't mention development bank association, that you're saying you have 5 billion, you're saying you have 10 billion, but only 5 members have collected this money. And the representative told them that, look, there is criteria. Some of you know this criteria, you're not bothered. Some of you are just too disorganized. Some of you actually qualified, but you just don't want to put yourselves in a position where you can access this money.
But I would like you to tell us, there might be 5 business plans on the table. Yeah. What makes one better than the other? What are the key things as a lender that you look for?
So, we mentioned financial discipline is one. I'm looking at for example, the requirement that you mentioned are part of the document that was submitted to me, and part of the business plan. But in reviewing all these documents, I'm looking at the financial discipline amongst all of them. Who amongst all of them is disciplined enough to? Because it shows, as you are modeling this document, it shows the plan.
Discipline, retaining funds or less expenditure?
No, it depends. It depends. For some businesses, it depends on the nature of business anyway. No one size fits all.
Correct, but usually what are the things? It's just those different sectors?
And generally, you look at how you leverage expenses, right? What do you spend your money on? Basically, it shows in the business how you expend from the business. Do you use it to solve personal problems as against destroying family businesses?
I think content they say today is king in the media. What we're doing today is that nobody's creating content for you, you're actually creating your own content. Take for example, you produce granite and you're showing on your mobile phone, for example, the process that you take to produce this granite has come to the market, and people are looking at it and they say, oh, how hygienic that you are. They're not just buying something because you also find it. Because there are too many narratives in the social media, for example, today, people believe that there are some certain things that want to buy chips on the road and say, oh, they are using chemical to produce it. Now, this discourages a lot of people from participating. But if you create content to show, for example, from your oil, how it's genuine.
Social media.
Social media, yes, of course.
They need to get a professional to do it, or it's something that they can do on their courses?
Of course, the mobile phone is a television house today, really. So you may not even need a media house, for example, and you put them together on either your Instagram or your Facebook, and the world can see it, and it gets viral. Especially when the story that you are telling is so touching and has a human angle to it. And what I'm saying is that yes, for those who are big, yes, you can have somebody who is your media strategist, is going to help you design content and invest so much on it. But as a small business, you can actually create your content with your mobile phone. And most of the content that you see today that actually go viral are done on mobile phone, not on the big cameras that, of course, the medias are carrying. But what we can only do is to validate some of all this story when we also give you the platform to tell the story, and then, of course, we help you distribute to wider audiences. There are a lot of platforms, there are a lot of softwares that are available today in the space. Some of them are free, some of the lessons you can actually get. For example, if you download the Canva, for example, on your phone, it can help you aggregate your photos, your videos within your phone and produce a content. There are AI-powered tools today you find on the app. Before now, when, of course, as a radio station, you want to produce your ident, you need somebody to come to West Point. Today, there are AIs who does that free for you. And those facilities are available, and of course, businesses can leverage it to actually tell their story.
Okay, so how UNAM is helping small businesses today? We're doing it in 4 ways. The very first thing is we're helping businesses manage their transactions. And I talked about efficiency in the first place, right? We are managing transactions by ensuring efficiency, automating certain things that you need to do, so that small businesses can focus on producing whether your product or creating your design as a service provider. As a result of those transactions, we are also using that to build credit profiles for small businesses. Credit profiling is a big issue in Nigeria and Africa today. Right? There was a publication outside recently that the CBN have confirmed that businesses can now have transaction histories passed around with banks, which is a great thing because it has been a major problem till date. Right? So that's how we're solving that particular part. And another thing is we're providing financial insights. Please take note, I didn't say data. Data is the raw form, right? Like I give an example within the team. I say data is your road, your pepper. Insight is the soup, right? It's the useful form of it, right? Because a lot of businesses have a lot of data, right? But they don't know how to make use of it. So we provide financial insights that you can actually use to make data-driven decisions to achieve continued success. And the last thing is, which we know is super important for businesses, is investment opportunities, right? How do people access investment opportunities? Because a lot of small businesses have stash cash that they're not using. Now, working on efficiency, how do they make efficient use of money that they're not using to run their business daily? And I'll borrow on one more thing, which is payments that you talked about. So in the digital world of today, security is a major issue. And how we're solving that is by ensuring that people or businesses have seamless and secure transactions every day. We have stuff like escrow. I'm sure a number of us must have heard of it. And escrow basically means that there's a middleman that collects the money when two people want to transact. Then after the transaction is done, you pass it to who's supposed to receive it. And as a result of that, we've had a lot of satisfied businesses growing daily based on that.
MSME is the issue of accessibility to finance. And one of our flagship products, which I think I need to talk about here, is a product that actually helps to support, micro and small scale business owner to be able to repay a loan. Giving them, some kind of guarantee or support, through microfinance bank, microfinance institution, cooperative society, and all of that. I sometimes wonder each time I listen to institutions that are doing lending, talking about collateral. There are actually an insurance product that can actually help support an MSME to see them through the period of that loan and then able to repay their loan. And what we do therefore with that product is that we support lending institutions, we support cooperative society, all of these institutions are involved in lending so that we can support them, provide some kind of insurance that can see the customer through the period of that loan and then able to help them repay in case they fall into any challenges and they do not have the ability to repay the loan. Our product also, like I said, earlier on, cut across virtually. Even a Keke driver can actually have access to a full form of insurance. And then going to your question, one of the some of the major challenges, and I'm actually going to talk about just 3 of them. One of the major challenges, which of course, go from the supply and the demand side, is the issue of awareness. When you talk about awareness of insurance today, a lot many people would say they don't know even micro, and that's why I started earlier on speaking about what microinsurance is actually all about. Awareness is still not, we have the fault, some of us who are the operator. Most of our strategy are, most times appeal to the above the line customer. I mean the literate and the major organization and all of that. I think we need to readdress our strategy to ensure that it also addresses some of those, the BTL, that's the below the line kinds of customer, where we have quite a number of MSME. And of course also the issue of public trust and negative perception is still very much there in insurance. A lot of people still, even though there have been a lot of improvement, a lot of people still feel insurance, they do not trust the insurance company to be able to pay low, to pay their claim. And I tell you, a lot of people have actually been made in that regard. There are regulatory supervision these days that ensures that when an insurance company takes your risk, it must fulfill the obligation of paying claim. And should they fail to do that, there are sanctions that goes with that. And then thirdly, the issue of God forbid. I know that's cultural and of course religious belief. When you talk about, most of the time when representative goes out to go and talk about insurance, the moment he mentions death or anything, or disability that could, be a form of insurance coverage, they say God forbid. So there are a lot of God forbid, and people most times do not want to actually listen to insurance companies. People pick the product before, they stop them from, having. I do believe that if we are able to address some of these things, if we have, opportunity and the kind of collaboration that we do, especially with the like of Asbon, where we talk to, their representative about insurance as we are doing today, many people will actually see the benefit of insurance and then be able to take on a product that will help them remain resilient and sustainable into the future. Thank you.
My apologies for coming late, but Lagos is very big. So, but I'm nevertheless delighted to be here, and all the more so. I'm happy that I also got here in time to listen to some of the very insightful dialogue on the just concluded panel. That was really very good. I'm here to deliver the Executive Governor, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu's speech, and goodwill and thank you, appreciative comments by the Special Advisor, Deputy Director General, Open State Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency, and my dear sister, Ms. Shola Arubieke. Representatives of the commerce, representatives, obviously myself, my colleagues from the Ministry of Commerce, Industry, Trade and Investment, all here. Applaud them now. The Director General, Federal Research Institute Oshodi, FIRO, Mr. Lawal Adekunle. The President and convener here today of the Association of Small Businesses in Nigeria, ASBON, Dr. Femi Egbeshola. Representatives of governments here present, leaders of business membership organizations here present, esteemed members of the panel of discussion, distinguished guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. The acceptance speech by Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu. I am truly honored and humbled to accept the esteemed award for the most supportive governor for MSMEs in Nigeria from the Association of Small Business Owners of Nigeria, ASBON. I commend ASBON's leadership for their unwavering commitment to the MSME community and for tirelessly advocating for small businesses throughout our country. I dedicate this recognition to the hard-working people of Lagos State, especially our enterprising MSME community, whose resilience, creativity, and entrepreneurial spirit drive our economy. From the beginning of our administration, we've understood just how important micro, small, and medium enterprises are in fueling economic growth, creating jobs, sparking innovation, and alleviating poverty. To create a greater Lagos, it was clear, and it is clear, that empowering our MSMEs, the true engines of grassroots development, is essential. Our firm commitment to supporting small businesses is evident in our policies and initiatives, which include expanding the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund, LSTEF, providing billions of naira in loans and grants to MSMEs across various sectors, making it easier for them to access affordable funding and grow their businesses, launching the post-COVID-19 Lagos MSME Recovery Fund, which delivered essential relief to businesses hit hard by the pandemic, investing in enterprise hubs, business clinics, and industrial parks to foster environments where businesses can really flourish. Strengthening market access through initiatives like the Lagos State MSME Trade Fairs, the MSME Digital Marketplace, and forming strategic partnerships with private sector players. Facilitating capacity building training and mentorship programs in collaboration with local and international partners, helping MSME operators gain the skills they need for the digitized world. Inaugurating the Lagos State Council on MSMEs to create a coordinated platform for policy development, advocacy, and support for small businesses. Simplifying the business registration process and introducing tax relief measures to lighten financial burdens, particularly during these economic times. Over the past 4 years, through the Micro Enterprise Support Initiative, MESI, we have empowered more than 11,000 startup businesses, particularly focusing on vulnerable groups, women, and graduates from our skills acquisition centers. Our goal in Lagos State is to tackle poverty, is to boost wealth, and to help ease the economic challenges faced by the people of Lagos State. What is most important is that we are committed to listening to engaging directly with MSMEs in order to truly understand their challenges and work collectively to create sustainable, impactful solutions. I want to assure you that we will ensure a business-friendly atmosphere, investing in infrastructure, encouraging innovation, and promoting inclusivity, making sure that every small business in Lagos has the chance to flourish. So let me take a moment to express my heartfelt gratitude once again to Asborn for this recognition. Your commitment to celebrating excellence in entrepreneurship is truly admirable. To all, yes please, let's applaud it. To all MSME operators in Lagos State, your contributions are appreciated and your government is firmly behind you. Let us keep working towards building a greater Lagos, one that is competitive on a global scale, economically thriving and socially inclusive. Thank you all, and God bless you. Mr. Babajide Olushola.
Yes, kindly put me award. Please come on, come on. Will you 7 up to mix and go yes or yes? Yes. Now let them know so that they can continue to. All right, please take the award to Her Excellency, and she will do us the honors of presenting.
I'm incredibly delighted on behalf of the Nigerian National Effort to present to you, on behalf of ASBOR, the Nigerian National SME Business Awards. You are the winner of the SME Impact Leader Award, SME Man of the Year Award. I'm delighted to present to you Mr. Siad Madu, the Managing Director of Seminole Public Company.
Please look at the camera. And so the next award.
Give me the mic, I will not let it go, by the way. Madam, thank you very much for the award. It's a great honor for me to receive it, especially from you on behalf of Mr. Governor. It's a great honor. Thank you very much. Together we make it better, Lagos.
For Mr. Governor, as the SME-friendly governor, and this award will be jointly presented by our own Shola Obieke. Please come on, and Dr. Femi Shola presenting this award to Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025. Let's celebrate that.
Presents the Nigerian National SME Business Awards for 2025 to His Excellency Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu as the SME Most Friendly Governor of the year 2025.
Okay.
Commissioner of the Year for Business-Friendly Reforms under the Nigerian National SME Business Awards 2025. Can you give it up to the winner?
I'm delighted to accept this on behalf of the entire, because you know, as they say, it takes many people to make a village, and it's actually a team award. So these are the Director of Commerce and the Deputy Director of Commerce. We all work together, so it's actually our award. Thank you all very, very much indeed. Thank you.
I present to you this award as the SME Most Supported State Ministry of the Year. Big congratulations.
winner is Open States Investment Promotion and Facilitation Agency.
For small business growth in Nigeria. The winner is Mr. Kola Emmanuel Sofela. Congratulations.
On behalf of the Nigerian National SME Business Award, year 2025, I'd like to present this SME Micro Insurance Company of the Year Award to the winner, Souq Micro Insurance Company Limited. Congratulations.
On behalf of the National SME Business Award, the year 2025, we are presenting you SME-centric television station of the year 2025. Winner, of course, is Souq Television. Congratulations. On behalf of the National SME Business Awards, year 2025, the first SME man of the year, and the winner is Anasta.
On behalf of ASBON, I present to you this Nigeria National SME Business Awards year 2025 as the winner for Customer Choice Innovation in Business Management. Congratulations.
Are you a man of business in need of support? Visit www.asbon.org and register for free under the Nano Free membership portal today.
Come join us and make a difference. Together, we can build a thriving future for Nigeria. So, with the help of the Asbon Collective Impact Initiative, please call 031-191-69773. Send an email to asboncollectiveimpact@gmail.com.
Or donate to Fidelity Bank account 5600189903.
Let's join hands to empower dreams, create businesses, and transform Nigeria together. Your support, their growth, our future.
So that's it. Let's have the cake. Yeah, that's the cake stand. Let's be at the center here. Good afternoon, everyone. Mr. President asked me to give a 10-minute speech. I'm not very good at speeches, so I'll tell you a story.
of Seven Bottling Company, but I am the MD of Seven Bottling Company. I'm the chairman of the Food and Beverage Recycling Alliance, and I'm the founder of a company called SME Scale. When I meet people and they ask me and I tell them my titles, they say, how lucky you are. And I look them in the face, I say, guys, I'm not lucky at all. This is not luck, this is determination, this is sweat, this is 24 hours work. Now why I'm telling you this story? Because I've been working very closely with SMEs for the last 2 years. And SMEs fit within 3 categories. The lucky SMEs, starting a company is so easy. Anyone can go tomorrow and start a company. The ones that work hard and smart and maybe a bit lucky, they scale up and grow very fast. The other ones, the second category of lucky SMEs are the ones that shut down. The third and worst category in my point of view, and please guys, what I will tell you now, you might not like it, but the worst category of SMEs are the SMEs that continue 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. Because we are like, SMEs are like human beings. We are born as babies, then we become children, then we become teenagers. I went in a coma for 1 year, not knowing what to do. I was under shock. So I moved after that 1 year. I said, enough is enough, I have to do it. I started traveling and working in the worst countries in the world when it comes to safety. I don't know if anyone worked in Iraq after the American invasion. And people say Nigeria is unsafe. There, you have a probability of coming back home of 50% every day. I had to work 9 years, getting all my salary and paying to close my debts. And big thanks to Nigeria, the last year I came to Nigeria and I closed my last debt in Nigeria. So, if we look at that journey, when I closed my company, you all were much better than me. Nobody can debate that. But the moral of the story is, when we are determined to do things, when we do it the right way, the results will come. It took me 9 years to recover, and I made a promise to myself that I want to make people avoid that experience. How do I help people not go through this and go through nine years of suffering, and it was real suffering? Better than Nigerians that I should give that back. I've been in Nigeria for the last 18 years. I never lasted in any other country more than 1 year to 2 years. I madly fell in love with Nigeria. Nigeria made me what I am. And this is what I said. I want to pay back to this country and paying back in double-sided way. One way through the economy, as it was mentioned, because SMEs are the economy. And the second way is, how do I minimize the suffering of people? Companies that struggle, based on my experience, how can I pass on that experience? Based on that, we do every 10 days a one-day workshop for 100 SMEs, where I manage 90% of the time. I sit with them, I talk with them, I joke with them, we plan together. And I categorize them in 3 categories. 1/3 come to the workshop to chop food. What do I do? They just come to eat, leave, finish, they disappear. Another 1/3 or more come there, they want their business to grow, but they want to move all the problems to me so that I grow their business. It doesn't work that way. But there's a 10%, every session I have 5 to 10 SMEs that I feel they are determined to grow. They have a good idea, they have the passion. This is all what is needed for you to grow your business. by SMEs telling me, I'm waiting for the grant from here or intervention. I say, why the heck? You are not beggars, guys. Without money, with small money, if you have a great idea, you will get the money. Whether from BOI or from a grant or from a bank, if you have a great idea, you can do it. So the objective is not to make you better SMEs. The objective is to take you out of the SME space and go into the larger mega companies. You might say, yeah, this is the MD of the 7-Up, he can give us lots of grammar. But we have a 90% success rate with companies that are determined to succeed. A company called Mamalicious, I don't know who knows it here, they started with us a year ago with 20 million naira of revenue. Today they are making 2.2 billion naira. 2.2 billion naira. We have companies, small companies dealing with fufu, with gari, they are most interesting, but now they are repositioning all this and growing their business significantly. I'm not promoting SME scale-up because it's not for profit. So all the attendance, anything is for free. People come, attend, we guide them, they can come meet with me anytime. Only one condition, they must be determined to go out of SME space within 6 months. And this is what we are aiming for. So if you have the idea, if you have the passion, you are welcome to join us. Nothing to be paid. So, just get out of the concept that you believe you are small. Believe you are big, and there are lots of people that will help you grow there, but you have to do it. People will be there to just help you and guide you. Thank you very much, guys.
Nano entrepreneurs makes about 85.5% of the total MSME ecosystem, meaning that we have 32.86 million MSMEs, but which are nano. And you begin to wonder, who are the nanos? Who do we refer to as nanos? These are small businesses, very small businesses, for the solopreneurs that most often are being run by one person, one man or woman, and then they hardly have to run. According to Sweden, their total turnover is always between 50,000 and 300,000 naira per annum. You can say they are indeed nano. This particular set of part of the ecosystem are not registered. Many of them are structured. They do not have access to funding, and they find it difficult to scale. So for us, we believe that for a country to succeed, it is important for every one of us in the ecosystem to focus more on the nano part of the ecosystem. And that's what we have done in ASCO. We decided that we are focusing on nano, and we take it as a decision, a strategic decision from January this year. We've been able to go to a number of markets, and what we do when we go to this market is to identify these nano entrepreneurs, see how we can uphold them. We also provide them funding, we have provided mentoring, and we support their business to scale. We also ensure that their businesses are insured. So we are now working with groups in microfinance, microinsurance, to ensure that they are insured in case of shocks. This will help them to sustain their business and to be able to grow and scale. In between January and now, we've been able to impact 287 different nanopreneurs. Today we invited about 10 of them to come from different sections, from Yanopaja, from Oba, from Ikeja, from Shomolu and the rest. Can you please stand up for recognition, nanos? Can you stand up for recognition? Can we put our hands together for them? Thank you so much for coming. Yes, thank you so much for coming. But the question is, can we do this alone? The answer is a capital no. It's a project we cannot do alone. We want to continue to ensure that they get the support they need. And for that to be sustained, we need government to support us. We need corporate organizations like yours to support us. We need individuals to support us. There are so many platforms that we can use to support us to keep the initiative rolling. One of such is identifying those nanos in your area and deciding to impact them through us. Could you like there are some other people in your church, in your mosque, in your street, or all of that, and you feel that there is need to raise them up, lift them up. Why don't you partner with Hasbro and see how we can support this? I told you I'm not going to be spending more than 3 minutes, so I'm going to watch this video. It's less than a minute. Can we have the video? We're going to watch the video less than a minute, and I will be off here. Thank you for your listening and attention. We are going to cut a cake to officially launch the Nano initiative right after the video. I am sure that with your permission, we will request that the commissioner help us to take pictures after the cutting of the cake. I'm going to take on the stage, please.
The DJ representative, please join us. Thank you.
All right, we'll be very fast. I would like to, first and foremost, can we give Asbon an outstanding round of applause? This is an incredibly impactful initiative and one that actually affects the masses. And for that, I commend you. And that's one of the reasons I stayed, because I was listening to what you were saying. And quite frankly, this is the core mandate of the Ministry of Commerce, Cooperatives, Trade and Investment. So on that note, and on behalf of all of everyone here on the stage here today, I will say, and may everyone, every business, I like that term, I'm going to be using it, solopreneur, continue to thrive and evolve into an entrepreneur. And on that note, can I say, after 3, shall we say after 3? Can we all say Asbon? On that note, or after 3, can we all shout? I haven't said 3 yet. 1, 2, 3.
Well, thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? I mean, like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. from there, he was appointed by Souq to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party, and Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was. Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God, in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women were not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do, And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife
going
and
strong.
The kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class upper. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.O.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me. And I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then filing a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I will be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, the judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to deal with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with our shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer. they are quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. Now, that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair, in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to drop a new one? If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means they've indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has its advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We are doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. Well, I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there's been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. we had the colony of Lagos. But if I'm right, I think it was the Macpherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC, because they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its continuing with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas and chiefs and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Or the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. You know, there's so many gaps whereby which the youth can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic.
Hello and welcome to Souq News Television. I am Antonia Umor. The Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited is warning the public against fraudsters impersonating its officials to extort money from investors. In a statement, NNPC spokesperson Olufemi Shoneye revealed that these individuals have been soliciting payments in exchange for meetings with the company's top executive and board members. The company stressed that such actions are illegal and do not represent NNPC. It advised both local and foreign investors to only engage through official channels and report suspicious activity immediately. NNPC says it remains committed to transparency and urges Nigerians to stay alert and help fraudulent schemes. In another story this afternoon, the Federal Inland Revenue Service has revisited its standard operating procedures to streamline tax processes and improve service delivery across the country. The new framework unifies procedures such as registration, payment, audits, and enforcement in over 300 FIRS offices, eliminating past inconsistencies that often confuse taxpayers. FIRS says the reform will not enhance operational efficiency, but also encourage voluntary tax compliance. Staff members are expected to study, implement, and embody the updated guidelines. The move is part of broader reforms aimed at modernizing Nigeria's tax system and boosting revenue generation for national development. A new environmental project has been launched to combat dangerous air pollution in Lagos and Port Harcourt using artificial intelligence and low-cost sectors to track harmful particles in the air. The 18-month initiative, funded by the University of Chicago's Energy Policy Institute, officially kicked off in February. It focuses on PM 2.5, these tiny particles from vehicles and industrial activities that can cause asthma, lung disease, and heart problems. 15 sensors will be deployed, 10 in Lagos and 5 in Port Harcourt, along major transport routes. These sensors will collect real-time data for a full year, while AI tools will forecast pollution trends and support smarter policy decisions. Experts from the University of Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency and international research team says the project is designed to bridge the gap in Nigeria's air quality data. They believe it will support stronger transport and health policies, while also making pollution information easily accessible to the public. Still within the states, Lagos State government is taking drastic action to stop illegal land reclamation, especially along waterfronts. Under a new policy, anyone caught reclaiming land without approval will lose 50% of that land to the government and pay heavy fines based on the property's market value. The Commissioner for Waterfront Infrastructure Development, Ekundayo Alebi-Oshi, announced the crackdown, warning that illegal projects blocking or narrowing waterways will face immediate seizures and penalties. He stressed this is a serious enforcement move and not just a warning. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu approved the measures to protect Lagos coastline from environmental damage and reduce flooding risk. The timing aligns with World Oceans Day, highlighting the safe push for sustainable development. Officials say that the rules take effect immediately with strict monitoring to deter further violations. And finally, for now, Russia has announced plans to offer up to 500,000 scholarships to international students, including Nigerians, to study in the country. The Russian ambassador to Nigeria, Andrei Podeshev, made the announcement in Abuja ahead of Russia's Day celebration on June 12th. The initiative, approved by President Vladimir Putin, aims to boost foreign students' enrollment in Russian universities. Currently, Africa has about 32,000 students in Russia, with only 2,000 from Nigeria. For 2025, Russia has already allocated 220 scholarships to Nigerians, covering tuition and living expenses. The ambassador Podeshev said that the program is part of a long-term strategy to strengthen ties with Nigeria, particularly in key sectors like nuclear energy and industrial development. He also assured measures to encourage students to return home and contribute to national projects. Select students are expected to begin their studies in September this year. Many thanks for watching. Do also stay tuned to Souq News Television and follow us across our social media platform. The Souq Business Landscape is up next. I am Antonia Umor.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Jim Ovia, one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria, who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. Being one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches. If we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Zenith Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Jim Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He has engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. In recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best are nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Jim Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Visaphone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, and Cyberspace Network. Jim is member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, Souq, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jelma head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here, to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country, but to the world. And we've had, we have series of, events that we do, that involve the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and, we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of architectural sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitat, the way of life of people, how things should be seen in the society, and how we should react to phenomenal changes in our environment. Basically, we'll be doing this work of educating the general public, not only Nigerians, over 20-something years here, and the impact has been so tremendous. To the point that what we do at the museum is in consonance with the curriculum of our institutions.
from primary, nursery, primary, secondary, even tertiary, even people in their corporate organization. They deem me free to come to National Museum. Anytime they feel like, we are missing the link, we have missed a lot of things concerning the way of life of our forefathers. You know, even here, apart from that, we do have what is called seminar. We organize seminar for expatriates, for individuals. They come around on Wednesdays to come and listen and learn on cultural-based subjects.
I think it's great. I mean, I particularly like the circle of life that are presented in here, right? From birth to reincarnation to external influences. I think it gave a good history of Nigeria. I learned a lot about that. There seems to be some real big connection between Nigeria and Benin in terms of the history that I wasn't totally aware of. I was able to see the different artifacts and stuff that were presented. So it was quite interesting. They did, I think, a pretty good job doing a comprehensive tour or comprehensive history of Nigeria and its culture and its surrounding areas.
A visit to the Lagos National Museum offers an enriching experience, transporting visitors back in time and allowing them to connect with Nigeria's rich and diverse history. The museum provides an opportunity to explore stories of resilience, artistry, and governance that have shaped the nation. Whether you are a history enthusiast, a student, or simply a curious traveler, stepping into this museum promises a nostalgic journey through Nigeria's past, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Nigeria continues to reflect the stories that shapes its people, steadfast in its commitment to promoting history and preserving its cultural values for generations to come. Grace Komalafe, Souq Perspective.
Hello and welcome to Souq Business Landscape, your weekly deep dive into the world of business, the evolving economy, and the forces shaping the development across industries and nations. Each episode will break down the trends, challenges, and innovations that drive the market and move societies forward. I am Olumide Shokoya. Starting from my left, I have Moyo. Moyo, how you doing?
I'm good. Thank you so much, Olumide. Great to be here again.
I have the ever-popping, melanin-popping, Amobola Sandra.
Thank you very much, Olumide. It's good to be here again. Good afternoon.
And our very own think tank, Dr. Dawson. Glad to have you.
Pleasure to be here, Olumide. Good afternoon, viewers. It's good to know that you are there.
All right, so we have a whole lot to unpack this afternoon, morning, or wherever you are, what time frame you are. Let's start off. First off, we have the Federal Inland Revenue Service has rolled out new guidelines to simplify tax services nationwide. We'll be taking a look at some of the highlights and all that. The new framework streamlines registrations, payment, audit, and enforcement across 300 plus FIRS offices, removing past inconsistencies. Now, in the world of technology, new tech project launched to tackle air pollution in Lagos and Port Harcourt. Now, this project uses artificial intelligence and low-cost sensors to fight air pollution and outside the shores of Africa to Europe. Britain's unemployment hits the highest level since 2021. What does this move mean for Nigeria's economy, investors, and everyday citizens? We'll find out after this break. Stay tuned.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website, www.adstudycenter.com, to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it never dies. What's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, Africa, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State, on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with the Daily Service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. So let's dive in. The Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS, has revised its Standard Operating Procedure, SOP, to streamline tax processes and improve services service delivery across the country. The new framework unifies procedures such as registration, payment, audit, and enforcement in over 300 FIRS offices, eliminating past inconsistencies that often confuse taxpayers. Now, FIRS says this reform will not only enhance operational efficiency, but also encourage voluntary tax compliance. Staff members are expected to study, implement, and embody the updated guidelines. Now, the move is part of the broader reforms aimed at modernizing Nigeria's tax system and boosting revenue generation for national development. Let me start with Moyo. There's a whole lot to look at when you talk about tax in Nigeria. Yeah. There is the trust deficit, whereby there's this lack of public trust in government institutions arising from corruption, mismanagement of funds and all that. But with this new standard operating procedure, what do you think? Do you think that would eliminate or bring to a minimum or restore the trust?
Well, where do we start from here? I mean, we've had a very opaque and fragmented tax infrastructure over the past few years. So it's going to take a lot of work. As they've already said, there are 300 offices. So one of the things you start thinking about also is will there be some implementation lag on this? I mean, the idea is great, especially for now, where we are in Nigeria now, that we're trying to diversify, our sources of income, which means that we have to really, because there are a lot of people who don't pay tax in this country.
Yes.
There's still a lot of people who don't pay tax in this country. So we really have to do a lot more. Well, are we looking at them?
I don't know.
So there's a lot more that can be done, but again, it's timely. You were just thinking, like, how long would this last? Because doing this for 300 offices nationwide is going to take a lot of time, and it will also be a testament to the fact that our public institutions can be effective and efficient. So we'll see where this goes, but I think that this is, it's good. We're trying to modernize the system, and I think that this will be good for us.
Bola, over to you.
I don't know about how long, Gudo, if that's what
my question is, the word I was mentioned there, voluntary compliance. Do you think this would encourage people to voluntarily pay tax? Just like Moyo said, a lot of people are not paying tax. Do you think this new procedure would somehow encourage them?
Well, should tax be voluntary, though? That's a big question. I don't think tax should be voluntary.
No, it's not the tax, it's the compliance. To
voluntary compliance to pay.
Yeah.
That's the potato. You shouldn't be made to choose to comply with paying tax. It's a civic responsibility. It is your obligation as a citizen. There are a lot of things that needs to get done with the taxes. So I don't think it's something that should be voluntary. But if we go back to how long this is going to last, or if it's going to last, and all of that, we have a mindset issue in this country. There's already a thinking that some people have towards taxes. Where does it go? Who are the people that spend it? How do they spend it? There's so many questions as regards transparency and accountability, as regards public funds, all right? And then, we also have the fact that some people don't even know how to go about these things. There are a lot of business people, not that they don't want to or not, but some of them have heard of it, and they don't understand what it is or how to even calculate it, because they do their own business. It's very easy for employees like us, because the HR does all the work, and we get our pay slip and we see taxes paid and all of that. But the business people, the semi-illiterate people, do they have the proper orientation to go about these things, to calculate it? And then do they have the understanding of what it is and why it is essential for you to pay it? Because some people, and then also, there's also a trust deficiency as well, because I pay taxes and then I'm not seeing the dividends. I'm not seeing anything to show that, okay, taxes are being paid. What are you using my money for? So, all of these things will contribute. But as regards, and that's as regards that. And then also follow through on behalf, to the agencies.
Yes.
Follow through. Like, okay, this announcement has been made. We are going to make people, comply and all of that. But, who is going to be responsible for following through to ensure that people are actually doing what is necessary? So that's that. But as regards compliance, I don't think people should have option, you know, as regards taxes. I don't think people should. Yeah, I want to even say something. Aside from that, I think to a certain extent we are kind of overtaxed in this country. But let's not talk about that. But as regards, you know, the crux of it, taxes and all of that, I don't think people should. I don't think it should be. Oh, if you want to pay, pay. If you don't want to pay, you know, chill.
No, I don't think that's what that is.
Doctor, what do you think? Voluntary tax compliance, should that be encouraged, or should it just...
Well, I think the issue here on the table is really not about payment. It's about FRIs standardizing their practices across all their branches. Because if you want to make inquiry and you go to one tax office and they're giving you information, and by the time you go to the next office, you're getting some different information, completely different, and that really creates confusion in the mind of those who potentially patronizes these offices. Standardizing the practice, I think, is the way to go, really, that between one office to another, and the things that we're doing, they're all the same. And everybody is answering the same question.
Yeah.
But I think beyond actually setting an SOP is also to look at two very critical issues in tax administration in Nigeria. The first is that you see a lot of people, especially in public office, their attitude, even to people who make inquiries, can be quite very, very, very disheartening. And I think that also needs to be addressed, because while we are putting structure in place and we are putting technology in place to drive this thing, definitely people will operate the technology. How receptive they will be, how patient they are to answering customers' inquiry is one issue that, of course, is very huge. Because in this part of the globe, we have not started to treat citizens as customers. And that's quite very unfortunate. And people think that they're doing you some measure of a favor. Just a little digress. I don't know, you saw a video making a round of somebody who took somebody to an hospital in Abuja recently.
Yes.
And of course, you see the attitude of the nurses, who are supposed to actually be people first on the line to value human life. And they were quite indifferent.
Doctor, even NIMC offices, when you go there to get your NIN.
Oh my goodness. The one in Ikeja, I had a nasty experience there.
That's quite huge. We need a heavy reorientation of those who serve in public places. First and foremost, to tolerate even the level of ignorance of the people that are coming in here. Because some people just feel that you go to this office, it's embarrassed, and then of course that really push people away because they are not as receptive as one would want them be. And I think that while we're investing in technology, we must also be investing in reorienting these people who are going to drive this process so that as people walk into tax office, they can feel at home. That's one aspect. And there's also another aspect, because we're talking about compliance, or voluntary compliance to tax payment. You see, not everybody loved tax because it was seen as a form of exploitation. I remember in the early 70s when we were going to the farm and my father's bicycle was seized by these tax people. And you see, I don't know how to describe it, this kind of this horror movie type of operation. So it makes people afraid because most things are quite very punitive. We must be able to first and foremost enlighten the citizenry. The tax is an obligation, yes, like Bola said, but these obligations, that of course these are the things that come from it. And then, of course, while the tax officers are doing what they're doing, collecting, those in political office must also acknowledge that, look, these are people's money. And therefore, they must also be open to some inquiries so that people can ask questions. And not shut people down because, of course, they have won elections and therefore they feel that the Commonwealth belong to them alone. These are issues that, of course, we have to address. that the gap between the citizens and then, of course, the political officers, the more we are able to close that gap, the more trust people can have in the system, and the more compliance can become real voluntary.
All right. Also, this issue of complexity and multiplicity in taxes, especially in the state level and the local government, we have state taxes. How do you think this standard operating procedure can address this, or how can we also?
Definitely, this cannot. It cannot at all, because I think we're still waiting. The last time the president had occasion to speak, and was asking the Senate president and the Speaker of the House of Rep, I said, I hope that my tax bill is ready now for me to sign. So I think until that is done, that complexity around the tax system, we will not be able to handle them. Yeah, because as it is right now, they have to play by their book, the laws that govern this tax. So what this one is just saying is that how do people get registered, so that the processes that you need to take, what are the KICs, the things that you need to have while you are coming to the office, people understand it so that they can log on to the system, and then they have all their data captured, and then of course you generate your payer ID and the rest of it, and then of course you can be onboarded. So simplifying that process is what this is meant for. But that complexity and the opacity that Moyo spoke to earlier had to be removed by the new tax bill. And until that is done, we may not be able to get out of the complexity.
All right, back to you, Moyo. Orientation or reorientation. How do we even start? Because let's even leave the people. Let's talk about the FIRS.
The FIRS system.
How do we even start to
reorientate
them?
I appreciate that the doc spoke about that, because most times we overlook that, but that's something that's very prevalent in public service and civil service. But I think I always use this as an example, right? The way we did the using of seatbelt thing.
Yes.
How we made that.
The enforcement of
the
seatbelts.
enforcement of using seatbelts. How we made it work. How we entrenched it in sort of the psyche of people. I do think that if we are committed, it's something that we can do. If we do the right PR and marketing and just put it in people's faces that this is something that you should be doing. And I think you can also do it for even the taxpayers. You know, abroad people compute their tax themselves. They know what they're doing. They know what's happening. I think that this is something that we can do for ourselves as well. It's going to take a lot of commitment and a lot of clarity of purpose on this issue to get it done. A lot of will, but it can be done. It's not like again we're going to battle with a lot of illiteracy and stuff like that. So we're going to have to bring it down to people's levels, right? People, if we're going to the markets and we're doing that, we have to do it. But again, it's a great idea. It's rarely ever about the idea, but the execution with many of these things. But it's something that must be done if we really want to standardize the tax industry in Nigeria.
I think paying attention to the members of staff of the FIRS is actually very important. This is the federal now, meaning offices across the nation.
Yes.
This is, we're talking about 300 plus offices. And we understand that, well, this is not something that's going to happen at once.
Yes.
It's going to be probably in phases, region by region, state by state, and all of that. You know, so that will take a while. So maybe before it gets to a certain state or before it gets to a certain locality, you know, it's not going to be as easy. That's that. And aside from that, there's something that, you know, has been observed, you know, in the civil service, and that's as regards senior civil servants. They're very
disrespectful.
No,
I'd say
you know,
and badly behaved, generally
speaking. They're not really open to change. They're not really accepting of change. Sometime last year, the Minister of Interior, Olubunmi Tunji-Ojo, came up with, digitizing, application for passports and all of that. The majority of the people, or the people who resisted that particular issue, were the civil servants, the immigration officers, not even, people who are applying, because of course it makes it easier for us.
Yes.
But, for some people, in the interior ministry, especially the immigration officers, there are a lot of things that they chop.
Yeah, they profit from,
from the bottom line. So all of those things would be eliminated if that, new initiative had been introduced.
Yes.
Because it will cut off a lot of middleman. You don't need to pay an agent, or you can just sit in the comfort of your house and apply for these things. So the majority of the people who resisted that particular initiative were civil servants themselves. And it was a big issue. as well. So, and aside from that, even Minister Dave Umahi, when he came up, Minister of Work, he said, oh, we're going to work with some certain individuals as, we want to change from something to asphalt or something. There was a change. Asphalt, yes, thank you. And, and the conversation came up with, some civil servants just raised, I said, oh, no, we're already working with some certain people. We have to keep working with. So I think that, the members of staff are the number one customers that needs to have that reorientation. Yeah. They are the first people that need to go through that training. They are the first people that need to have an understanding of how this not just make things better for the FRS, but even for the nation as a whole. More, revenue generation. Let's move away from oil. Yes, it's not easy and all of that, because a lot of people, by the time you calculate their taxes, but those people, but those people get tax holiday now. So
you see, the real issue, Bola, is the fact that I don't know to what extent the academies is actually able to shape the way they do things. If you look at the Nigerian public service, for example, we are still in the classical era of public administration and trying to introduce new measures from this, but we have not been able to transition. While the world has moved through these ages, we have passed through several theoretical epochs in public administration. Today, everybody is talking about e-governance and ICT in public administration, and that is after they have done governance. There was an era they called the new public service. There was an era, of course, they call the systems theory, looking at input, output, and what it produces. Now, all this era has been gone through by most civilized society. But we are still at that classical level, which is hugely bureaucratic. And what are we still talking about? That this is what the rule says, we can't bend it.
This is how we've been doing it.
Yes, so that's actually what is retarding the progress here. Yes. So until we are able to actually allow academies to shape the way people think, take, for example, the King of Dubai woke up one morning in 2015 and he said, how can we take service to our people? Is it possible for us to have a public service that operates 24 hours? That our people will not need to come and queue in the front of government office, but that our government will be moving to their houses. And then, of course, the public service were made to start to think. And immediately they came up and they said it's possible. And they said how? They said e-government. So since 2015, UAE has transitioned from this bureaucratic mode to an e-government model. And so when the COVID came, there was nothing that was different because they were already used to that system. And even in that system, of course, people who were operating it, they have a small tablet in front of their office, and after somebody has addressed you, you just said, okay, I'm satisfied. You tick it, and you go your way. And now, so what's happened? Ministries were being rated on service level. And said, this is the top 3 most excellent service delivery ministry. And this is the last worst. Yeah, so this was what they wanted. So a lot of agencies and ministries were struggling to ensure that they give the people the service. What happened? 2 years, 3 years down the line, all big offices in UAE were shut down. They were converted to either accommodation, state institutions, and of course, because people were working from the comfort of their homes. They didn't need big offices anymore because the goal of government was to take service to the people, not the other way around. So when you see what we do, it's still around that bureaucratic model that you have to stay in a queue. Then they give Olumide the file. Olumide finish it, minute on it, send it to Moyo. Moyo finish, send it to Bola. And that's not the end of it because somebody else is still there who is going to...
It never ends.
Of course, you find out before you return, you can't do 24-hour service because we are still too bureaucratic. But the thing I've always said to civil servants is understand, what was the philosophy around bureaucracy? two things necessitated bureaucracy. The first was one, there was a high level of incompetence. And so people were just trying to be sure that people are not making mistakes. So they had to go through processes so that there are no multiple mistakes. And then, of course, you also have corruption as part of it, because they were so sure that one person was so corrupt that if he can put in a lot of things, and then somebody need to watch it. But all these things, we have to ask ourselves, are we now very competent? Do we now have competent people in public service? Is corruption now reduced? So these are some of the issues that we all would need to address. And this is why the cumbersomeness of assessing public infrastructure is actually a big problem here. It's a big deal. So you can't talk about transparency because somebody is trying to gain an advantage over you. Have you tried to log on a system and they say something is open and then you click on it, it's rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling. It never opens until the process is over.
The students' loan portal, yes.
Whether it's the loan, whether it's the accommodation portal. So many of the portals, because keep rolling, because somebody is working at the back end and who's actually creating job, and you find that they have one office at the back end and they say to you, go and do the upload there, and you go there, in 2 minutes it's done.
It's done.
So this agency kind of relationship that we have, they call it rent seeking, is the thing that's actually predominant in our public service, and that's what we need to deal with. So beyond actually putting this infrastructure in place, the people who run it need to be actually addressed. They need to be properly trained so that they can deliver excellent service.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I think we would just say charity begins at home. Yes, if FIRS are supposed to, mitigate all these challenges and bring about a new form of FIRS, they need to look inwards, reorientate their own staffs and cut all through these bureaucracies. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue with the program. It's Souq Business Landscape. Stay tuned.
Dr. Souq A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS.
I firmly believe in the wisdom encapsulated in the statements. Revenue growth is the lifeblood of the national economy, providing means to fulfill essential duties to its citizens. These words capture the core principle that will guide us as we navigate the challenging terrain ahead, ensuring that our nation thrives and fulfills its obligation to its citizens. In our pursuit of greater fiscal future, we are determined to align ourselves with President Bola Tinubu's Extreme Fiscal Policy and Tax Reform Committee. This collaboration will enable us to shape the prosperous fiscal landscape that will empower our nation's growth and development.
Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS. Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's continue. A new environmental project has been launched to combat dangerous air pollution in Lagos and Port Harcourt using artificial intelligence, AI, and low-cost sensors to track harmful particles in the air. Now, the 18-month initiative funded by the University of Chicago's Energy Policy Institute officially kicked off in February. It focuses on PM 2.5. These are tiny particles from vehicles and industrial activity that can cause asthma, lung disease, and heart problems. 15 sensors will be deployed in 10 in Lagos and 5 in Port Harcourt along major transport routes. And these sensors will collect real-time data for a full year, while AI tools will forecast pollution trends and support smarter policy decisions. Experts from the University of Lagos, Lagos State Environmental Protection Agency, LASEPA, and international research teams say the project is designed to bridge the gap in Nigeria's air quality data. They believe it will support stronger transport health policies while also making pollution information easily accessible to the public. Moyo, let me start. If you look at air pollution in Nigeria, I mean, there's no day goes by you will not see a truck, downfall, pollution.
That should.
What is coming out is
just
quite harmful.
Straight carbon monoxide, just straight up carbon monoxide.
So do you think this new initiative, looking at the trailers, the trucks we have in Nigeria, can we actually be able to?
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. At least we can.
I feel like we're abusing AI.
They just use AI to identify the poor people.
I'm sorry.
And somehow it wasn't on the list. I don't understand what the AI was saying. But what I'm saying here is, let's not forget the AI thing. We have a real major air pollution problem in this country.
Yes.
In 2020, when we were still battling COVID, we had air pollution that was 5 times above the World Health Organization average. And that's troubling, because who do we run to? Is it LASEPA that we're going to run to help us? Who?
Electric vehicles.
EV.
Electric vehicles?
While we wait for them, let them harvest all our lithium first. We'll come back to that. But what I'm saying here is that we have a lot of issues here. I don't know who is in charge of it, who's supposed to make our airs clearer, or we don't even know what agency and what they're doing on this matter. It's a treacherous thing. We also remember in Port Harcourt where they had the suit thing, where we could see the suit. People came, they did their research, blah, blah, blah. But what was the long-term decision made to stop things like that from happening? Nothing. So again, they are bringing 15 drones, Abi. How many did they say? They're bringing. Let me check.
Sensors.
15 sensors for
10 in Lagos.
10 in Lagos, 5 in.
No, 10 in Lagos and 5 in Port Harcourt.
Yes.
Can 10 do the job in Lagos?
Thank you.
Considering the local government,
limited.
Even in River State, 5, just 5. So if we're not going to get enough data to do anything meaningful with all of this, University of Chicago needs to leave us the hell alone. They need to leave us alone. Let's not waste
aside from that, aside from the data, which really in Nigeria, I don't know if we've ever used data for like anything. Every time they collate data, and what exactly does it translate, or what does it convert to? We don't. I don't know if data has actually helped as regards enacting laws or in law enforcement. I've never really...
Because it renders data meaningless.
Exactly. We have registers, we have data, and I can't remember the last time we had census and all of that. So let's put data aside, but even aside from that, so this thing is for 18 months. What happens after 18 months?
It's a study which I believe after would now lead to enforcement, which that's where I'm even going.
Believe. Are you working for them?
No, I'm not, but I'm just trying to... Let me come to doctor.
Get out where you can.
While this data is being collected and every other thing, do you see a future enforcement of environmental...
The longevity of it, or longevity?
Well, is a study is appreciated. It really just amplifies how bad we are. That is what it is here, of course. Yeah, but because all of us can see, as you're sitting down in here, you can feel in your eyes.
Yes.
You can feel it. That the environment is dirty. So we don't need AI to pick that for us, especially in the city of Lagos.
Exactly.
Exactly.
We don't need AI to tell us how bad that
it.
I just have to start at the Legba.
You can
level
see
of
it.
pollution
You
is.
can smell it.
If you're driving through the express between the island and the mainland, you get to that Ojota area, you see all the smokes. And of course, it's burning night and day. And then, of course, you're seeing public buses that are emitting all manner of carbon into the air. So what is the AI going to be captured?
And then you go to some shops on Lagos Island where they are generating sets in their shops, practically in their shops.
Or the yamala that is using wool to cook amala there, and of course you see, there's a whole lot.
There's a lot.
A whole lot.
We don't need AI to generate
we don't need AI to tell us how bad it is.
In between all that,
but I think it's actually taking measure to see how we can reduce some of all these things, because it's even worse off. About 2 days ago, I saw a BRT bus. If you see the kind of smoke it was emitting, it was a dark smoke.
You know, I would have said that's a government
and this
is boss, but they would say it's not really government maintained.
Yeah, whether it's government maintained or not, but government should have an oversight because they are giving them license to operate. We say we are phasing out Molue from the city.
Yes.
Now, what we are finding is something that is even worse of Molue. That is getting into the roads. So I think government need to do a whole lot. At least not even leave the private owners of the yellow buses in Lagos out. But let's concentrate on the government real interested transport system. They're also generating a whole lot of pollutions. Those buses, when they came, all of them had air conditioning.
Yes.
But today now, none of them is working.
No, some of them are.
And maybe the new ones that are coming. Maybe the route, my route is unlucky.
Some of them are. I know someone that slept off in the bus past their bus stop.
But
I've ridden it only once. The one that had AC.
The one that has AC, yeah.
Once.
So I don't know what's happening to all that. They came out new, but now there's no maintenance, and it's even worse off. And these are issues that we have to deal with.
Very important.
The other day we were talking about, of course, the environmental cleanliness in Lagos area. How do we deal with the issue of waste and the rest of it? So these are all pollutants that gets into the air. So if we have waste that are not managed properly, of course they are polluting the air. So air will have enough to gather really. And it will paint a very gloomy picture about us to say we are the worst off on earth in terms of air pollution. And I think that's the result we are going to get. And it's not going to be more than that. But beyond getting that result is what should government be doing? Or what society should do to see that we can reduce the level of pollution, air pollution in our environment so that we can breathe very well. All these lung diseases, heart diseases that are connected with this bad air, we can minimize them. And then, of course, what government is spending on maintaining the health of its citizens can also go down drastically. I think those are the issues that really will matter.
I don't think we need to spend so much money, I don't think we need to spend so much money or such a long time gathering data, actually. Like I said, it's not like they don't know. You know, just I don't want to say something, because somebody said something the other day on the internet and they carried the girl,
But careful now. One thing I want us to talk about is if you are, just like Doctor said, if you are driving from Beja towards Ojota, that dump site, you cannot miss this.
Everybody keeps talking about that.
What can be done?
That's not the only place. Like it's literally. Sorry, I'm not invalidating it, but like it's literally everywhere. Even on Third Mainland Bridge.
The reason why
on the bus or you're wind down.
The reason why that one is at a highlight, all right, is because you can't enter Lagos, without passing.
And at the back of Government House.
It's close to Alausa.
Love it.
It's very
It's
very close.
I actually love it. It's good.
You relocate it to where? The smell still continues. You're carrying the smell away.
You're just moving the smell. The smell is not going to
moving
disappear.
the smell. And then that's not even the issue. All right? So because you go to some markets.
Yes. One comes to mind.
You go to all the markets. Yes, except the ultra-modern ones that they're just building, and some of them are already.
Let's calm down on the ultra-modern part. Let's calm down.
Wait, that's what they write on.
That's what they just write on.
Ultra modern mall. All right, you go to some markets as well, and then you see it is terrible. The other day, during Fashola's administration, Ambodi's administration, Fashola's administration, especially here in Lagos, Ladipo's spare parts market was closed almost like 8 times throughout his administration, throughout the 8 years. Every time it was closed for like 2 days, they will go, they will beg and probably pay some fine, and then they will clean. And then they will reopen. And then it continues. So my own issue is this data that we are collating for these 18 months that they are spending so much money on, that AI is going to do for us that human beings cannot do. All right? What is it going to translate to? What's the data going to? What are we going to use the data for? I've said it before. I'll say it again. I've never seen in Nigeria any situation where data has been used to enact a law. Say, okay, because we have 133 people living in multidimensional poverty, because of that, we are going to be doing this. Or because inflation, okay, well, they've been increasing MPR, so let's leave that out. Just leave that out.
Yeah, but you see,
Anyways,
there are a few things we could actually be doing.
Yeah.
Let me give you an instance. In Rwanda, Kigali, the first Saturday of the month is taken for environmental sanitation.
But we've done that, doctor.
No.
We are bringing it back.
We have.
No, he said we have not done it with you. Let's
But we're bringing it back.
Let's hear what this is.
8 straight hours.
8
straight hours.
Wow.
Not even essential service vehicle move.
Doctor,
8 hours on the first Friday.
Doctor, we used to have that in Lagos. Last Saturday of the month, everybody.
But it wasn't 8 hours. He's saying 8 hours.
So you're saying that's the difference. That would
that ends up 5 hours.
Straight hours. Everybody sit down.
In your house or clean?
No. You're actually outside cleaning.
Don't sit down.
Now, on the first Sunday of every month, for another 5 hours, nobody drives vehicle.
Wow.
Everybody is exercising with the president.
This is a commercial city.
Everybody's exercising with the president.
The president. So after the...
Which president?
They must love the
president of Rwanda.
They must really love...
After the exercise, they sit down in the city square to have town hall meeting with the president.
Let's like in Korea at this point.
Exactly.
It's one thing to say. It's possible, but it's one thing to say.
It cannot.
It's like that. We should all be coming to town hall to be meeting with you.
It cannot. It cannot.
No, with the president.
With the president. We have media chats, and then curated questions.
Media chats where, of course,
everybody
is gathered. All the people, if he's in this city today, all the people in that city sit around with the president.
And they ask him,
again, we have 20 million in Lagos.
There are 20 million people in Lagos.
What I'm saying is that he doesn't stay in one spot.
Okay.
If he's doing here this month, if he's in Ireland this month, he's on the mainland, he's moving around. And what he does is that, the point I'm actually emphasizing is that this doesn't really cost any fund to do. So what he's trying to do is to reduce the carbon print in society. So that for 8 hours straight, you're not seeing vehicle drive, you're not seeing pollution from mobility. All you see, everybody is on a standstill. But then, of course, it also gives him direct feedback from the people that the common man on the street can ask and say, oh, I was supposed to get an access to health, I didn't find it. And then they ask the commissioner of health and ask and said, of course, can you answer what he just said? So the whole lot of high level of accountability.
Even during COVID.
Because that is one of the, you just say Korea, no. The thing is that this is what is endearing the people to the president. That the president can feel at home in the midst of his people without any sense of security, and people can have unfettered access to him. But this happened twice a month.
In Lagos, the president feels at home.
No, I'm not talking about the president. I'm talking about
No, because once you try to replicate that's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that there are few things we can do. Sure, my friend asked me a question in Kigali, and he said to me, you see, when we hear that we are dealing with issues with the environment, and we're saying we are looking for World Bank, we are looking for IMF, a few things we can do that does not require loan. That these are things that we can just creatively do and reduce the level of this thing. Take, for example, we're talking about mass transit. If you come to TBS here at 4, 5, you see massive crowd. It tells you that
AM or PM?
PM. There's supposed to be business here. Yeah. Now, when you go to the early morning that are coming from mainland, you see a whole lot of queue. Buses are not there, and people are not enjoying it. That's why you have plenty of buses or cars on the road that are polluting the air. So what can we do as a government to actually reduce this stress? It won't take us too much. But of course, we're not looking at those non-expensive ideas that can help us recreate a system that works. But all we're always thinking about is, in Paris the other day, of course, they were extending the roads so that people can drive bicycle alongside vehicle. And so rather than go, yes, of course, they're probably ride a bicycle around town. So it's all to reduce the carbon footprint on the society, and then the environment become really cleaner and better.
Doctor, I hope you know that it's not only cars that emit carbon.
Bicycle will not emit carbon.
I'm just saying, we have generators.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we can improve on our life system. Why not?
We can.
Yes, why not?
Yes, we can.
We can. Oh, well, we should.
Do we need generators? We don't need them.
I think we should might be more, but I think it's important that we have cover. I do think it's important that we have
I was going to say, because, you know, he said something as regards, you know, for that 8 hours, we won't have emission. First off, on a lighter note, some years or so ago, on a lighter note, there was something about no honk day, don't honk, and everything. It was that day.
People were now making a point to honk.
We're making a point to honk. Pam. That's one. Anyways, during COVID, there was lockdown in Lagos. No movement except essential services. People just still found one way or the other to be on the road. And then during that time as well, people were bored out of their minds. So generating sets were on almost 24/7. That was a big issue for a lot of people. Now, so telling people to stay at home would also be very difficult in Lagos, because this is a very very, you know, active commercial hub. There's no how. Even during public holidays, you see people come out. Yes. During the layer, you see one Alaja, she says she's coming, she's opening her shop. Do you understand? So, you know, replicating some of these things in Lagos may be
difficult.
It's very
it should not be difficult. If we see, for example, on these houses, someone on a shot, cleaning gutter, Lagosians will come out. Yes. And that's what I'm saying to you in Kigali. Because the president is not just out. He is also cleaning. And his citizens can see him clean.
Well, I'm sorry.
You see, the reason why you see a lot of protestation is that the law seems to be made only for the poor. And those who are well off are not part and parcel of that law. So that's a problem. But now, when you see an environment where the law is not just for only the poor, and it seems to be for everybody. I was living in almost the same estate with the president in Kigali. You don't know when he comes in, you don't know when he goes out. No sorry, nothing.
Why do you want to know?
And
no, because you make it
but that's the point I'm making.
There's
no noise. There's nothing.
Yeah, but
he walks out in the evening. The president takes a walk on the estate. His family are walking on the estate. And of course, the citizens can interact with him. So he's not afraid, really.
The governor has poured water in front by ensuring that security is amazing in his states or in his country. He has done he has put certain things in place. I see, Doctor, the truth of the matter is, with the way the economy is at this time, there's a lot of angry Nigerians out there.
That's true.
And trust me, no politician wants to be on the road cleaning water. That's the truth of the matter. Let's not tell her. Let's not have from
No.
However,
there's an example.
We've seen cases
there's
like
an
that.
example.
We've seen cases like that, but in the past.
No, not in the past.
In Nigeria.
In Edo State, when Adams was...
In the past.
Adam was the governor of Edo State.
In the past.
He comes to New Benin market like this, and you see market women all rallying around him. All you hear is Osho Baba. Then he addressed them, he moved on. He was eventually driving himself around Benin.
For context, he was a comrade. He was
without any.
He was an activist before he became a governor.
Different.
He was a people person.
You see, but this is what it is. What power does to people, that it takes you away from your people. But once you can reunite with your people,
that's not true.
No.
That's the people that they just decide to be away from the people.
No. What I'm saying, power takes you away from the people. Here.
Yeah.
No. But I can tell you this one for free.
I can also tell you for free.
No. Let me give you.
I can also tell you for free.
Let me give you.
There was a House of Rep member, and I'm sure it's very popular. You should know him in somewhere in Ilupeju there also, Kako Are, if you know him. He was a member of the House of Reps in Ilupeju there, and you know the amazing thing about him? He used to drive children to school every morning. I think it's a personal decision. I think it's just...
Again, this is
a personal decision. And it's very
allow me to finish my... See, what I'm saying is that power has a way of taking people away. You see, the issue is that what you have not noticed is that, yes, individual decisions are there. But what I'm saying is that our people are not just too criminal like that. You say people are angry that if politicians come out, they are going... No.
The president was in Lagos last year to go and pray at the national, central mosque here in Lagos. Did you see the way they mobbed him? It was a serious issue.
People just want to greet their president.
I don't know. They want to greet their president, and then in the process, they should injure the president.
No, not injure. I can tell you, that day, the whole of Marina, the number of policemen that were here was more than the individuals. See,
at the central mosque.
No. What I'm saying, yes, of course, all this whole place was barricaded by policemen.
But so how did they get to him?
No. They're not getting to him. You see, what I'm saying is that, you see, there's a difference that people want to mob you and the fact that people want to actually have a feel of you. You see, the distance, that's what I'm saying. The distance between rulers and the rule is a big problem here. That once people get into office, I'm not even talking about politics. Even in common church, you become a senior pastor.
Daddy.
Your protocol don't allow people to come close to you. So it has a way of actually estranging you from the people. So you become estranged from the people that you are supposed to actually be ministering to. You can see a pastor who is walking onto altar, and you see protocol, they line up, face, of course, to the side of the congregation where he's going to walk, so that nobody is going to come. See, this is our issue. This is what power does to people. And if you are not very, very careful,
I don't think it's an issue.
It's a big issue.
Yeah.
It's a big issue because you find that there are certain things you will naturally have done and you are not in touch with your people. I give you one very simple example. We were in the UAE and the former governor of Kano State, Kanduje, was in the same setting in the breakfast in Radisson Blue in Dara Click. And he saw a couple of young Nigerians was interacting. But all the details that
I think it's an issue, doctor, because during elections, these people know how to interact with the people.
Even those
during elections, they know how to interact. They know how they come down
during
to the grassroots and interact with people during elections.
The level of security and the people who get to the podium are the same set of the ruling elite. It's not everybody.
Podium.
Have you seen that somebody wants to go and do a campaign in Nigeria and is moving to election? Other people come around? No.
Yes.
See, look at who sits in the podium.
Yes.
See, what you see.
Yes.
No.
There are politicians that have held campaigns till even 9 p.m., 10 p.m. There are people around, there's light, and they are hanging out with people and all of that. The point is...
No.
I don't know what's hanging out for them to be able to...
Maybe, depending on the level of politics we are talking about, maybe a local council...
We're talking about AI and waste management.
Let's bring it back to the environment.
All right, so let's bring it back to the environmental...
No, but it's important we talk about it. It's important because what I'm trying to say to you is that once people get to understand and see that their leader is in front, people will follow. What we're talking about is leadership. So if a leader says, okay, today's environmental sanitation, and the leader is sleeping in-house, and the poor man feels that he's the only one who is being punished from sweeping his company, will not come out. And that was why yes, I'm telling you, that was
why. There's no punishment. People shouldn't see that.
Yeah, but people saw it as punishment. Those days in Lagos when you say environmental, they didn't come out. They were not cleaning their houses. They were only waiting. Even till today, on Thursdays, when markets are closed, in some part of Lagos, on Thursday, you see all the stocks are locked. People are inside the store. They are not cleaning because they don't see it. They don't see it as something that they want to do. That's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
But when you see the leader in front, who is doing what he's preaching,
yeah, okay.
buy-in becomes very simple. That's the point I'm making.
I agree. I agree.
Let's look
Can I say something
yes.
real quick? I think that he brought up something, he said leadership, and I think that it is very, very important. We cannot continue to play with this thing. You know, there are a lot of people who are going through a lot of health challenges because by virtue of this thing that we let happen. When we look back to when we were all clamoring about the ozone layer, our ozone layer is depleting, climate change. What did we do? They signed the Montreal Protocol, you know, and they made sure that they reduced the amount of CFC that we let out into the environment. And according to research by MIT, by 2026, the ozone layer would have healed. So a lot of people don't talk about that, but these are real issues, right? So let's even leave the politics of it. There's a human angle to all these things. Let's leave the politics of it aside. There's a human angle, and we need to be better in how we take care of our environment. Even just as a Christian or as a religious person, it's the right thing to do. Yeah.
And just like Moyo said, we need to do better as human beings. We need to let the human side of us reflect in how we do things and try and be each other's keeper and protect the environment and the ozone layer in general. I still Souq business landscape. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we continue. Stay tuned.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I've just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know if you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you are already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelts is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Souq News Television.
Welcome back to Souq Business Landscape. Let's take this next story. Britain's unemployment rate has risen to 4.6%, the highest since July 2021, according to new data from the Office of the National Statistics. The increase reflects the impact of a recent business tax hike introduced by the Labour government and a 10% tariff from the United States, both of which took effect in April. Now, the data also showed a notable drop in payroll employment and slower wage growth, signaling cooling momentum in the labour market. Analysts say these trends could prompt the Bank of England to continue lowering interest rates into 2026, which may pressure the British pound while supporting the London stock market. Let me start off with Moyo. What do you think about this? Unemployment in Britain, while people keep rushing.
Yeah, I was gonna, but then I don't want to sound. I don't understand. I mean, it's not exactly a good thing.
Yes.
You know, we always wish everybody the best. But I hope that they can come out of this, stronger and better. And I hope that we.
I don't know how they will come out of it because they are pursuing.
I pursuing
their workforce. They are pursuing their workforce.
I know, but it's a dicey situation. We wish them the best. Hopefully, they can find a way to come out of this. But sometimes it's just like where you use your hand to do yourself. Sometimes, So that's just the situation here. And there's a lot of investor anxiety, and this is what you get. For the people outside, they're seeing this, sort of hostility towards how you treat people coming in, and they're not sure if this is where we should be putting our money in, if there's a lot of stability in there. So this is what you got to deal with. And again, this is something they've been dealing with since they left Brexit.
Yes.
Since COVID-19. COVID-19 wasn't the job situation. They left Brexit. So there's a lot that they have to. So they're going to need a lot of clarity of purpose to solve this situation.
Amabola, what do you think?
I totally agree. It just, took it right out of my mouth. That's just the unfortunate situation as it is now. Especially going with statistics or going with data, the fact that a certain percent, a large chunk of your workforce are foreigners. And just because, you want to keep Britain white, you have decided...
No, not keep Britain white.
Sorry,
that's extreme. Jesus. What?
That's Brexit situation. But then, it's fine. Anyways, but the point is, because, you're trying to salvage something, and I'm sure they must have weighed their cons, tried to look at it and all. But I think at this point now, maybe the con is far outweighing the pros. So whatever it was that they were trying to achieve, with all of that strict, immigration policies and all of that, and then the fact that thousands of people have been sent home as it is now. And the truth of the matter is the workforce and what entails. There's a certain number of the workforce as well that pays attention to a certain sector, the care sector, where British people really aren't doing that. Exactly. It's the foreigners that are doing it. So I just feel like, just as Moyo said, just when you use your hands to just, unfortunately,
I say English terms, they say you cut the nose to spite the face.
All right. So coming to you, Doctor, there's a business tax hike, also the 10% tariff from the United States. Do you think?
Yeah, but I don't think that is the real case in the UK as we speak, and I think it's just a change in terms of the policy options. I have always argued here, and a lot of people don't seem to understand that there's no government who can succeed trying to be pro-poor and become anti-business. The only way to actually be pro-poor is to be pro-business. And any government who takes on
Anti-poor. The only way to be anti-poor is pro-business.
No. The only way to be pro-poor.
Are we saying poor people or the state of poverty?
I don't get exactly.
Is it poor people or the state of poverty?
No, what I'm saying is that
when you say
what government all across the world is doing, they're trying to fight poverty.
Yes.
And say, people are suffering, we want to take care of our people, and therefore, that's pro-poor programs.
Please add that.
Yeah,
that's very, very important.
Just listen, because you don't listen very well. That's the problem.
No, we're getting you, but when you...
What I'm saying is, there's no way a government can be pro-poor
with its policies
without necessarily be pro-business. Now, but what you see here in the Labour government in the UK is the fact that they're trying to be very popular, churning out programs that, of course, will benefit the poor people. What would that mean? It means that, of course, you have to tax more the businesses. So what do you see, for example, the national insurance contribution was increased. Minimum wage was increased. Now, businesses, of course, they are there to make profit. What are they doing? They are cutting down on their payroll. So they're not going to employ because, of course, that eats up the profit. So that's what you see when government, all across the globe, and that's really the problem that the whole world is facing as of today, because we're trying to do so much. But what do we really need to do in the long run is to create an enabling environment where businesses can prosper. As businesses are prosper, the people who are unemployed are getting employed. They are empowered. And then, of course, the wheel of the economy is oiled. But now, when you are stifling businesses by policy deliberately, because you're looking for more money to address social program, so you are making the businesses to fail. And the businesses that would have been taking care of the unemployed are themselves not able to survive, and the unemployment figure continue to hike. And that's what we have seen even in our environment. That you see a lot of people have to move out, and say people are moving out to go and set up in Ghana, and they are shutting down because you find that you are trying to take so much from the business. And the businessmen cannot calculate profit anymore. And so they are shifting their businesses. That's why you see, where do companies want to site their headquarters? They want to put it in tax haven, where they don't pay too much of tax. But if you're not putting so much tax, what that means is that businesses are moving out. And this is what, for example, the Donald Trump government is trying to do in the US, saying, okay, how do we increase tariffs so that we can lower tax at home so that people can come in here and do business here, then, of course, employ our people. So that's the point I'm making. So if you want to be pro-poor, then, of course, you have to necessarily be pro-business. Because it's only when businesses are prospering that the poor can actually prosper. So this is a challenge that, of course, is facing the most liberal governments all across the globe. So all the fact is that you are going to take more. You take, for example, education fund was 1%, we move it to 2%. Later we move it to 3%. Now we are thinking of moving to 4%. The state is taking from here. This person is taking from here. At the end of the day, the companies are not really breaking even. And if they are not breaking even, they cannot expand. And if they are not expand, what happened to employment? Unemployment figure continue to rise. Those who have work will lose it. Then those who are getting out of school can't get employment. It becomes very, very difficult. So that balance is what the state is supposed to address. Regulate it in such a way that business is prospering, but not exploiting the common man on the street. That regulatory role is what the state should play, but not taking side with the so-called poor against the business. And then, of course, you now find that there's a ripple effect on the level of poverty, because government can employ everybody. And you don't even have the means to even provide the social security that you want to give to people who are not working. So this is the condition you find yourself. And I think that rethinking needs to happen among liberal thinkers.
What about cut back on visa application and approval? Do you think that...
Well, of course, the reason why they left Brazil before was the fact that they felt that other European countries were taking too much of job in the UK. So the whole idea that Brazil succeeded was the fact that they felt that if you stop other European countries from coming to take jobs in the UK, then we will have jobs for our children. But of course, we have seen now that it's not working. So what it is that saving jobs for their children is what is uppermost in their heart. So all this visa restriction and the rest of it to see, will it be able to cushion the effect
on the people. But what I'm saying in essence is that these are treating symptoms.
Yeah.
These are basically treating symptoms. What will solve the problem in the long run is creating an enabling environment where businesses can flourish. So as businesses are flourishing, the people can take advantage of what is happening, and then they benefit from it. So, and I think that is what a state should be all about. Look at it in the UAE, for example. A population of 10 million people, only about 1.5 million are indigenous. Others are foreign nationals, and the economy has not crashed. So cutting visa will not solve your problem. Solving your problem is those major policies that you need to take that will ensure that businesses are prosperous, they are making profit. You can imagine, a friend was telling me the other day and said, well, in UK today, people are begging and they don't want their salary to get beyond £39,000 per annum. Because if you enter into the threshold of £40,000, they'll be paying 40% of tax to government. And people are negotiating with their employer and say, please move my money down a little so that I don't get into that threshold. So you can imagine the way people are thinking. So this is a big problem. And I think those are the issues that the government need to address.
Well, all right. I think another thing that the UK probably needs to pay attention to, not just the UK, and I'm coming back home, just, bringing it back home a bit. Because one of the things that's the issue as regards the business tax hike, why we have that is, a ripple effect of the Trump tariff in the US. So that's just to tell you how, the global markets or what's happening in other countries can have its own effect on domestic, activities as well. So I think it's also something that we need to pay attention to, because one way or the other, US tariffs, yes, affected them, which is now affecting their own economy. And now, as it is affecting their own economy, the Bank of England will step in, other, fiscal entities will also step in, try to salvage the situation. And one way or the other, it will also have its own ripple effect as well in the global market. So whatever is happening there, I hope, that our people back home are watching, they're observing, and they're also, putting things in place, putting contingency plans in place for any eventuality that may want to affect our already fragile, economic state.
All right, let's quickly take the last story here. It says here, President of Dangote Group, Aliko Dangote, has informed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that his companies paid 450 billion naira in taxes to the federal government in 2024, making them Nigeria's highest tax-paying group, exceeding the total paid by all banks combined. I take that again, all banks combined. Dangote also emphasized the group's plan to invest in additional 900 billion naira in road infrastructure across the country under the government's tax credit scheme. Dangote highlighted the Deep Sea Port Access Road as one of the 8 major road projects totaling 500 kilometers, including the links to Chad and Cameroon. He further announced that the main road leading to Dangote Petroleum Refinery would be named Bola Ahmed Tinubu Road, praising the president's leadership for revitalizing investor confidence and fostering private sector growth in Nigeria. Let me start with Dr. Dangote is the highest paying tax person right now. I mean, all banks combined, even more than all banks combined.
Well, I think they are having feed day today, as of today, really. Government is doing all within its power to ensure that businesses is ongoing. And if you remember, some 2 weeks ago, even the Nigerian Port Authority was saying that given the activity of the refinery, that there's a high level of traffic on our waters. Brigade is in, and this, of course, is generating a lot of businesses and transactions that is ongoing. And what this means is that, of course, these taxes are coming in. And, of course, the president also has been very ingenious in also saying that these people who are making some of this big money from the economy can actually also use it to develop infrastructure, which is what we saw in the Deep Road. And, of course, before that, we also saw that the Oshodi-Apapa Expressway, of course, was done. And that is using your tax credit to actually ensure that people can see that this is the benefit of why we pay tax, like we have said earlier on. Yeah, we need a lot of such operations, but only very few people have the kind of, the hard heart of Dangote, who believes so much in Nigeria, can put almost everything in here to make it succeed. It's a plus for us, and I think the more he does, the more Nigeria make more money, and the better all of us really become.
Moyo, I'm looking at a situation whereby Dangote might have some form of monopoly.
Might have. I think he kind of already has. And that's okay.
And how can we curtail this?
No, I mean, personally, I feel like that's okay.
The people that should curtail it, I think they're comfortable.
Yeah. Also, I think that's
there's no monopoly.
There's no monopoly.
It's not his
free
fault.
entry, free exit. So you can play that sector if you have money. So
that's exactly. It's not his fault, or it's not by his playing.
But it is. We cannot say that it is not monopoly just because others can.
It is monopoly.
It is monopoly, whether they can compete or not.
It's not by his doing.
I don't say it's not his fault. It's just the reality.
It's not by his playing
that is protecting others from participating.
Exactly.
You can actually say that it's being monopolistic. What's happening right now is the fact that there are alternatives. What are these alternatives? For example, NNPC came out to say their refineries are working or doing half-half or whatever. Now, of course, you have some modular refineries who are also operating within the system. In my own state, we have 2 modular refineries that are actually producing at the moment as we speak. Now, you also have people who are importing. So to that extent, you can't say that he's a monopoly once you come to those gas areas. So government really has not given him a free hand to say, only you will do. So it's now, we're all praying that other Nigerians take advantage. But the point I'm just making is the fact that the business community today, and I think they are so happy because when you see the president, you see all of them, they gather around him. So I think that they're actually making so much. And government has created that environment for their businesses to prosper. So we can only pray that the more they prosper, the more poverty leaves our land.
But I have a question, though.
Okay.
While we're all excited and we're happy for these business people,
these business people.
These business people that they can sit with the president and have pap and custard. I have a question as regards, is there, because it's the same people, Doctor, for the past few years. It's the same faces, it's the same names that, comes up when you talk about, top business the game players in the country. So what do you think the government can do further, for the smaller guys to come on board? Because these business people, they've been in business for years, so they have the leverage of, the connection, the network, the funding as well, because one way or the other, they've been able to work in, work out, and also we see situations where, for some of them, there have also been some leeways that has been, accorded them for some of them. Okay, just to make it easier for you, okay, we open this. To make this easier for you, open this and all of that. So for the smaller guys to come on board, so we can see new faces, what do you think can be done? Because I believe that it's the same faces for the past 10 years or thereabout. It's the same. When you look at the top players in the business world up there, it's the same people. So what can be done to actually,
I think what we can do is what your station represents, which is financial literacy and education, that people need to really know. I was listening to Apostle Seaman, I think it was yesterday, and I was talking about how people live outside of their lifestyle. And we are not taught really issues about capital formation, what to do with money. So some people, money entered into their hands, and of course, what they are thinking about is really not what these guys are thinking. Take, for example, Dangote said to you, I don't have a need for a house in the US. I don't have a need for a house in South Africa. I don't have a need for a house, even in Abuja. I have 2 houses in Nigeria. One is in Kano, and the other is in Lagos. So if I go to Abuja, I sleep in a hotel. But you see some people who have put so much money in the landed property in Abuja, nobody is renting it. Those houses are tied down. Some of them are not even able to own all for the properties because, of course, they can't even track where those monies are coming. So they are not putting the money into the economy. Some of them are stealing it, and they are finding a way to move them out. So this is the problem. So once people begin to take advantage of what little opportunity that is in here, they make a lot of things. I was having this conversation with somebody, and he told me, saying at Adamawa, I had a boy, he cashed out in farm, and he made so much money, the first thing he went to do was to go buy a car. And then he's now waiting for government to come and give him further loan to develop a new farm. So this idea, because Dangote started small, he tells his story. My grandparent gave me 500,000. So I started.
In what year?
In what year? 1974.
That's about 50 something million or 100 and something million.
I can also tell you that there are some people
who is willing to give someone 100.
Yeah, those ones.
500 million
are unfortunate.
in 1974, and that one we can't find it anywhere. So we must.
Anybody that inherited 500 million
we must appreciate his entrepreneurship.
We do, but that's the same. He started from scratch. I'm starting from scratch, not Dangote.
Yes.
All right,
and I don't have anybody
like
to give me 500 million.
I'd like to put a question.
500 million you need right now. Okay.
I'd like to put a question on the table. I remember when Dangote was asked that if he could do this again, he said no if he had the opportunity or if he had the...
That was just oil, though. He has so many businesses.
And he also complained about the IOC trying to frustrate his work and all that.
Yes.
Could that also be some form of discouragement for people who might want to toe that path?
You know, I mentioned just now that, you know, those people, they have the network, they have the connection. It's very clear that while Dangote was going through that very, very unfortunate phase, you know, in trying to kickstart the Dangote refinery, he leveraged on network. He leveraged on connection. He leveraged on the funds that he had already.
He also had scuffled with the NNPCL at the point.
They had issues.
He did. But one way or the other, because of the network and the connection and the relationship that has been built over the years, one way or the other, they still came to...
So it's the connection.
Can I say, but these are the issues that we must also face. Take, for example, in 2019, APC published his name as a member of the campaign group for Buhari. He went out on air and publicly disclaimed it and asked APC to say that, look, I am not part of your party. Now, you see, these are what I'm talking about, capital formation, is the fact that sometimes you're looking at business people, they're taking all the risks to succeed. So they understand their modus operandi. They look...
See, Doctor, there are two people that came up. Apologies that I caught you. There are two people that came up during when Dangote was, during that phase that he was in. There are two people that came up and said, oh, they wanted to start the tire making business in Nigeria. Okay. They wanted to start a tire making business. It was all over Twitter. And they said, oh, that when they came in, the first thing that first gave them headache was the tedious process of getting license. You know, the tedious process. You have to meet this person, meet that person, sort this person out, pay this person, do this, do that. There's so many people that they have to sort out and so many people that you have to see and so many people. See, because we don't know them, we didn't get to know their story. But Dangote is well known, and that's why we were fortunate to have known what he went through. And it was a highly publicized, you know, phase in the Dangote refinery. It was a highly publicized phase, and we got to know some. In fact, that's why we even got to know that apparently the reason why fuel is yellow is for certain reasons, and it's not supposed to be yellow. No, a lot of things now came to light.
Yeah, when he was
you know, showing us because his own looked like water. And they were like, but normal fuel is supposed to be. And they said, oh, the reason why it is because they had to add some things and all that. You know, a lot of education came out from, a lot of intel came out from when he spoke out. But then that's why, you know, these smaller guys, I want to believe that there are people who actually want to.
Yes.
But
no.
Is the system favorable?
I don't think it's a system. That's what I'm saying to you. Okay. There are two Mudlar refineries, for example, operating in Edo State. There are about how many licenses of Mudlar refinery that have been given out by the government?
So much.
Now,
do you know that
close to 24.
Those people came out now? Thank you. So those people came out sometime last or 2 years ago. They came out and said yes, they have the license, but they don't have the funding. And for them to, when they go to the bank to, okay, we need funding and everything, the bank gives them certain criteria, and they can't meet that criteria because they've not started working. Do you understand? So there's a lot of loophole. There's a lot of black spots or dark spots.
I don't think. For these people. I didn't think that is a major issue.
Of course, it's not a major issue.
It's not a major issue.
But it is an issue.
I don't think it should even become an issue, really. You see, because the problem we have here, I've argued this elsewhere before.
Okay.
When you go to other clients, people are talking about merger and acquisition. in terms of business. Here, we are fragmenting. Because
We
everybody
can't
wants to be a CEO.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah. Now, see, there's something they call crowdfunding today. So you're looking for a pool of funds put together by people to drive the process.
There's still a CEO now.
No. Yes, even if there's going to be a CEO, but it's not just a one-man ownership. See, the real problem here is the fact that when people are fragmented, you want to have as many CEO. It's not because the business is thriving, but you don't even have
the point is, some people can have the money, but still at the end of the day, the system still has a way of making.
You see, that's what I'm saying. What you do in that case, we're talking about funding issue, funding criteria.
Not just funding.
Yeah. So if you're talking about funding, for example, Oshibajo, we can give that to him on the ease of doing business in terms of registration. It's almost close to next to nothing on CAC portal. How to generate your what they call it, tax ID and the rest of it, all are in one same portal today. So that is not as cumbersome as it used to be. You see, all those things, government are gradually taking care of some of all these things. But you see, if you say you want to come and play in a sector, so we don't get into the same issues that we have with disco today, who in 2014 said, oh, we want to participate, and government gave them money to participate, mobilized them. They took the asset of government. They didn't invest anything. The money they took from government, they have not paid back. And then, of course, we don't have light.
But you know what you do disco is not only disco's problem.
Now, what I'm saying is that, I'm only talking about their distribution. I don't want to go to what is happening on their side.
It's the light that they have, they are distributing power. And if power is not, generation and transmission is very important.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that even the little we are generating, we are not able to distribute it. That's the problem. So what I'm saying here, in essence, is the fact that if you don't have people who have the fund to play in a sector, and then you are blaming the system. Because there should be some measure of control and regulations on how people play on a particular category.
Personally, I see both sides of the argument. But I would just like to say that the start of this conversation was Dangote pledging 900 billion.
450.
No, that's for the tax, 900 billion for the roads. And I think it's a great idea. What we can just try and push is that more businesses, not just Dangote, can have access. Come up with stuff.
Bua is doing some.
MTN, we know they're part of the participation.
I think on this note, I will call it a wraps on today's episode of Souq Business Landscape. Many thanks for listening. And if you enjoyed this discussion, please follow us on all our social media platforms at Souq News Television. Drop a like, comment, and share. I am Olumide Shokoya. Enjoy the rest of your day. Moyo.
All right, thank you so much for watching. It has been a fun and riveting conversation as always. I'm Moyo Seradebi. You can follow me on all social media platforms at Moyo Lagos. Thank you for watching.
Doctor.
It was a pleasure being here, and it's good to know that you were there. Osama Zaid also remains my name.
Amobola.
Well, Nigeria comes first every time. So when you're thinking, think Nigeria first. My name is Amobola Sandra.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Eco Atlantic has become Nigeria's most sought-after city for its high-end infrastructure, prestige, and well-planned city layout, as reflected in an 8-lane boulevard, about 13 internal bridges, underground cables, and green footprints defined by over 30,000 trees. Additionally, having a building in the city has become a trend among the so-called big boys, as was the case with Old Ikoyi, Victoria Garden City, popularly called VGC, Osborne Foreshore, and now Banana Island. In this special report, Bayo Olaoye states that this talk of I belong and the prestige mentality has also spread to the big firms. Before now, Kingsway and Ozumba Mbadiwe used to say that Victoria Island were the go-to locations for high-rise office buildings. These locations are home to iconic developments such as Kingsway Towers, Heritage Palace, Fanfa Towers, the Wings and the Waves, among others, making them Nigeria's equivalent of Silicon Valley. The Eco-Atlantic City was modeled after the skyscraper district of Manhattan Island in New York City. It has become the new destination for big-ticket corporate firms which are building or relocating their new headquarters to the 10-square-kilometer city, rising off the coast of the Atlantic Ocean in Lagos. The city is attracting investment interests in both residential and commercial real estate, the latest being MTN Nigeria, preparing to build a new headquarters. MTN is coming on the heels of First Bank, which recently turned the turf to build a 40-floor corporate head office, making the city's most iconic development so far. Prior to this courageous and ambitious entry into Eco City by MTN, First Bank, Dangote Group, and the Embassy of the United States of America have taken positions there, developing a new head office and a diplomatic facility respectively. Much earlier, a co-development company had occupied the city as the developer of the Azuri Towers, offering both residential and commercial facilities for high clients and corporate bodies. Arkaland Property Investment and Oak Homes are also in the city, developing A&A Towers simultaneously. These are the residential developments that will be standing on the 22nd floor and the 33rd floors respectively. Other developments are the Pan-African Towers by Periwinkle Residences, Eco Pearl with Champagne Tower and Eco Pearl Black Tower, Amni Towers and Ani International Petroleum Development Company, and Louisville Towers by Total Energy Staff Cooperative and Multipurpose Society. Louisville will comprise 300 residential homes spread between 2 towers, a world-class sporting center and a club, retail outlets and other facilities. It is designed to employ modern technology to achieve smart living and high standards. Eco-Atlantic is an exclusive luxury city with superior infrastructure that appeals to the kind of investors we have seen in the city so far.
Well, Supporters Club had been there for 66 years when it was founded officially, but those who funded it were just doing it for the fun. We just come to the field, drum, sing and go. Nobody gave them any recognition. But I joined them in the year 1977. Well, I paid 2 naira to join. And how did I join? It was because of an incident that happened at the National Stadium. The Shooting Stars of Ibadan and the Bendel Insurance of Benin were playing the semi-final of the FA competition that year. And I had to go to enter the stadium. I paid 4 naira to watch the game. But while entering the stadium, the whole place was filled. And when I got inside, there was no place for me to sit down. So many of us were standing out there, people outside the gate of the stadium, there were more than the people right inside. So as at a point in time, while standing, some people just took me off ground and threw me into the crowd. And I started rolling until I landed on the culvert, concrete. Concrete slab. Before I knew it, over 50 people were on my top. And I could no longer breathe. So to me that day, it appeared I was going to die. But through the grace of God, I was able to wriggle out myself of that position. And the man directly on top of me had to leave, because what I did was by biting him. And I had to struggle to go under the concrete slab. And I was right there for the first half of the game, 45 minutes. I was right there under the concrete slab. I couldn't watch the game. It was the breeze that was coming from the outer part of the stadium that saved the situation. After the first half, you know, people will get up to go to the toilets, to go and buy drinks and meet their friends. I had the opportunity of coming out, and a good Samaritan gave me a small place to sit. Even at that, I was very unconscious. I was not comfortable. But the game ended. It was a drawn game. When the game ended, everybody left the stadium, but because I wasn't very comfortable, I had to wait in the stadium for like an hour and a half before I left. So when I left and I got home, 9 p.m. network news, breaking news. 32 people died in the stadium that day. And that, the thought came to me. I probably could have been one of them. But I thank God. That was what informed my decision to say, I will not go to the stadium again until I have the best way to go into the stadium without being killed, maimed, or injured. And I decided to move with those people, and I joined them. But then we were just doing it. Maybe 20 of us, 15, 30 of us, we meet under the trees of the National Stadium, and we go home. And since that period, immediately I became a member, I introduced what they call flag bearing. When from 1977 to 1990, every Nigerian team that came out of the tunnel or goes out there outside Nigeria to play, you will see the Nigerian green, white, green flag being carried by one person. It's me. I did that flag bearing for 13 whole years. Whenever the team is played, I will be there with them, whether it's the Super Eagles, the under-20, the under-23, the Falcons, and the rest, all our national teams. Even our club sides going out to play Continental, when you see the green, white, green of Nigeria, I used to be the one carrying that flag. So I was with them, and I rose within the ranks from being an assistant secretary to becoming the national secretary and also the chairman of the disciplinary panel of the Nigerian Football Supporters Club. And by 1990, I was voted to be the chairman. That was when the thoughts of registering the club came. So when you hear that the Nigerian Football Supporters Club founder, officially because of its registration, I did the registration. Registering the club, I moved it from Lagos to Ibadan, Oyo State. I'm an Ibadan man. Charity begins at home, they say. So I went to Ibadan. From Ibadan, I moved to Bauchi. I moved to Abuja, Kano, Port Harcourt, all the states of the Federation. By 1992, I went to Cote d'Ivoire, in Abidjan precisely, to launch the Supporters Club. I went there physically, bringing the Nigerians together, those living in Abidjan. I formed the Supporters Club and launched it officially. I left that place, I went to Ghana. I launched it in Ghana. Leaving Ghana, I went to Gambia. I went to Burkina Faso. I went to Mali. I went to Republic of Benin. I went to Togo. I went to all the countries of Africa, putting the Supporters Club in place in those countries. By 1995, I moved to the United States of America. I launched the Supporters Club at the Giant Sports Stadium in New Jersey in 1995. After that, I went to France in 1997 to launch the Supporters Club in France in 1997 because we were already thinking of going to France to play in the World Cup. And if the Super Eagles will not have enough supporters there, what will happen to them? Don't forget that I led the Supporters Club to the United States of America for the very first time we played in the World Cup in 1994. I was at the Copa America in 1995. That was when I had the opportunity of launching the Supporters Club in America. In 1996, I led the Supporters Club to Atlanta in 1996. And the winning of the trophy, the gold in football event, made possible by the Supporters Club, support of the Supporters Club. Because when you listen, when that match, you remember that we played a match with Brazil in the preliminary stage, and we lost 1-0. But we had the opportunity again to meet them during the semi-final. And during the semi-final, Brazil had given us 3 goals. We were trailing 1-3 at the interval. And when the second half came up, we were given a penalty, I think 25 minutes to the end of the game. One of our players, I don't want to mention the name, but he knows, he lost that penalty kick. That was when God told me, sing this song. It's a miracle working God. It's a miracle working God. He's the Alpha and Omega. He's a miracle working God. Of course, my members chorused. Indeed, miracle came. We scored the second goal. And the then Minister of Sports, Chief Jim Nwobodo, came to our stand and said, let it go. I heard you guys singing, it's a miracle working God. It's like God is going to make a miracle to happen today. I said, yes. And we continued. I changed the song. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. I have a Father who never fails. Who never fails. Who never fails. Forevermore. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Amen. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Jesus never failed. Forevermore. We scored the third goal. Then another song came. Boya chukuna gaza, boya chukuna gaza me, Messiah yobiuma, boya chukuna gaza. The match ended, and there was to be the extra time. And that time it was a sudden death rule. Immediately I sang that song, my people chorused. And the ball was coming to Kanun Wakwo. He was backing the goalkeeper. Tested the ball, raised it up, turned around and tapped it to the net. And that was the 4 goals the Nigerian team scored against Brazil. And they started crying. And I decided to form another song. When Nigeria beat Brazil, when Nigeria beat Brazil, oh, Bebeto start to cry. When Nigeria beat Brazil, why Bebeto? Because they pulled him out. They were thinking they were reserving him because they thought they would meet Argentina in the final. Unknowingly to them, that they will be beaten, they don't know. So I did that song, and we sailed into the final, meeting Argentina in the final. And that again happened. Argentina was leading us 2-1, but we came from 1-2 to beat them 3-2. Yeah, to answer your question, I did that to tell you what the supporters club is to the team. And what this man felt by registering the club is that I have that belief, and it is general, everybody must have it, that this is Nigeria, it's our country. We have to do something by giving it a positive image, whether in Nigeria or outside. You do know that all of us cannot be Mr. President of Nigeria. All of us cannot be governors, and not all of us will be members of the National Assembly. But all of us as Nigerians have special roles to play in giving our country a befitting and positive image. That is the reason why this man has been following football supportership all the time to date. Well, I want to tell you, like I said earlier on, the grace of God has been the secret. The other secret is that my members, I get them reoriented to believe in my vision. All of them supports what I was doing. They all love this country. They want to contribute their own to the good name of Nigeria. That has been the secret. And don't forget, any member of the supporters club should be referred to as a patriot par excellence, because they are not paid. They are not given any allowance. They use their time, their money, even at the risk of their lives, to support the cause of Nigeria through supportership. Well, majorly, it is funding. The challenges is funding, because if you have to support the team, yes, they are playing in Lagos, you may not spend much money. But when they are playing in Enugu, they are playing in Uyo, they are playing in Abuja, you need money, no matter how. But come to think of you traveling with 100, 200, 300, 600 supporters outside Nigeria. They will not go by road. They will go by air. It's a lot of money that we need in running the supporters club. So our main challenges has been that of funding. But I can assure you that God has been good to us. We have had some philanthropists, some organizations who have come to assist us, by way of supporting us, giving us a lot of money. And if you will not mind, I will have to put it on record that the very first company that supported Supporters Club was Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola did it for 2 years. They could no longer do it. Then, for 1 year, MTN did it. They could no longer sustain it. Well, later we got Globacom. Dr. Mike Adenuga Jr. has been the brain, the backbone, the sponsor, and the financier of the Supporters Club for several years, doling out millions from 50 to 60 to 100 million of naira, and even in dollars. So that has been the way, that has been how we have been able to surmount it. We have some philanthropists. We have Taiwo Afolabi, who has always supported us whenever we are going out. I remember Alhaji Aliko Dangote in 1996. He supported us, and some other Nigerians too. Esther Ajayi, when we were going to Russia, 2018, I went to this woman, and I told her our problems. The second day, she was able to give us 20 million. I went to meet the then governor of Lagos State, His Excellency Governor Ambody. He gave me 10 million. The club, not me per se, he gave the club. And when we were going to Brazil in 2014, that was the very first time any government supported us. We went to Brazil. Before going, I visited the then president, Dr. Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. After decorating him as our patron, he pronounced a 50 million naira grant for us to go to Brazil. Actually, we were going to request from him a whole plane to take us there because we were going for a national assignment. Supporters Club is a selfless service. But the president gave us 50 million. I mean, good luck, Jonathan. But we ended up spending 189 million. The difference of that was raised by me going to Dr. Mike Adenuga, Taiwo Afolabi, Esther Ajayi, Ambode, and the rest. That's how we've been running the club. We've been running the club, meeting people who lost the game of football, who lost Nigeria, and they have been helping us. Well, very, very unfortunate. It's a story I hate to be talking about all the time because I've said many things about it more than 100 times. Supporters Club had been there for several years. And Dr. Rafiu Ladipo was the national chairman for just 10 years, from 1990 to 2000. I left that position in 2000. And then somebody else became the national chairman. And that was Alhaji Waidi Anderile Yusuf, who was the chairman for 8 good years. After him, there was Otumba Olatunde Bashorun. He was there for 4 years. And there came a time when one Mr. Vincent Okumagba acted in that capacity for 3.5 years. And there was one little mistake, misunderstanding, because people will not want to wait for their time. And all I told them is, please, go through an election. Anybody who would not want to go through an election is not supposed to be on that chair of the national chairman. That's what came up. And the then NFF believed that there could be 20 arms of supporters clubs in Nigeria. It could even run to 100 units. But it's unhealthy. You cannot have a situation where your team is playing right on the field and you have different corners where your You have the Nigerian supporters scattered all over the field, singing in different voices. It's not good. But look, I've been able to manage it because God has told me that supporters must not die. Supporters Club will not die. I have to be patient to let them see reasons why the Supporters Club should go and support the teams with unity. As a unit, go and support the team. But if you have funded your own, maybe you have registered your own, you have your own office, you can stay in your office. Manage your office the way you want to manage it. But when it becomes a national assignment, you are going out to represent Nigeria. All of us as supporters must come together to support Nigeria as a group supporting one team. Not when you have some people in angle 90, some people in angle 180, some people in angle 360, some people in angle 60, supporting one team. It does not go well. There's nothing you are going to achieve from this. I remember when we were in Russia, and my members have gone in. I normally wait for all of them to go in before I will finally go in. So when I was going in as the last person, I entered the stadium, and I saw them, some people up there, I saw some people on the left, I saw some people on the right. And when I was going to meet the band boys, some of their security men came to me, I'm in Russia, and asked me where I was going. I said I was going to meet my people. They said I should bring their ticket, my ticket. And when they saw the ticket, no, you can't go there, go there. That place is not yours. Your seat is downstairs there. How do I coordinate the activities of my members? This is what we've been telling them. Supporters Club must be united. They must come together, sing together, cheer the team together, and let us have a befitting result. When the referee or the match officials see a group of people, even if you are 200 or 300, converging in one special place together, in your uniforms, in your green and white, and you are singing, they know you have come to support your team. So it takes them every reason to want to do the game better. Well, when you are not there, in a capacity crowd of 90,000, we had 5 supporters here, 2 there, 7 there. When the Argentines were about 87,000 in the field, singing for their team. So I believe that the Supporters Club must be together. I've been able to manage it now, up to now. The national chairman of the Supporters Club, as we speak, is Reverend Samuel Ikpeya. He coordinates the activities of the Supporters Club in Nigeria. While worldwide, I'm the President General because we are Supporters Club in all the other countries of the world. And when we come together, there must be one person. There must be the head. We have the president of the Supporters Club in Côte d'Ivoire. We have the chairman of the Supporters Club in UK. In all Francophone countries, the head of the Supporters Club is called president. In Anglophone countries, the head of Supporters Club is addressed as Mr. Chairman. So the President General is not just what we just came out with. It's because there's a need for it. That's why the President General worldwide comes up. Well, I have told you a lot of people don't want to wait for their time. And when you don't wait for your time, what do you lose? You lose much. There was going to be an election. And I called all of them, go and pick your nomination papers for the election. But some of them would not want to because they want appointments. And I don't believe in appointments because we have a constitution in the Supporters Club that says everybody and anybody who wants to be an officer must contest for election. I insisted that there must be an election. Some people would not want an election because they know, probably they believe they cannot win. They decided to say, oh, let's go our way because we don't want election. That's it. before now, up to about 8 years, 10 years ago, the Super Eagles were really super. But in the last 8 years, we have not been there. We have not been doing well. Don't forget that in 1994, Nigeria's team, the Super Eagles, were judged to be the 5th best in the world. What is our ranking now? 37th in the world. Even in Africa, what is our ranking? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years ago, no, they have not done well at all. I want anybody to tell me, what did we win in the last 8, 9 years? Don't forget that in 1980, we won the Cup of Nations right here at the National Stadium. In 1994, we were in Tunisia. We won it. In 2013, we were in South Africa. We won the Cup of Nations. In 1996, we won the Atlanta Olympics. Since then, what can we point to that we have won? So the Eagles of the last 8, 9 years, no. They did their best, but their best was not good enough for Nigeria. And that's why we didn't win nothing. But I want to believe that the present crop of Eagles being put together now, going for the Cup of Nations, we want to write their names in gold. And if that is so, it means they have to put in their best to see that going to Cote d'Ivoire 2024 will not just be going there to make a number. We're going there to give a very good account of ourselves. Who says it is not possible for Nigeria to win the Cup of Nations again? It is possible, but it takes a determined group of people as players who wants to write their names in gold to do that. When you are rating the coach, a coach is as good as his last match. Passero was employed, he was given a target, and the NFF has the power to either sack or renew his contract. I think according to them, maybe he has performed according to what they want. But for me, as a Nigerian, I want Passero to go to Cote d'Ivoire and show us that he is serious and show us that the Super Eagles can still fly and make us get minimally play in the semi-final of the Cup of Nations. Anything short of that, no. Well, I want to believe that our Nigerian coaches are good. There have been 2 or 3 foreign coaches that have done well. Westhoff, Bonfrejo, and this which doctor, what's his name again? I'll remember his name. This guy qualified us to play in the World Cup with a match to go. The witch doctor. Well, the witch coach, we call him, we remember it now, it will come back. So, since then, there's no foreign coach that has done better. I was one of the people that went to London to recruit this man I'm talking about. When we recruited him, he came to Nigeria, and he made us to qualify for the World Cup with a match still to go. Philippe Trouzet. I was there in England where we interviewed him. Well, since then, it has been one coach coming to take our money, not giving a very good account of us, of himself. But the Nigerian coaches, let's also praise some of them. Some of them. The late Shuaibu Ahmadu. qualified us to play in the World Cup, even though he did not take us there. The late Stephen Keshi also made us to win the Cup of Nations of 2013 in South Africa. So if that happens, who says the Nigerian coaches are not good? Some Nigerian coaches have proved themselves, but they still need to do more. But these two coaches, exceptional. That is the real reason, the real controversy we're having between the NFF and the coaches. You don't hire a coach if you know you cannot pay his wages. You must be ready to pay his salary as a twin deal. There's no coach who will labor and labor, and after which he would have trained your players, and you are owing him salaries of 5 months, 7 months. Which coach will take that? Where is that happening across the world? Nobody will accept that. So that has to be looked into. And that is why the NFF has got to look for serious sponsors and raise funds for them to be self-sufficient, to be able to take all these challenges of paying the coaches wages. That is a big problem. And I think the present NFF board, led by Ibrahim Guzo, will look into that, look for sponsors, serious sponsors who are interested, not just interested, but who are genuinely interested in the Nigerian game and in the Nigerian nation. You may be interested in the Nigerian game, but if you are not interested in the Nigerian game, Nigerian nation, you may not give what it takes to do. You must have the love of this country at heart, and then love the game also. In the last 15, 10, 8 years, our boxing went down. In the last 5 years to today, our boxing has come up. I am the president of the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control, and I confirm to you that every week now, we have a boxing championship. We had one last week. Tomorrow, we will have one in Abuja. When I come back the following week, there's another one. We have promoters now promoting our boxing events. And our boxers are now earning big money, other than what they were earning before. In those days, they were earning 20, 30,000. They go on the ring, they hit them, they shed blood, and they sweat. What do they earn? But since the last 3, 4 years, our boxers have been earning big money, some of them earning millions, some of them traveling abroad to earn $5,000, $10,000. And that is made possible because we have a group of people in the Nigerian Boxing Board of Control who respects each other, who respect the boxers, who respects the coaches, and who respects the promoters. Take, for instance, I'm sorry to mention, GoTV. GoTV night every day, they've had about 29 GoTV sessions. You know what that means? GoTV for every boxing fight. They don't spend less than 20 million. They even spend more. And our boxing now is being watched all over the world, not just Africa. A lot of things have been said about this. We have sent memos, we have sent advice, we have met with the people in charge severally. I've had to write to put the Minister of Sports, the National Assembly, and the rest. How can we develop our sports? It's very important. Without grassroots development, you won't be there. As a matter of fact, Kanu Nwankwo happens to be a product of the Nigerian League. J.J. Okocha, product of Nigerian League. Finidi George, Emmanuel Amunike, and all of them played in the Nigerian League. How many of our Super Eagles players, those that are playing for us now, do you see what developed here? Maybe you have 2 or 3 home-based players playing. But the real product for our football development, they are here in Nigeria. We have to go back to those things we were doing that time when we got the likes of the Segun Odegbami, Henry Nwosu, Christian Chukwu, down to Stephen Keshi, Okocha, and the rest. We have to go back. We don't have to rely on those players who have been serving us in the last 12, 15 years, believing that they will continue to serve us the same way. No matter what you do, players will get weak. They will age. And when they are aging, that's when they start referring to them as tiring legs. You need replacements for them. How do you get that? You can only get them from the local scenes. We have various clubs in Nigeria playing the leagues, the Premiership, the National League, and the rest. 20 teams in one. Do you know how many of our boys out there that can play football if we harness them, bring them together, and give them the right training? Of course, let me ask you, how many of our club sides have feeder teams? Feeder teams, they are very important to the development of the game. When you have a junior player playing the feeder team and is maturing, bring him to replace a tiring leg. In the senior team, how many of those teams that we have can boast of feeder teams? How many of them can boast of their own fields? Perhaps we have about 3 clubs that are privately owned. But others are owned by governments, state governments. And state governments, what do they use them for? For political gains. And if it is political gains, well, it's off it. Let's do football like it is done elsewhere. Football is big business. People are making billions of dollars in football. Nigeria can do same. If we do same, we will take off all this nonsense. The boys going about doing a lot of violence, going to do yahoo, going to do kidnapping and the rest. You will have all of them looking forward to becoming millionaires and billionaires in future. And of course, becoming employers of labor apart from fending for their families. Above 50 football. Yeah, it's above 50. I'm the chairman worldwide for that. And my president is Ambassador Edward Olutoke, who has given his support, his finances to be able to do this game. The thing is this, if you have played football, you have played up to the level that you are about 40, and you are no longer playing, you are no longer doing what you know how best to do, you now go and sit down, not doing nothing. Boredom sets in. And within that period, rather than getting fit, you are aging. Some of them developing sickness, various sicknesses that they ought not to have. But because they were no longer doing what they know how best to do, they sit down. So the concept is bringing them back. Not just the footballers, but anybody above 50 could play football, keeping fit, and above all, living a standard life, making money. There's a way, we have one thing we're developing with the above 50 concept for you to make money. Anybody who is above 50 and has no kind of ease or no house of his or her own has not been living standard. So above 50 concept is not just to play football alone, but to help you to keep fit, to keep you healthy, and make you to live standard life and make money. That is what we're doing. And as I speak with you, Brazil has embraced it. Mexico has written to us that they will want to play with us. The last competition we had 8 clubs. Ajegule, Surulere, Redeem, Itirai Kate, Abeokuta, all of them, they came to play at the National Stadium. And the prize, the winner's prize was 5 million, which was paid instantly. The second place was 2 million, while the third place was 1 million. And we put a lot of money in organizing that. We're going to start the second edition very soon. We're now having clubs from Benin, Edo, where people from Abuja, people from Kwara registering to be part of the above 50 football. How much do they put into sports? What you have in sports is noise. How much money do they put into sports? They need more money to run sports, particularly the development of the sports, not just taking part in competitions. Because if you have to develop sports, it takes a lot of money. And all those successful countries doing sports, it's because they have put money into its development. So government has got to put more money into the development of sports. Fantastic women. They've done us proud severally, having been champions of Africa for 9 times. I don't think any country in Africa can boast of that. But beyond that, we should also realize that these ladies, they are getting old. Some of them are 40, 38, 36, down the ladder. You need replacements for them. That's where we're asking that we should put more money. We should put more focus in the development of sports, both male and female. I think with what the female national team has done for Nigeria, we owe it a duty to put more money into the development of female football. I'm not thinking about that. If I want to, I would have been in politics, party politics. I would have been there, and by now I think I would have been something else. But no, I chose to be part of giving an image to Nigeria, a good image, positive one. Take, for instance, if you go out of the country, you get to the entry point of any country, and you speak of our sports. They give you a wide latitude for you to go in. Well, you say when you get there, you speak sports. They ask you, where's Kano? Where's Okocha? Where's Finidi? Where's Amokachi? That means they recognize Nigeria sports. In fact, that's the only thing we can be proud of right now. Every other thing we talk in diversities. But when it comes to sports, every one of us were together. If the Nigerian team is playing and a Christian has to pray, and he say, I pray that the Super Eagles wins today's match, in Jesus' name I pray. Even the Muslim will say amen. So together in sports, where in this country, football and sports is a lifeline, particularly football. Football unites not just the states, it unites the country, it unites the countries of the world. So I believe we can do much more in promoting and supporting our sports so that we get the best benefits, as we say. First and foremost, I want to use this opportunity once again to congratulate him on his appointment. I've met him twice now, and I'm going to meet him soon again. And why am I going to meet him is to advise him on what I think from my own views and from what I've seen to improve sports. First, we have talked about it. The development of sports is key. Not just the taking part in competitions, Because if you are not developing sports, you are only taking in competition. If you don't win, what happens? But if you develop sports, 1, you are helping the youth. 2, you are helping the nation. 3, you are growing the economy. And thirdly, you are removing restiveness and restlessness from, of the youth in the society. I want us to advise the minister to key into the development of sports from the grassroots. Let's go back to the schools. Let's go back to the rural areas. Football is played everywhere. Go under the bridges, you see people playing football. Let the minister put in place, through the NFF, a consortium of coaches that will go to these schools, that will go to these corners. Everywhere in Nigeria, you have talents that can be helped, sponsored and nurtured to stardom. Once we do that, our sports will improve. And let the minister put his feet there on ground and say, every club that is playing in the Premiership and the National League must have their feeder teams, must have their own fields and other infrastructures to make them develop sports. Thank you very much. I want to pray for this organization to continue to thrive, to continue to blossom in making money, because without money, this kind of things that I hear cannot be sustained. So God will grow you the more, and your business will continue to flourish.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics. We were very much one of the centerpieces of British culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do it anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concerts. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice cafe as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souq News.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souq News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souq News, okay? Stay updated with Souq News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souq News and stay glued to Souq News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souq News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souq News.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News, reaching you live from our studios at Souq News Television. I am Oyempriye Krumale. Let's begin with today's top stories. In today's top story, the bank's lending to Nigerian manufacturers dropped by 26% on year-on-year basis. And the federal government, Ogun State government partnered on arts, culture and tourism projects. As a result of the rise on the standard of living in Nigeria, pet food cost rises also in collaboration. In Ghana and Morocco have signed a new visa waiver travel for its citizens. And Lagos State government is set to host the 2025 Federation Cup finals. Now, the federal government and the Ogun State government has signed a memorandum of understanding to implement the Renewed Hope Cultural and Creative Projects. The initiative, led by the Federal Ministry of Arts, Culture, Tourism and Creative Economy, aims to establish a cultural village and upgrade tourist sites, promote local talent, and create jobs through strategic investment in the cultural sector. Governor Dapo Abiodun said the move will strengthen Ogun's identity and unlock new revenue streams. He cited the first festival that are key festivals and landmarks as major assets for tourism. Minister Hannatu Musawa described the partnership as part of the President Bola Tinubu's economic directive to empower states through culture. The project is expected to boost domestic tourism and drive long-term economic growth, according to reports. Now, moving on, banks lending to Nigeria's manufacturing sector declined by 26% year-on-year basis to 8 trillion naira in February 2025, from 10.9 trillion naira in the same period last year. This marks a continuation of a downward trend, with lending falling by 2.6% in January 2025 and 3.4% in February 2025, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria's economic reports. The manufacturer sector share in total lending to the private sector also decreased to 13.9%, representing a 3.8 percentage point decline from 17.7% in February 2024. Despite this, the central bank noted that sustained policy support for industrial growth, with credit to the industry sector increasing by 4.9%. Now, Nigeria's rising cost of living is reshaping its growing pet economy. The price of imported dog food has nearly doubled since 2023, forcing middle-class pet owners to ration meals or switch to alternatives like noodles and fish. Once considered a status symbol in urban homes, pet owners is now becoming unaffordable for many. Local breeders and the importers report a sharp drop in demand, with some halving their operations or shifting to online-only models. Business owners like Sarah Mokelu and Akindele Olunloyo now cater exclusively to high-income clients, as the cost of a 15 kilogram of bag of feed matches Nigeria's new minimum monthly wage. However, the squeeze has created fresh opportunities for local pet food producers who offer cheaper prices and accessible options. Analysts expect a continued decline in pet food imports from 1.3 million kilograms in 2023 to 769,000 kilograms by 2028. Now let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll bring you more business stories. To stay with us. Welcome back. The world news on Souq News Television will shift spotlight to our continent, as Africa is taking a major step toward financial independence with the launch of its own credit rating agency. The Bank of Ghana has reported a smaller loss for 2024 compared to the previous year, but remains deep in negative equity. The central bank's losses dropped to 9.5 billion cedis, down from 10.5 billion cedis in 2023. However, its total equity stayed negative at 61.3 billion cedis, slightly improved from 65.3 billion cedis this year. Before, the losses were driven by foreign exchange fluctuations and expenses from its open market operations and costs linked to the government's Gold D for Oil program. Despite the challenges, the bank said it remains committed to transparency and financial stability. The report was released under the Bank of Ghana Act, in line with statutory requirements. Now, still in the Gold Coast, but in collaboration with North Africa, Ghana and Morocco have signed a new visa waiver agreement, allowing Ghanaian travelers to visit Morocco without traditional visas. Under the deal, Ghanaians can now apply for travel authorization online and receive approval within 24 hours, removing the need for embassy visits. The agreement was finalized during a two-day visit by Ghanaians and Foreign Minister Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa to Morocco. Officials said that the move will boost trade, tourism, and the people-to-people exchanges between the North and the South, between both countries and the continent of Africa. The Foreign Ministry is expected to release the full guidelines on the new system to be adopted by both countries. Now, Zambia's economy is getting a major boost after reaching a staff-level agreement with the International Monetary Fund. The deal paves the way for the release of nearly $200 million in funding, once approved by the IMF's Executive Board in the coming weeks. The IMF says Zambia's economy grew by 4% this year, far stronger than expected despite a severe drought and global challenges. Key sectors like mining, construction, and ICT drove the recovery plan. However, inflation remains high, peaking at 16.8% earlier this year, while growth is projected to reach nearly 6% in 2025. The IMF warns that power shortages and rising debt costs could pose a risk. The Zambian government has pledged to tighten spending and introduce the new revenue measures to sustain the recovery. And in the Middle East, industry experts stated on Tuesday that demand for palm oil from India and China is likely to rise in the coming months, as recent prices drops makes it more attractive compared to other credible and edible oils. India imports had slowed since December, but are picking up again, especially as palm olein, a refined palm oil product, is now cheaper than rival oils. And Chinese buyers whose stocks are relatively low are also actively restocking this new demand, which is expected to support palm oil prices over the next 6 months, keeping them between 3,900 and 4,200 ringgit per metric ton. On Tuesday, the main palm oil contract on Malaysia's exchange closed at 3,864 ringgit. The managing director of the Glenelg Economics, Julian McGill, said prices will remain sensitive to how palm oil compares in cost to other oils. The peak export expected around August, according to reports. Now, the Bank of Japan has signaled it may rise or raise interest rates again, but only if inflation moves closer to its 2% target. Governor Kazuo Ueda told lawmakers today that while Japan's core inflation has stayed above the mark for 3 years, underlying price pressures remain weak. The central bank recently ended a decade-long stimulus program and raised rates to 0.5% in January. However, economic risks, including slower growth and potential U.S. tariff impacts, could delay further hikes. Ueda warns that pushing rates too high risks leaving Japan with limited option if another recession hits. The bank's next decision comes later this month, with most analysts expecting rates to stay unchanged. We'll take another short break. When we return, we will bring you top stories from around the world. Do stay with us.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souq News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch Souq News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowles, and please keep watching Souq News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souq News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souq News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Welcome back. Now we go to Britain, where the job market is showing signs of strain as new figures reveal pay growth has hit its slowest pace in over a year. while unemployment climbs to its highest level since 2021. Wages, excluding bonuses, grew by just 5.2%, the smallest increase since late last year, while joblessness rose to 4.6%. The slowdown comes after employers faced higher payroll taxes and a rise in the minimum wage. Experts said that this could push the Bank of England to cut interest rates further. Later this year, the sterling dipped against the dollar following the report as investors bet more rate cuts ahead. Now, still in Britain, they will invest more than £6 billion to strengthen its submarine building capacity over the next 4 years, with major funding directed towards defense giants, BAE Systems and Rolls-Royce submarines. Finance Minister Rachel Reeves will announce it today. The investment is part of a broader push by Prime Minister Keir Starmer's government to bolster national defense, following calls from the United States President Donald Trump for Europe to take greater responsibility for its own security. Starmer has promised the largest sustained increase in British defense spending since the Cold War. The funding comes in response to an independent review of the UK's military readiness and future security needs. The government announced it would expand its fleet of nuclear-powered attack submarines from 7 to as many as 12. The investment will enable firms to meet the heightened production demand and support a more robust and modern fleet. It also reflects a strategic commitment to the UK's defense nuclear sector amid growing global security concerns. The funding marks a significant shift in the UK's defense posture, aligning with NATO goals and reaffirming the country's role in maintaining global marine security. Now, Britain's unemployment rate has risen to 4.6%, the highest since July 2021, according to new data from the Office for National Statistics. The increase reflects the impact of a recent business tax hike introduced by Labour government and a 10% tariff from the United States, both of which took effect in April. The data also showed a notable drop in payroll employment and slower wage growth, signaling cooling momentum in the labor market. Analysts said that this trend could prompt the Bank of England to continue lowering interest rates into 2026, which may pressure the British pound while supporting the London stock market. And in the world of sports, we'll look at Fed Cup finals. The Nigerian Football Federation has confirmed the Mobolaji Johnson Arena in Lagos as the venue for the President of Federation Cup finals on Saturday, June 28. The men's final will see Abakaliki Football Club of Ebonyi State, a lower-tier team, face Kwara United of Ilorin, both making their first ever appearance at this stage. Abakaliki's rise has drawn national attention, having eliminated top-tier sides, including Eyimba and Nasarawa United, with a multiple penalty shootout victories, highlighting their resilience. In the women's final, defending champions Rivers Angels of Port Harcourt will battle Nasarawa Amazons of Lafia in a high-stake rematch of the 2019 edition. Nasarawa Amazons arrived with strong momentum after finishing second in the 2025 Nigeria Women Football League Super 6 playoffs, just 1 point behind Bayelsa Queens. The final promises a boost in visibility for both clubs and local football development. Still in Nigeria, the Nigerian Premier Football League Board has directed all participating clubs to install standard LED floodlights and provide a backup generator at their stadium before the 2025-2026 season begins in August. The directive, signed by Chief Operating Officer Davidson Owumi, follows the conclusion of the 2024-2025 season, where Remo Stars emerged as champions. The board emphasized that these upgrades are necessary to support night games and ensure uninterrupted light during the matches. The league warned that clubs unable to meet these infrastructure standards may lose the right to use their own grounds. Affected teams will be barred from hosting matches until full compliance is achieved. The stadium inspections will be carried out before the new season kicks off. The announcement comes as Remo Stars and 15 other teams await 4 new entrants from the Nigerian National League to complete the booster for the new campaign. And that's a wrap on the news. Many thanks for watching the World News. You can do well to follow Souq News Television on all our social media platforms. I'm Priye Kromale signing out on the World News. Good afternoon.
I hail from Lagos State, from Isaleko. My father hailed from the Olumegbo family. I attended my primary, secondary education in Ibadan at the time because my mother was there. But my religious practicing was always done during the holidays at Holy Cross Cathedral. I was working in the sacristy. We used to prepare for the Mass on Saturdays, and we sell the news magazine on Sundays in front of the church. And I remembered fondly that we used to tease a man called Sunday Boku Boku at that time, and he used to run to chase us and throw stones at, how dare you call me Sunday Boku Boku. Those were fun times. Harvest, Corpus Christi. And I was born, raised, baptized, confirmed, married in the Catholic Church. But I got married to Engineer Larry Phillips, who is an Anglican. And I believe that in togetherness of family, it's best we all do things together. So I moved over with him against the doctrine of Catholic Church to the Anglican Church at Marina, where his family belongs and worships. I attended St. Luke's Demonstration School. We used to climb the mango trees, and there was a mixed school. We used to play at during break time. And in my secondary school, it was a Catholic school. And it's for you to be prim and prudish in life and, set you on as a lady. And I got some finesse from there too. And, but the most interesting one, and the most that I can call a radical one, was my HSC in Olivet. We tried all sorts there. But it was fun and highly educative too. Sportsmanship was there. And from there, I proceeded abroad for my accountancy. And I was lucky to finish in a record time, and I came back. Did my articleship, but married in between. I met my husband abroad, and we came back home, got married in Nigeria. I worked as an accountant with USC, very proud of the drill professionally that I got from UAC. It had set me on a discipline for working. And I thank God that I had that opportunity, which still helps me today. Apart from the fact that my educational background sets me to be a diversified person in so many professions. And you know, as an accountant, accountancy is the best of all, is the creme de la creme. And I've been able to fulfill my professional exposure in every species of responsibilities that I had opportunity to take upon me. And from UAC, I proceeded to work for the bank. I went to politics. I became a commissioner in Lagos State, served with the present president of Nigeria. And you know how Lagos is. Lagos is like a country to other states. We went through governance. My team, as you can see, I have some of my colleagues in Abuja now. I have Honorable Minister Wali Edun. I have Honorable Minister Dele Alake. I have Honorable Minister Yemi Cardozo, and so forth. And I served in the bank as a director in Keystone. I've been a chairman of so many committees, you can say that again, in different aspects of life, professional, political, social, and currently I'm now the chairman of Souq Insurance PLC. When I was growing up, it was so free and enjoyable. We can take off at 11, 12, escort your friends to Bangboshe here. We go and have the Mosa. We go to the stadium. I remember me in my teenage age, I used to go to Nikon Stadium here. We watch so many matches, and I used to be with those fans, you know, dancing and waving our fans, you know, and bazaars, Easter Mondays, Fela Sports, I mean, you name it. It was fun. But Lagos was good for all of us. It was cleaner. It was amazing. Security isn't much to fear, you know. You can just live the way you want. And money and values of life are completely different to what they are today. I was with my grandparents, and we had so many tenants, and we didn't realize they were tenants. We were all playing together, eating together, and we are still like one family today. But the story is not the same again. I wish one can turn around and change it, but we have all given our kids sheltered life for the fear of unknown. And I think the disadvantage is very grievous. I think first and foremost, God gave me the chance, the opportunities to pass through that in the journey of life. It's not only money that can make you successful in life. I want you to get that. It's an added support for you if in life you have the opportunities of parents who can financially support you. But at the same time, there are kids who didn't have any finance, been successful. So to me, success It's about self-determination. I grew up around uncles and aunties who are thoroughly educated, and I've always had it behind my ambition that I must be in that cadre. And thank God the opportunity was there for me, and I seized it. And I remember myself telling my kids, when I was abroad, I never lived like my father was a rich man. No. I was behind the desk reading and reading till I got successful. And I passed in record time. First and foremost, I think I'm a people's person. Secondly, my educational background. Thirdly, my pedigree. And you can't be a Lagos person and don't have a bit of intelligence about how you can maneuver yourself, even in the midst of challenges. And I can tell you that boardroom politics, especially when you're a woman, is tough. But when you manage those that you sit around with, eventually, when they see that you're there to work, it has no business and basis for any other thing. I've had issues on boards because I'm female, and I put my foot down. It is the work we are doing. There is no gender sensitivity in this issue. Even in my early days as an accountant, when I head the accounting department, it was even tough at that level because the young accounting class, some of them can be daring to say, how can you talk to me like that? How can you make it? And I'll say, please, what do you mean? We need to get this target work done. So it's the work that is talking. That's nothing to do with whether I'm a man or a woman. So I will like the idea of gender reasonableness to be better played. At least for now, we are not having it at 3 1/3, no. But I guess we are in the region of 20%. And it should be better. You give a woman a chance, she will devote her life to it. But, I mean, when we have 1 or 2 issues from women who have been there, that should not create hurdle or boundary that you say a woman shouldn't cross. No. Nobody's perfect in life. And I want to let you know, it's tough for a woman. These men, when it is a woman having a corrective measure to be taken, they do not handle it the way they do for the men. They are in a rush to pack the woman out. You see from what has happened all over the world. So I will still make an appeal that women should be given better chances, better allowances. It's so quick to make a woman a scapegoat, the sacrificial lamb. Let's take it easy. And please, women, when they put you there, make us proud. I should remember the other women coming after me. If I make this trouble now, they turn around and say, this is why we don't give them the chance to get to the top. So you manage the situation, you know? And let us remember that Africa is still very chauvinistic. It's still a man's world here. We are only trying. So just give us, for now, our required 33 1/3%. as per Beijing recommendation. Having been in politics, there are so many factors that bring you up there. Some sensible, which I would call sensibilities, some sensitive based, which I would call sensitivity, and some as per geographical distribution. If it's not the turn of your section, your district, there's no way they can put you there. But then sometimes it's the turn of your district, the party supremacy decrees that they don't want to use you. What do? You have to show some resilience as a stable character and do whatever you are given very well. Excel. Somehow, one day, you'll be there. Like Martin Luther King. At the end of that tunnel, I can see the light. Someday, somehow, you get there. I was in tourism shortly, and it's not enough time to propagate the excellence of your work. But in special duties, I give the ministry class. I was able to represent my Lagos State very well. NYC was under me. Proudly, I served. And we ensure that all students that need to go to orientation camp are well registered and got their NYC certificates. It's not about where they put you. It's about what you are able to do in that place. And you do it even to the enviable eye of somebody who believes has the best ministry with a lot of funding and allocation. I'm different in that respect. A hard-working man, a man with a lot of sagacity, a man that is very kind, he has human kindness in his heart, a man that is highly focused. My office was very close to the Roundhouse, and I tell you, I wasn't surprised. And I kept telling everybody, I wasn't surprised he got a clinch that position, because I knew that even when in 99, from the day we stepped in, he's been working towards his election in 2003. So a man like that who is focused, his business is the end of the tunnel. All the distractions you are given, he doesn't consider it. So don't waste your emotions. When you provoke yourself unnecessarily, and the person you are provoking yourself upon is not even responding on that line, you're wasting your time. But he's an astute politician. He knows what to do at every point. And don't try him, because he's a hard knock. And he's easy to forgive. That bit, I don't know how he does it, but it's easy to forgive and move on. He understands politics, maybe from a young age, I don't know, but he seems to have the knack of it at all times. I think that's in the pipeline. I don't have to come here to say that. And even in the insurance company industry that I am now, I'm propagating that, look, you need to take it easy. Is it at these hard times you want to raise recapitalize the industry and make life harder? Yes, we recapitalize, but not with large gap. The variance should not be too much, because you need to recapitalize so that companies will be solidly based to address financial issues and risk issues that we have in the country today. I studied religion for my A-levels in school. I did divinity. It's not just reading Bible. The interpretation, the history, the analogy, all of that I did. And it has helped to shape me for life. It has molded my conscience to a large extent. What I see in religion today, if I go back to the way I have studied religion, I will say I'm worried. The way we have churches established in this country now, I'm talking of my experience in Lagos State. On the street, you can find 6, 8 churches, but there is no school. Education is key. Religion molds the character, the moral values about life. I'm not saying they're all totally condemned, but I think there should be more conferences and seminars to appeal to their conscience. It's one God. And in Lagos, the families, both Christian and Muslims, and the third religion, which is the native religion, we all interact and live together. And usually you find out that all of them talking about this God. I am a Christian. I talk about my God. And I don't denounce anyone in any other religion that faithfully talk about their God. And I don't allow that to affect a lot of decisions that I have to make, and didn't affect a lot of decisions that I had made. The expectation is too high. We are still a developing country. The awareness of covering up your risk is not too much there. In terms of life insurance, in terms of property, people are not still there. People don't cover themselves well enough. They take unnecessary risk. I'm glad Lagos State Governor is saying everybody must have a health insurance now. That, again, would expand the scope of the insurance business. In insurance, there are so many seminars, there are so many conferences that are being put up there now, where the ability to educate the masses, and even the high-ups one, to please insure yourself. And when I say yourself, your life, your property, your children, and see how far it goes. It is important. And in this era of insecurity, it is highly important. Just make sure you insure yourself. And with what the governor had proposed now, definitely Governor Sanwo-Olu did well. Health insurance is key. Health is wealth. First and foremost, inflation all over the world has gone haywire. So it's not peculiar to Nigeria alone. Those who live in the Western world, they're crying hula baloo about the price of petrol, the price of even eggs. So it's not just Nigeria. Let us wake up and see that we're in a global world and everything is intertwined. The issue of the central bank now trying to manage inflation, the these are not easy times all over the world. They're not easy times. And when I say we are a developing country, we are still trying very hard. I don't want to say it's sad. It depends on the environment. You know, you can't just bring UAE here into Nigeria. The environment here from inception has not delved too much on tourism. Your tourism is just go on holiday and go back. The beaches are there. And even from 1999, they are trying to redevelop along the beach so that tourist activities can happen. And I'm sure they're still on it. You need tourist attraction where you have every aspect of life when tourists come over. But with the problem of infrastructure that we have in the country, you can't do much tourism for now. It wasn't easy, but as I said, once you try to be a bit methodological about it, then, you get by. Because from the days I came back from England, starting a family, working in large corporations, it just ensured that the home front solidly settled. And it wasn't that easy, because you know that I'm talking of almost 40 years back. To be able to excel amidst men, you probably have to do 2 times, 3 times more than them. I'm lucky I have a husband who accepts me being what I am. Because if you have a partner that does not appreciate your ambition and your dream, will not support you. But I have the support of my husband, and we are able to keep the home together. Make sure that his food is given. Make sure the kids are well looked after. Make sure the husband is well looked after at all times, and don't grudge. I try to give myself to people in terms of needs. I try to recognize people's needs, and at the moment of that need, I try to help. And it's a legacy I try to sound to my kids at all times. Recognize needs at that point and do it. Because at the point that you recognize it, if you don't offer the assistance, it may not be meaningful again. But if at the time that a need arises and you can do it, promptly do it. And I cannot manage people who are not sincere. I cannot. And that is the only thing that bothers me about life. And once I find out that you're not one way, I make my U-turn and I don't go back again. And that's one thing I have learned, I have seen, and I'm trying to learn from Mr. President Bola Tinubu. The way he can switch from being so hot and then swim as if nothing happened and carry on. That is tough for me. And I hope I'll be able to then the space remaining, I'll be able to copy that. At the same time, I like hardworking. I recognize people who are hardworking, who are intelligent, and I recognize people who are hardworking and need to be helped in terms of training to be a better person. And I like fun. Now, let me start with that girl child. That girl child is not so common again. At least most female children are educated now. Outside Lagos, girl child is a big reference. Yeah, I think everybody should be given equal chance to make a life and a life worth living and contented with. Because if you don't have enough drive and motivation, then life becomes static and you just wear it out and go. But I believe that for women, don't let the men scare you off. You are equally hardworking and intelligent. Expose yourself, but don't mess yourself around. Don't get corrupt. Do unto others as you want others to do unto you. And there's one good prayer. Everybody that knows me, and I always say, my God is a just God. His judgment is always fair. So whoever hurts you, attacks you, leave them to God. He's a fair God. The judgment of God will come. Just move on and pray that in your lifetime, that judgment comes up. My favorite food, I like eba and ewedu. I'm an expert in cooking. I love cooking, and I tell you, I can challenge anybody to come and compete with me. On that level, I score a good card. But I love fresh fish, with ewedu and eba. I'm not too much of an amala fan, and my favorite color is green. Or it's green, but with that green, I love bright colors. Even jewelry, it has to be bright for me, but still worn in a conservative way. As loud as whatever I pick may be, I still give it a conservative umbrella. I love to dance. I'm a good dancer. I love to socialize. I'm a good mixer, but highly disciplined.
In 1957, just a greenhorn, leaving school and looking for a job, going into broadcasting was something that I dreamt of. But that's only meant going into radio, because my old school, Holy Child College, still on the same site in Obalende, 2 streets away from the old NBC. I still can't forgive whoever changed the name to something else that is being called now FRCN. Because if the BBC remains BBC 100 years after the founding fathers, dreamt of starting television, radio from, all the war years and learning a bit from America. It all started from America. because we were taught about all this. Every time they took us from school to take part in, you know, schools debates on radio, we just walked across. It's all in Obalende and Ikoyi, Balende/Ikoyi. So I dreamt of doing something along the line. And then one of my teachers left us high and dry. He went to be a newsreader on radio. Marie Tabio, who later became Mrs. Irikefe. Then we had people like Tung Adedoyin and Souq. We used to listen to them on radio on the old, you wouldn't know anything about that now, the rediffusion. It was just, you know, a little box in your home, and everybody looked forward to either listening to the 7 o'clock news in the morning or 6 o'clock or 7 in the evening. So that was all really all I had to do with broadcasting. And who was going to take me there was another matter altogether. Who would take you, little 16, 17-year-old girl, into broadcasting? But one had been bitten by the bug then. So, and only God knows where whatever dream you had was going to lead to. We read poetry, we did radio show, stage shows in school. The Catholic schools were very good for that. And my old school, just celebrating 150 years of its existence, just down the road from here on Broad Street. The nuns, they were all white nuns. No Nigerian nuns at the time that we were growing up. So all the dream they had, this kind of dream that we have now, going to England, but they were coming here to teach us. So I had learnt a lot of poetry. I had taken part in Festival of Arts, and I had gone to the biggest hall we had then was at King's College, which is also down the road. Means of transportation was your SS foot. No BRT, no bicycles or whatever. So we did it all just walking around and learning from our teachers. And of course, our mentors were the nuns, like I said. So in my wildest dream, there was no way that I was thinking of going into anything like broadcasting. That is going back to answer your question. But they had a lot of plans for the girl child. And not along the religious lines now, but actually they came to actually engender this whole idea of pushing the girl child forward. And not just me, a lot of us. People like Mrs. Francesca Emanuel, they also went through the whole gamut of all this dream that I'm talking about. Television itself was brand new in the world. I have to talk about radio because that was what I knew as a child. But television, when it started, we didn't even know. Maybe in America, and then it went to Australia, and then to France. No. France came after Nigeria. You wouldn't believe that, would you? That we were number 6. America, Britain, Germany, Australia, one other country, and coming now home to Nigeria, where you cannot help but give a lot of credit to the dreams of people like late Chief Obafemi Awolowo and one of his ministers then, Chief Anthony Enahoro. So that's how I believe this whole package was placed on their laps and sold to Nigeria, to the Western Nigeria government. On the radar were lots of other people like me who had dreams about becoming Miss Nigeria. So maybe that will now give you a little background about how I took part in the Miss Nigeria pageant Western Nigeria, and I became Miss Western Nigeria. Somebody must have fine-tuned some little knots somewhere and said, okay, you probably might be able to deliver. Because you are being interviewed when you go before the panel of judges. And somebody must have said, okay, that's a good material, she can come and take part in this. Before then, we had other people, Anike Agbaje Williams, Poliola Sokwe, who were working on radio. My dream was to work in radio, but then I missed that. And I was nursing, that dream of still going to radio. Never knew what television was all about. So maybe that answers your question, I'm not sure. But I took part in the Miss Western Nigeria pageant and I won. Took part in the Miss Nigeria contest and came second. So that meant that I didn't win. And if one of the, maybe the prize was to go on TV, it wasn't even there. It wasn't written into the, program that whoever did this, but the person was going to go to England. And so Helena Yemeluna, who won that contest, went to London and fulfilled her own dream. But I was still biting my nails, waiting for when I'll be able to get a job. There were other things that girls could do. You could be a nurse, you could be a teacher, you could be an assistant, a dental assistant. All those were things that young ladies, can, fulfill their dreams along those lines. They're still there. You still have young ladies. Mrs. Muritala Muhammad, the first time I met her, she was a dental assistant. Little did we know that her husband was going to be the head of state and she would be first. So you see, lots of things were there for the young girl who wanted to learn, who had the talent, and who wanted to perform, and who wanted to work hard. But now I don't know if girls want to work hard. All they want is, the table to be set, and then they come and, partake of whatever is there. It wasn't too difficult at the time that I was picked as one of the people to come and appear on WNTV. The audition was actually carried out before my time. I got involved in so many other things, trying to get a job, something to secure, something, to alleviate poverty. There was not too much poverty in Nigeria at the time because people could still eke a living for themselves and, get by in society. But I was lucky that I had an aunt who was a nurse in the hospital in Ibadan, UCH in Ibadan. And she was married to an Englishman, and the man's friend happened to have been the man, Mr. Mathers, who was brought as one of the technical partners to WNTV. So we met at a dinner party, and just as you and I are chatting, I was only 18 plus. I was 17 when I took part in the pageant. But by this time, I was growing up, and I thought I was a big girl. So I opened my mouth, and I said a few things. And the man looked at me and said, how come you are not speaking with a Nigerian accent? And I didn't know what he meant, because we were taught at St. Mary's to deliver whatever lines we were given to deliver. The Festival of Arts, I came second after an English boy from Corona School. And I was given a beating for coming second. Not because I didn't perform well, but because I forgot to curtsy. And one of the judges, I think, who was then Mrs. Abayomi, Lady Abayomi, said that I delivered my lines very well. If I were the Lord of Tartary, I would do this and that and the other. So I came second. And when I got back to the school, the nun, Sister Marieta, said, you were not paying attention. So whatever you do in life, you have to be consistent. You have to perform well. The way we're trying to do now, the way we're trying to project your voice and whatever it is you have to offer with a lot of humility, not, trying to show off or to project your own image, but whatever message you have to deliver, you have to make sure that It is well delivered. The following year, St. Mary's Convent School, which is my old school, which is 150 years old in existence, went to the same King's College Hall, and we beat a lot of secondary schools. We came first. Pied Piper of Hamelin. Have you ever heard of that poetry? Pied Piper of Hamelin was about someone who wanted to get rid of all the rats in Europe. And all he did was to play the pipe. So that is what we were more or less doing. That's what you and I have being a Pied Piper, trying to get off all the ills in society. That's the main job of a broadcaster. There's so many things happening in the country, and it's only TV and radio that binds the country together. If the country falls apart tomorrow, we will rely on someone from radio or from television to make the announcement, to introduce the head of state who has just won the election or the one who has just taken over. It's a huge responsibility. At that age, at 19, we had to introduce people like Chief Obafemi Awolowo on TV. We had to introduce people like Akintola, Oladoke Akintola, as the premier. And when everything broke down and it all went into smithereens, they brought in Chief Majekodumi as the administrator of the Western region. All this happening before our eyes. There were no other stations in the country except WNTV. And we were there, so we learned quite a lot. In fact, I believe that the whole country revolves around broadcasting. And if you are part of that organization, how would you feel at my age, at 80-something? As young people, perhaps you don't know all this history that I'm telling you about. It's a long, long story. But when you sit down, you have to put it all into perspective. You see that, well, some people are actually meant to be in different positions. Some people are meant to be doctors. Some people are meant to be nurses. For those of us that are in broadcasting, it's a huge responsibility. It's a passion. Something. Sometimes you don't even know how you got there in the first place. Or somebody may have discovered you. It's like being in Hollywood in those days. Someone has to develop. So you have the talent, the latent talent, and then somebody will discover you. So that's how I was discovered by Mr. Mathers at a dinner. I was put in that place because I had won the Miss Western Nigeria contest. If I hadn't done that, I probably would be somewhere in the kitchen washing plates, washing all the dishes. So there you are, if that answers your question. Well, there's no one that actually picks someone and puts you plonk without, I mean, of course, if you don't have any experience on the job, you have no business being there in the first place. But if I had taken part in Pied Piper of Hamelin towns in Brunswick, I was only 13. By famous Hanover City, I was speaking like an English person. When I was only a Nigerian, little girl, being nurtured, by my mother, who was a seamstress, how would you ever get there? But you already have that background, that solid background on the rock, as it were. So, by the time I was ready to go on TV, I had learnt from all the other, people that I mentioned their names earlier, like Anike Agbaje Williams. And I wouldn't say it was easy, because you always have that, butterfly fluttering in front of the camera or wherever. I think I took to television like I was meant to be there, with all humility. If I had been groomed by all these nuns that I have mentioned their names. You know, they came to Nigeria to serve the people. They were not earning salaries, you know. To become a nun, you have to take the oath of obedience, chastity, poverty, and all that. So you're not earning a salary. But whoever is there now is thinking of how much money he's going to get from whatever take comes from here, there, and yonder. So they taught us well. And nobody said you're going to go and appear on TV or you're going to be on radio. But just do what you're meant to do properly, with a lot of sense of responsibility and diligence. And that stands at the back of your mind. That goes everywhere with you, wherever you go in life. Even when I was nursing a sick child, my late son was a sickler. And I was meant to take part in Verdict 79 with my colleagues Kerry Ahmed and Adamu Aogi. They all came with me to the hospital, which is just next door here. And then we came back and mounted the podium and continued our business as if nothing was happening. He didn't die at the time, of course, but the job must go on. That is always there at the back of your mind. So my first night, I wouldn't say that I didn't have any jitters, you know, that I was not nervous. But I was able to deliver, and I think that was the staying power. That was what kept me going, because other people came on board. I was not the only one. All the members of the board had their own, you know, little nephews and nieces that they wanted to project on TV. They all came and they couldn't make it. But Anike and I kept going. And if you gave me a script now, I think I would try and... We didn't have too many, what do you call it then, teleprompters. Well, I was very good at, you know, I had a photographic memory. So I was able to get hold of the script, and in less than 60 seconds, I'll be able to deliver it straight to the camera. That was one of the assets that I had also, which was God's gift. It's not by own might or whatever you think you have. You have the talent, of course, but also there has to be some other little bits of gifts that, you know, will help you to project the image of a professional. A lot of controversy. There is hardly any TV, radio, movie personality that can scale through that without any, because people are watching, people are trying to find their own little, you know, bits of criticism here, there, and yonder. You can't be a goodie, you know, 2 shoots without, you know, any, how shall I say it, problem here, there, and yonder. So everybody has their own way of looking at people. People say, well, what has she got to do? She went to take part in Miss Western Nigeria the other day. So what's the big deal about her? And then somebody will still add their own salt and pepper here and there. But I was lucky that I was being nurtured by someone like T.O.S. Benson, who was then our Minister for Information. And he felt that, you know, everything should not stop here. There were things happening in America. He made sure that my name was there. I was at the inauguration of President Johnson, Lyndon Johnson. And we commanded a lot of attention there, myself and my colleague who came from Lagos, the station in Lagos. And for the president to notice that there were 2 black people sitting behind him at his inaugural ball. I think it was very overwhelming for me because not many black people had invitation to that event. But Charity Adadevo and I were there, and he stood up and shook our hands where we were sitting behind, 3 rows behind the president. Then Kennedy had died, and we were still nothing, we were still feeling very hot about, the loss of Kennedy. And here was the new president coming up. We were not particularly keen on being welcomed by him. But then, things like that happen to you, and it makes headline news. 2 black people, they didn't even say Nigerians. They thought we were from Ghana because some journalists came around and said, "How is your man Nkrumah?" And we said, "No, our own prime minister is Tafawa Balewa." They never heard of him then. But then they had to go and carry out their own study and find out who Tafawa Balewa was. And of course, the whole country was very proud of us that we went to actually stole the show at the inauguration of President Lyndon Johnson. So many other things happened. When I came to London, the British Information Office, they were trying to look for someone to host their program. That just happened to be around, so they picked me to host their program. But you don't ad-lib on any of those stations. Everything is written out. The questions, even your answer will be written. You can change it around a little bit, but they make sure that you said the right thing at the right time. So that was how we were able to gain attention. German television also invited us because they were interested in Nigeria. See how the German chancellor came to Nigeria. That was what happened at the time. In 1963, we had just become a republic then, from being an independent station in 1960. By 1963, we then became a republic. And we were chosen to go and appear on German television in Berlin. And they wanted a little bit of culture. So Benson had his own band. So we were chosen to go and represent Nigeria then. Nobody knew who the ambassador was, but they wanted to know who was presenting something on TV. So that's how important television has been. And that, in fact, we were the first television in the whole of Africa. The very first station, WNTV, that was a call signal. WNTV, first in Africa. There's nothing like that now. Nobody wants to know whether you are first or second. But the station that is being run in Nigeria, I think, has the largest number of stations than any other country in Africa. We have about 21 stations, and now it's still, still counting. And yours is coming on board, and so many others. I think next to America, Nigeria should have been the best country for television broadcasting in the whole world. There's not so many countries in the world that has as many stations as Nigeria. We only have to put our heads together. We only have to find joy in whatever we're doing. Sometimes when it's raining, people say, "Oh, it's raining," and they feel very bad about the rain. But if you look closely, behind that rain, there will be sunshine, there will be something else coming on. You see some silver clouds coming during the rain, but Nigerians don't have the patience to wait for that kind of thing. That's what television teaches you. If you're in the studio, you don't know what's happening outside. You just get on with the job. That's what we were taught. We were taught not by Nigerians. Even when we started, we couldn't go on air and ad-lib. There was always someone there, Mr. Blackledge, to write the script. And if you can commit that to memory and deliver it, they're home and dry. It's not everyone that has a gift, not everyone that has a talent. It's God-given. And if you listen as a child at 17, 18, 19, at my own age, I learned from school, and I was able to impart this into the job. So within a few months, we got double promotion, all of us, because we were doing very well. Anike Agbadiwu was excellent. Lola Sokwe was superb. And so many other people reading the news. We were the first female to read the news. Women were not allowed to read the news. Nigeria started it. BBC wouldn't allow a woman to pick up a script and read the news. But we were already there. So that's how we were able to gain this global attention that you mentioned. It's not easy. It's not easy. Like I said, when we were taught not by Nigerians. But somebody came along the line and said, we don't have to speak like English people. You can just carry on and use your own parochial background. If you are a Robo man, you can speak English the way you like. That was his own idea. Because he didn't believe in us doing all this la-di-da and trying to, say things the proper way. But that watered down the standards a bit. Because then everybody, maybe he had a relation who wanted to appear on TV, and he wasn't allowed to because he couldn't speak like Ikenanda Goba or Bojalalade and things like that, or Friday Fude or Mike Nahuru. So somebody must have gone to him and said, because he doesn't speak like any of those people who were taught by, foreign teachers, people who had learned, people who knew what a DJ, we had a Bible then, that you had to pronounce your words correctly. So he came and said, now that I'm DG, I'm not going to tolerate all this, your English way of speaking. And some other people, of course, that watered down the standards. That's not our own making. We were still ready to continue the way we were doing, but then they pushed us to the background. But there were others who were able to perform well. Ruth Benamesia, Opia, Siene Owebrana, of course, Bimbo Oloyede, who was born in England. If you already employed those people to deliver the goods and to present your programs, you're not going to sack all of them because they speak with English accent. I don't see how that can be an offense. Cannot be, guilty of speaking English well, like the English people. But they then brought out other people. And you had the head of presentation. I became head of the presentation after I came under Buba. And you're trying to prepare your roster. You wanted to put such people online to read the network news. And they say, okay, bring somebody who can speak like the Radije Didu and do a little bit of Ewe on the side. It's part of our culture. So that is what is happening to TV broadcasting in Nigeria. It's all very interesting. So, this cultural milieu and bringing, a touch of Nigeria. Nigeria is doing well. That aspect in the music world, I think we're leading. Some of us who grew up on Handel's Messiah and Mozart, we have to sort of put our hands behind our back now and watch, all the way things have turned around. And Nigerian music is doing well. Afrobeat is reigning everywhere in the world. So really you can't find faults with that. So when they watch a bit of Fela and his children and all his grandchildren doing well, then listen to the channels on TV, you have to take what you get from there as well. If somebody can wake up one day and say, why should your station be called the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation? I say it should now be Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria. Tongue twisting. Takes a long time to come to terms with. If everyone wake up in the morning and say, this is Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, you have the call signal. Da 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 da. This is the Nigerian Broadcasting, whatever. How are you going to put that, into context with the new one? First of all, when you wake up, you don't know whether you are even coming out of the right side of your bed or not. You are going to have to face your audience and say, we are no more the Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation. We are now federal, whatever, which you don't even know where the man, who came up with the idea. He didn't even consult you, didn't even put it to test. If the British corporation, they are going to change from BBC after 100 years, they would ask the whole nation, they would say, where are we going to take this from? They will ask everybody, they will do a census, they will do all kinds of things, carry out all kinds of tests to see whether people will accept it from them. No. Nigerians are very hard and cut and dry. This is the way I want it. I'm the head of state, so I can change everything now, and all of you can start marching forward and march back again. Soldier go, soldier come. I think Fela would have been a good head of state for Nigeria, because he would have got some people marching the right way. So, I think that is what has happened to this country. But we will still settle down. The soldiers that have been marching since, they will do attention one day. And then we'll be able to sort ourselves out gradually. I think we're going through the right process now. People are beginning to find their own feet. If things go around, price of goods go up, Nigerians will find a way to come to terms with that. When we were growing up, everything was done. We won't say according to the colonial rules and regulations, but at least there were standards that were set down for you and things that you had to toe the line. This is the proper way to do things. But if somebody says, no, let's turn around and turn it upside down. First stack. It's the only thing that has happened to the whole world from Nigeria that shook the whole world. That brought everybody attention to see what Africa has to offer the whole world. It happened here on this soil in Nigeria. I was a member of the ceremonial committee. I remember the opening ceremony. There were about 15 heads of state. We've never had anything like that since then. That is what we should ask ourselves. Every head of state that takes over from Nigeria should find out again. It's not from broadcasting that you can get the answer. You can get the answer from technocrats who had worked in all those areas. What happened? How come it couldn't happen again? It's like Armageddon. Every country was represented. Every culture was represented. Miriam Akiva was watching us and called us at the station one day and said, even from the way we linked programs, they couldn't expect that it could be happening in Nigeria. We received phone calls. People were sending us bottles of champagne on the air. The links. Bimbo Oloyede was there with me. I was at the opening ceremony. I was yanked from there to come back to the station. From, interacting with the head of state or with our head of state at the time to come and man the station, because it was phenomenal. How come we've not been able to do it? 77 years, how long ago was that? I was only 37 years old then. I'm going on 90 now. It hasn't happened again. We should examine that. Even the head of state that was there is still alive. Let's ask him again. Let us put him down and say, Oga, please explain to us what happened. Some people came up with a theory that the symbol that was used was fetish, that is what has happened and Nigeria has turned upside down. If that is acceptable, may be superstitious in your eyes, but let us find out. Let's go call the Babalawo. Is it bad that it is a Nigerian that carved this image? And it is making news outside the world. Now you say, no, it is not good that Nigeria should be able to project an image that would attract the whole world, something that will bring everybody on their knees. After the first attack, we were still recovering, just batting in the glory of first attack. What's this artist, the blind one, who was not part of it, who didn't believe in it? He came and had his own first attack, all on his own, from America. Stevie Wonder, he came with his whole team. We had to mount all the cameras back in the studio for him. He had his own 7-day festival here in Nigeria. What prompted him to do that? Other people came. They wanted to know what was happening in Nigeria. What has happened? We couldn't have another festival since then. What do you think went wrong? Nothing went wrong. Everything went so well that people wanted to destroy, our own Nigerian people wanted to destroy the glory that's this whole thing that emanated from it. It hit the whole world. People are asking, when you go to Britain, you say, what happened? Why aren't you having? I had a friend who was head of the, he was from the British Guyana, a black guy. He was friends with everybody. He knew all Nigerians. Said, what happened? Why are you going to have another festival? Professor Ian Hall, he keeps asking me. Even if we can't have it because it was very expensive anyway, Nigeria had all the money. Even though we had a coup after, you know, it was first of all the brainchild of Gawan. And then Muritala came on board. Muritala was killed, but in spite of that, they couldn't kill that dream of having a festac in Nigeria. If we are able to bring out all those programs again, I think we'll be able to answer those questions. I'm still alive. There are a lot of people who will still want to know the answer to that. It's a very, very brilliant question that you have asked. I think if it was another country, they'll set up an inquiry and say, what happened? Can we resuscitate this whole dream? Some of the tapes that we had then in WNTV, some people put them in one place and set fire to them because they felt maybe somebody in their religious organization said, you are the one projecting all these things, so Nigerians are bringing idols around. Who gave them the idea to make the idol? It's God now. It's from God. Whatever thing you were able to put together. The Bible was put together because God loved the world so much and he wanted us to learn about, you know, things that had gone out from the time of Adam and Eve. God loved the whole world and created Muhammad and said, you know, put people together and let them say Allah Akbar every day, morning, noon, night. God created so many wonderful things for us, so many images that we can imbibe from, so many things that we can learn from. People want to come and learn about our country. Instead, we say, oh, we want our sculptures back. What are you going to do with them? You don't have a museum where you're going to put them to make them thrive and people come here to Nigeria. It's a good idea for them to come, but if they learn about your country, you know, country, what your people have done over the past 2,000 years. 2,000 years of Nigeria image was put together by the BBC. Nigeria went and tore it up in shreds. He tore it up. He said, what are you doing with that? What you call bad belly. I don't know if anybody sang a song with that title. If we maybe start from there and say, what do you do with your own bad belly? Some people, Theatre Stadium. There is no theatre in England, in London, that I know that I've gone to watch plays and things that have not been in existence for over 500 years. So many studios. We have one big one, the dream of Nigerians. And now we want to go and do banking there. We want to go and do trade. It's supposed to be for culture. our own culture. Lagos State will be dragging federal government by the neck and say, no, we own the theater now, and we want somebody to come and do something there. If we can only put all these things behind us, the evil that people have done in the past, people like Julius Caesar, when they were writing all those, when Shakespeare was writing all those things like that have happened in the past. We should examine them. Get people like Wade Soyinka to sit down and rewrite the whole history again. If they ask me questions like you're asking me now, I will be there to answer. Because I saw it all unfold before my eyes. The image of Nigeria will come tops. All the stations in Nigeria should get involved and do stories on this question that you've asked me. A very salient question, and I love it so much. That might be able to revive the image of this country and let us know where we are heading, in what direction, and bring us back to really the point of salvation. Well, I haven't seen it. I must have mentioned it somewhere. I think on one of the channels. When they was trying to build the scandal around it, and I said, and I tried to put the record straight. That wasn't really what happened, and that it was from, I think it was from a book that was written by one of the wives that said that I was party to his breakdown of their marriage. And I was trying to put the record straight that that wasn't really the true picture. I have due respect. I have to, bow wherever I come in the presence of a president of this nation, past, present, or even present, yes. I hope I'll still be around when we have others coming on board. But I was taken aback that the head of state would ask me a question that, because in the past, we were in the studios when the head of state came, and we were given scripts. If there had been, there had been several coups, and it's always the presenter or the station like that, the managers that take the brunt of the whole, the issue when things like that happen. You don't know who's coming. You don't know how many jeeps are going to be coming in. You don't know how many, what do you call that, all those heavy equipment that they drive in as they are coming into the studio. You don't know where they are going to shoot the station down. Nobody knows that. It's only the people who have worked during that period that can relay those experiences. Sometimes you're at work in the morning. By the time you come back in the afternoon, the government has changed. And if you haven't got maybe your ID card, you won't be allowed into the station, or somebody can throw you in or into jail. So all this had happened in the past. Nobody has told any of these stories. People like Segun Lushola or Dr. Kolade. Somebody might come and say, so has happened. I was driving my former husband to work in the morning. I dropped him at the station. By the time I reached home, there had been a coup. Murtala had been killed. And they were under siege, the whole station. Just imagine that kind of scenario. Things like that had happened in the past. But Nigerians don't have that sense of history that wants to sit down and say, well, we want to ensure that it doesn't happen again. Of course, we'll pray that it doesn't happen again. And you wake up in the morning and somebody is announcing something else, different from what you have. A colleague of ours had been, pushed into something that he wasn't aware of. Those are kind of situations that have happened in the past. But this one, we were all dressed in ceremonial costume and trying to, I was the only one that was asked to stay in the presidential, what do you call it, special area that is demarcated for head of states on issues like that. And all of a sudden, the president is following me all about. And I said, this is getting too close for comfort. And I said, what's your name again? I said, my name is Julie Coker. I was trying to play innocent, that I didn't know what was happening. He said, hey, how much did your dress cost? Can I have, sorry, sir. I don't think I'm the proper person to answer that question, sir. Yeah, you don't have answer. It's a bit unprofessional. I mean, not in the profession per se that we mean, but I wasn't prepared for that kind of thing. So I must have given a rude answer to that. And then, before I knew it, Ade Lanwa, who was then the head of Navy, came to me and said, you have been very rude to the president. The president said, he asked you a question and you couldn't answer. I said, good morning, Mr. President, sir. Because when we introduce them on TV, that's how we introduce them. We're now going to be addressed by a new head of state, Mr. So, sir. And I said he should go and ask the president of Souq. I'm sure he has a record of what the question is asking me can be answered, better answered by the president of Souq. If he finds that unbearable or rude, then either that one is not doing his work well or I'm not doing my work well and I don't belong here. But I carried on regardless. Shortly after that, another top army officer, Joseph Garuba, that one was the tallest man next to Ufwe Bonye, or the one from Mali. And he said, Julie, I know you can be rude at times. I said, not on this occasion. This is a wonderful occasion for the whole nation. And I'm trying to be my best behavior. And he said, the president said, you're being very rude to him. He said, I know you, maybe you can say things. And I said, no, I never. He asked how much the dress cost. And I don't think I have an answer, which may contradict what will be on record if you really examine it thoroughly. I was getting very nervous at the time. So I dropped everything and disappeared from the scene, and I never went back again. But the thing reverberated right down to all the committees and members. My late auntie, what's her name? Kentebe, which was the lead commodore of the Navy. She said, Julie, I think she heard that she was going to be sacked that day because the naval officer sent to her and said, you are the one that did this. And I said, can never, God forbid, can never reach me because I'm not in the forces. I'm doing my own job here as a professional broadcaster. Well, I think it has reached a stage now where whatever you say might be taken against you because there are so many people going to court now and people sent to jail, but things were not as bad as they are now because some of the gory stories we hear and people being, penalized and sent to jail, I think it has reached an astronomical level that it's something that's actually, maybe it was there and people did not want to open the canker worms and let us see what is really happening. In my own case, it was a deliberate attempt on the part of an aunt of mine who felt that there's no child that should continue going to school at a certain age. And they were trying to arrange for me to get married to somebody. And it's a tradition of our people, in Delta, to find out whether the girl is still a virgin. Then they go and look for one old man. It's not this, the one that is happening is child abuse now. I don't know what to call that one. There are other cases too of children being sold into, prostitution and apply this a trade that by some madams, which is not really acceptable. But there are other areas that maybe some parents cannot pay for their children's school fees, so they send them, into child labor or whatever. I think every child should be given a chance to have, proper education. If Awolowo can start free and fair education to children, whether all genders, boys and girls, see what the results that have come out of that. But in some other parts of Nigeria, they believe that that it's not acceptable in their religion, and so they still keep the children down and send them into early marriage. And a lot of people have dealt, people like Dr. Simi Johnson, they were in the, forefront of that vanguard to liberate the children who have been kept, into Porda at age 13. And when they have children, they are not able, either they die, premature deaths from, being too early to go into pregnancies and have the children properly and things like that. Different stages, it's a very serious issue that actually I think has been well looked into, not by the United Nations or by, but Nigerian government itself should look at it more, more serious terms and try to find how to deal with it. But there's something that happened in some homes, which is now coming out now, which in the past, members of the family will not allow maybe a woman that is a victim. The child is a victim, but there are other, things that sort of trigger down the line, like a wife, for instance, who is watching her husband, trying to abuse children that are under their care. And the children definitely cannot, rise to the level that a child who is being abused at an early stage cannot continue with her education. So I have been involved in issues like that because I was affected as a 13-year-old when an aunt of mine felt that I should stop going to school. But I was rescued by another aunt. So I was lucky at the time. Not many people have been able to, get through all this kind of trauma. I was lucky that just at the time, the man was busy talking to some other people, and it's like somebody being kidnapped and another person coming to your rescue. So I was lucky at my own, to escape that unscathed and get on with my life. If I hadn't gone through, maybe I would have been having 13 children. It's good to have children so that the population will multiply. But then you have to make sure that the children are able to, get on with their education. And when you educate that child, he's able to look after other children. I've raised so many children in the process, I was able to earn enough money to take care of members of my family. And that is what everybody should sort of, try and rise up to that challenge. Chief Folani Koka was the Babeto of Lagos. So, and I used to accompany him to the palace of Yekon. And someone then said, well, Yetu, why don't you let... He wanted his wife to be the Yetu, but she rejected it. She said she didn't want to because, she thought they were going to perform some fetish. This is really fetish. My brother now turned to me and said, Julie, do you want the title? I said, no, it's not for me to say, because I wasn't terribly keen. But he said he was going to carry out all the preparations. And I said, well, if you're going to do that, why not? And the late Oba Adeyniko Yekon graciously offered me the title. I accepted and went through the ceremony. So I've been a Yetu of Lagos now for getting on 40-something years. We only have one majesty in England. And that is one of the oldest institutions in the world. Some other countries are getting rid of their heads of their traditional rulers. France doesn't have one, for instance. There are some countries in Europe, I think in Finland, that still have, kings and queens and all that. But Nigeria, every little village, every doorstep has one title. This is the palace of the so. It wasn't like that in our own time. You had only one Oba in Lagos. Now you have so many. You have several Obas. This one claiming this and that. It's Osa. It's whatever. After a while, there's going to be a clash. Maybe not in our own time. So if they're playing traditional roles, somebody will lay claim to some title that belongs to somebody else and another one. There's no end to it. So let them stay the way they are now. If they want to multiply, that has nothing to do with me because we don't have any say in that. It's not, because you can say now that this station is trying to sell this idea to be propagating an idea that should not be. I don't think anyone should play any constitutional role. If each one has its own, in the states at the state level, they take it, I think it's rotated. After a while, one steps down, another one takes over at that level. If they want to go and attend the meeting at the House of Assembly, that's up to them. But at the federal level, I think, no. No. I don't approve of it at all. Because then you have some woman coming on and saying that he's the one that is entitled to the title. It's not, I don't know whether any African country actually accepted that sort of thing. So Nigeria shouldn't start. Nigeria at certain points in any of these things. Once Nigeria starts, other people will start. And before you know it, the whole thing will skyrocket and another war starts. We have enough problem on our hands as it were now. No, we are lagging behind. It's such a terrible shame that we only have about 4 women in the Senate. It's ridiculous. We seem to be dancing backwards. In that regard, I think we're falling short. Totally. There was a time when there were more. There doesn't have to be more women in the Senate. I think there should be maybe 50%. Not even 30-something affirmative, whatever that they went to Beijing to talk about. There should be more. There should be more women participating in politics. I don't know whether it's because. No. I don't want. I just believe that we should have more women in politics. Because women are more sensible. Women are glamorous, they come out looking beautiful, but their contribution to national issues, I think, more. Look at a man who went to beat up somebody in the house, and he says he's a hero. Hero of where? That kind of man should not be allowed to even come and address the press. Maybe the press find it funny, humorous to feature somebody like that. There's no woman that will come on TV and speak like that. If you examine every single one of the men, they all have different issues. Some of them have issues about wives and men and things that they have been doing, or they are corrupt and they have been taking money, dipping their hands into different coffers. No woman would do that. I think women are more, serious-minded, and they address issues the way they should be addressed, and they will take more care of issues that affect the nation, girl-child issues, health issues. The men don't even care about health issues. They don't even want to know what's happening. The men even wear bigger agbadas than when they are going to the house. First of all, they should cut down on the amount of clothing that some of them wear. They spend more time thinking of their image, how they're going to appear. Since television has now gone into the chambers, you find that they spend more time, on things like that. And it's ridiculous. We watch other countries, the way their parliamentary issues are being addressed. We're not learning anything from that. We shouldn't be learning from them. They should be coming to learn from us if we're doing the things we're supposed to be doing properly. But if women are really at the forefront of all this, I'm sure that they'll be able to calm all those hot issues that erupt sometimes in the houses. With worry, my mother. I was brought up as an Ichekiri child by my mother. I was taught to sing Ichekiri songs, to speak Ichekiri well, to address issues that affects the people of worry. My stepfather, who also brought at the hand in my upbringing, was an Ichekiri man. So I think that takes care of all those things. Well, I was brought up in Lagos, so I have this dual kind of nationality, and I knew my father came from Egba land, but I didn't have much to do with him. I only have connection with the family, like, Toye Koka, who was my uncle who took care of me as well, but he was too busy doing other important things. But occasionally when they're having issues in the family, I'm invited like a stranger. But because I speak Yoruba very well, and I passed all my exams, and I used to do all my programs in Yoruba in Ibadan in those days on radio, WNBS. So I can still hold my head high in that regard. I think I function very well. It's like the King of England. He sometimes goes home to his Greek family. When, Prince Charles, when he was prince, he used to go on holidays with his family from the Greek side. And in fact, it looks like some of them sometimes when they are together. So yeah, I think it's allowed. Well, one of the first one, my 40 years in TV, which is actually showcasing all the my life in broadcasting from the early stages, which actually should have answered some of the questions, was a textbook in Kenya for many years, because the minister came to Nigeria, and my DG then, Mohammed Ibrahim, had a whole box full of the books, and he gave them to the minister. And when the minister got there, he requested for more copies of the book. I never got paid for it, but I was delighted that they found the book so interesting. So maybe I'll get someone to serialize the book on TV sometime. We tried to do it some years ago, because I cannot be telling the stories all over again. This is about maybe another 30 years story. Again, we've done another sort of edition, My Life in the Limelight, which is the latest one. So if you have time, if you create space, you might be able to tell the stories and take it stage by stage. That's why I sell the book, and also, we get some media attention from sponsors and get things going. The sky will be the limits then. Well, eat well, eat the right food, type of food, eat chicory pepper soup, or anybody else who's cooking pepper soup now, because then you don't have too much oil. I think that damages certain things in the tissues. And if you want to avoid having cancer, there's nobody in my family that has ever died of cancer because of the type of food we eat. So get someone, to prepare. There was a time when chicory food was being prepared in the museum, and people used to go there to collect the ingredients and the menu, and people live well. So people are eating Chinese food, which is good. It's healthy and lots of vegetables. I recommend that for people. I'm not saying that I very good health, but I still walk about on crutches. I don't know, my knees are not functioning very well. But still, if you say you paid me compliments, I accept it. Thank you very much indeed.
At the Africa Development Studies Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission: empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing, and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, monitoring, and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. Ready to make an impact? For more information, email us at info@adstudycenter.com or call +234 912 439 2362. Visit us today at www.adstudycenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.